equal parts. Oh my gosh.
Illegal.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
That's too much, man!
Come on! What?
It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off for him. Cyclone Cheeto.
In the Ice Age, how much taxes did people pay?
Follow the ridgeway.
Consequences.
Winter is coming.
This is from 12 Rules for Life.
I don't want reality.
Give me a joke.
You should be ashamed of yourself for having that thought.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
Break now.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
That's hot.
So hot right now.
I don't want reality.
Cyclone cheetah.
Awful. Weak.
Welcome to the resistance.
China?
Have to have it in China.
China! They spot Zuckerbucks.
Donald Trump spent a lot of quality time with my wife.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
Arguably the greatest work of nonfiction of the 20th century.
Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
Get rid of the Second Amendment?
A fucking bitch.
A what now?
Well, here we are once again, floating somewhere between Earth and space. It's been a couple of days since we've seen each other last, which means there's a hell of a lot for us to talk about. With that said, I suppose we better get right to it, Space Fam, so don't forget to buckle up those seatbelts, as safety first on these here journeys, space journeys of ours. Peril and danger lurks around every corner. Alright, the Space Fams, I see you all. So good to see you. Alright, gotta do some shout outs before we get to the bulk of the stream. Let's see. Aaron W, Moa Noab, and Joe47771. 123 in the YouTube chat. I also see Gato, Cheetah Man, Del Sol Verde, Hermit Horologist, Series, Icebreaker Gaming, Look Bovine, Jet, Tom Trask. Did I say Bob? I think I said Bob Carmody. Either way, good to see you. I'm losing track of where I said hi to. Icebreaker Gaming. I think I said Heidi. I'm broken right now. I'm out of practice. It's been 2 whole days. What can I say? Narwhal by Nature's here. I see you, Narwhal. I think that's it. I feel like I'm missing someone in here. Bela B-Bomb. Bela B-Bomb. Good to see you. I think you're a new chatter. Anyway, good to see all of you folks here on this Thursday evening. Haven't streamed since Tuesday, which means, like I said, we got a hell of a lot to talk about here tonight. I guess we'll start off in a familiar place. The United States. And we're going to do something weird today. I mean, we got a hell of a lot to talk about. I should say. Oh, Moa Noab just resubscribed 12 months in a row. Oh my god. Wow, that's impressive. 12 full months. That's a year. It's an entire year of galactic support from Moa Noab over there on Twitch. We got a hell of a lot to talk about here. As you see in the title, Sam Seder versus Ezra Klein on the abundance agenda and his new book, Miss Rachel Under Fire. Minnesota, some real problems going on over there. Trump touring the Middle East. We also have some stuff to talk about with immigration, Medicaid, RFK Jr., and the HHS, and so much more. I'm not going to get into all of it now, but let's get started with the Sam Seder Ezra Klein debate from earlier this week. This was, I think, yesterday, actually. Feels like a long time ago. Let's go to the majority report. Go web go. Whoops.
We are back. Sam Seder on the Majority Report. Emma Vinglin out today. It's a pleasure to welcome. Illegal. I guess. I mean, maybe it was years and years ago.
Been a minute.
Ezra Klein, New York Times columnist, host of the podcast, The Ezra Klein Show, also co-author of the new book, Abundance. Ezra, welcome to the program.
Thank you for having me.
All right. So we should say just a little bit of backstory. You guys had reached out to us. Our efficiency is a quotient not particularly high.
Efficiency quotient.
And so you were on the Iglesias' show, I guess the Slow Boring podcast, and mentioned that we hadn't responded. So we wanted to have you on to talk about the book. We had Paul Glastis on from Washington Monthly, your old haunt.
Where I interned. Love Paul.
With a critique that was, I think, like middling critique. Some of the proposals that were brought up in the book. But let's just start with you outlining like what
shit
thematically.
I'll be right back. I gotta plug my vape in.
About? The book is about a very simple question, which is, what do we need more of and how do we get it? And then the parts of the book that I think have aroused more controversy, critique, energy, conversation, is that much of the book is exploring the question of why in the places Democrats govern, or in the times when Democrats govern, are liberals, are Democrats, are in some cases people on the left, unable to produce more of the things we need. Why is there so little housing in California and New York? Sam, where are you? Just so I have you
in New York.
You're in New York. So why in places like New York and California and Illinois, where you have a lot of Democratic control, have they become very unaffordable? Why is it very hard to cite enough clean energy, even though that's become a major project for the Democratic Party? Why is so much that we do so goddamn slow? Medicare released its Medicare cards a year after it was passed into law.
I can say why.
Prescription drug prices negotiated on 10 drugs took 3 years and will only go into effect this year, just in time for Donald Trump to take advantage of it and brag that it was him who did it. So this question of the sclerosis of liberal government, how do we actually make it deliver the things it is promising to deliver, is the core inquiry of the book.
And the culprits run across, I guess, like four sort of main silos, as far as I can tell. Like we have the regulation and bureaucratic red tape, and this is a problem.
Yeah, I love how Ezra Klein's book is basically just, it feels like a neocon. It's like a neoconservative book almost. It's just like, regulations are actually bad. It's like, it's so stupid. I'm going to start a goal before I forget. Just going to do a regular goal. 5 super chats. 3 hours to get it done. And we'll get all the content immediately.
Immediately, if not sooner.
No, don't. Why doesn't that work? You should be able to press enter and start these goals like that. Okay.
Both in terms of like building infrastructure and to some extent within the context of housing, there are that housing is also addressed by like local, I guess, income.
Ow on the ears? What's ow on the ears, Vicky? Could you tell me just so I know? Because that's not clear. I have multiple different audios. Obviously, I've got the soundboard, I've got my microphone, and I've got the video volume, so I don't have no way of knowing what you're referring to.
Groups that have power there. The infrastructure, again, some of that bureaucratic process is a function, and we'll get into this, is a function of environmental regulations that end up getting abused in some fashion. And then in the context of like of science and innovation, it is a sort of a risk-averse funding. But let me, before we go into some of the specifics, from your perspective, because I've been reading a lot of the, there's a lot of reviews of the book out there. It's also
have you read the book?
I have. Well, I've listened to the book. Let's put it that way.
That's as good.
And to me, I like your read better than Derek's. Okay, but I've listened to both. I listened to.
All right, if you that just gives me a sense of what level we're talking.
That's a different critique. But yes, I have read the book, and I've also read. There's a tremendous amount of reviews about the book.
What is your critique of the book? I want to answer your critique of the book.
Well, I will get to that. Okay. I will get to that. But from your perspective, is this a policy or a political book?
Oh, I don't think you can separate those two.
Okay,
I mean,
so
you
so
know
it's
my
both.
I'm a policy
Yes.
supporter from way back, but I think something that has always been central to the way I understand that is policy, politics, and process. And I think this is very much a book about process and proceduralism are all intertwined. The idea that you can peel them apart, that you could say, oh, this bucket is policy, this bucket is politics, is not at all how I look at that question.
Yeah, and I guess we'll start with the policy side first. But broadly, my critique is there seems to be an absence of, well, I think the culprits that you've chosen in some instances are correct, but broadly speaking, there's an absence of analysis of power dynamics. I think.
Yep.
That and the interplay of money and politics, or I should say power in our society, I think is problematic. I mean, I think that look, there have been questions about specific policies and assumptions. I've read critiques about your assessment of why China is able to do certain things, and whatnot. But and I also think the power questions really filter through a lot of what you perceive to be problematic. And then I think broadly, I think it's also difficult to understand how this is going to function as a political question. But we will get to all of that.
Second. We'll do the second in a minute.
But let's do the policy.
Talk about power. Let me talk about power. I have been interested to see this critique develop. And I just had Zephyr teach out on my show. There's an episode with her and Shoikat Chakrabarti called Abundance in the Left that I think people would be interested to hear sort of do the power debate at some length. I think this has been very revealing to me.
By the way, Shoikat Chakrabarti is the guy who was trying to take Nancy Pelosi's seat in California.
About what my friends on the left, and I think of myself usually as on the left, though, liberal, not a leftist, I guess, mean when they say power. I think this is a book entirely about power. But it is a book that treats power highly situationally. So there is a structure of power that arranges itself around, say, a housing development in San Francisco. That is a different structure of power than arranges itself around the question of can you build interstate transmission lines, which is a different structure of power than arranges itself around the question of can you site rural broadband and build that in the way that you want to, which is a different structure of power than you see in a bunch of the other cases in the book. And one thing we are attempting to do over and over and over again is get extremely granular about what is happening. So one thing that bothers me about the power analysis that I hear on the left, let's take housing, because I always think it's very important to ground things in a specific case.
Here we go.
Texas builds more housing than California. It builds more housing than New York. When people move to Austin and Houston and Dallas, they build homes. When people move to San Jose and San Francisco and Los Angeles, they don't. Is your view, do you find it a credible view?
I mean, I know Sam says it during this interview because I watched it live, but Austin has a lot more available space than San Francisco. I don't know if you've been to or have seen San Francisco. It's on an island, okay?
Say that the issue is Texas has solved the corporate power problem, but California is permeable to corporate power and dominated by oligarchy in a way that Texas, or for that matter, Florida, is not.
Well, I don't know if it's necessarily, I think it's not necessarily corporate power. I think what we're talking about is money. I think we're just talking about money. And
so Texas has solved the money in politics problem, but California does not.
Well, all right. That's not quite right. I mean, I know I said island. It's a peninsula. It's in the middle of the water, right? There isn't, how do you, whatever, same idea.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
Here, let's say San Francisco to Houston, right? You just have a lot more space in Houston. You have a lot more money in San Francisco. And so the power that rests with the money is more concentrated, literally, right? And has the ability in those instances to stop this housing project or that housing project. Look at Austin, for instance. You bring up Austin. in the course of Austin, and this was I read this in the review because obviously I'm not studying Austin or San Francisco for that matter, but Joe Wiesenthal wrote, that his observation about Austin was that it was cheap, and then it got very expensive. Then there was
immediately, if not
and it was
sooner.
a function of costs went up. Rents went up. It became.
Although Sam is correct about this, but we've been watching the real estate market recently. Well, not recently, for the last couple years or however long it's been. After the return to work thing, after like companies started coming out and saying no more remote work, especially in San Francisco and Silicon Valley, people started exiting Austin in droves. So recently, actually, the housing market has completely tanked in Austin, but it has nothing to do with the amount of available housing in Austin right now, right? It has everything to do with the fact that everybody's just leaving Austin.
Expensive there.
Rents have gone down in Austin because they built so much.
They built.
No,
I really
wrong.
Want to hold on what you said.
That's not why.
But
San Francisco has
there was
concentrated
no
money
change.
in a way that
there was no change in the building codes, for instance. Like the argument that
the building code responded in Austin. So you can just go look. You can. I mean, I don't know if you guys are able to pull up data on the show and show it, but just go pull it up if we can. You can search Fred housing starts in Austin and San Francisco. You could just do this in general. You can look at this analysis across blue and red cities.
But
what the difference? Hold on, let me just. I want to go through this example, but we can go through a bunch of them. Houston doesn't have a zoning code. That's why it's easier to build there. I mean, I was talking to a developer there, and he said, "Look, the thing everybody knows about Houston, if you're a developer, is it's a bad place to be a homeowner. It's a good place to be a developer." And this is what I mean when I say the whole book, in a way, is about power. That in these procedural questions, in this question of how do you get housing approved, what we have created in many blue cities is a lot of veto points. And that veto point can be used by corporate power. It can be used by moneyed interests. It can be used by local homeowners who are not power in the way we would normally think of them, but sure as hell are power when you're thinking about whether or not to build housing. It can be used by all sorts of players. And so I think that one of the places where I quite diverge from some of my other friends on this is that I think when you create this level of proceduralism, this level of veto points, they get captured by interests over time. And that is a place where power can pool. Now, I think the place where I probably part, just to finish the thought.
Oh my God.
I think the place where I probably part is that I think that the left is often very attentive to power when it is coming from certain recognized villains, and much less attentive to power when it is coming from people who might in other contexts look like allies or just be local homeowners. But that can also be real power wielded in a problematic way.
Well, but you listed off three entities that have power: corporate power, moneyed interests, and homeowners. And I would suggest to you that in all three of those that you just listed, that money is ultimately the controlling factor. So for instance, I can tell you, like, I don't know San Francisco, I don't know Austin, I know Worcester, Mass. And I can tell you that during urban renewal, we had, there was an entire neighborhood that was completely, I don't know if you've ever been to Worcester, had gone through 290. There was an entire neighborhood called Laurel Clayton, I think it was, that ended up dumping people into a housing project, Plumley Village. And it was all run by the Worcester Redevelopment Authority. It was completely streamlined. None of the other, what we would call today groups. There was no equity involved in this, or equitable justice or anything like this. And the neighborhood was completely destroyed because the input only essentially came from this big insurance company and the Worcester Redevelopment Authority.
Yeah, having an insurance company in charge of housing, that seems bad. Hold on, I gotta pause it because Moanoab is telling me that we have 33 likes. Great job, everyone. That's more than 1 like per minute. Okay. Back to the show.
Which was essentially owned by the same type of people. And I only know about this because a buddy of mine was homeless in high school because of how much destruction generationally it had created as a result of that. And so when you list off those three elements of power, in my mind, those are all moneyed interests. Those local homeowners, I'm sure there are stories of low-income people who own homes in an area that hasn't been redeveloped, is able to stop building. But I would imagine those are very far and few between.
Then I think we should be in agreement, right? If this is the case you're making, then I think we should be in agreement, because there's no doubt that
I'm saying it's moneyed interest.
It's sometimes money interest for sure, right?
Well, what is it the other times?
Let me finish, and then you can give me your rebuttal. When you create these highly legalistic systems, the people with the money to hire lawyers and lobbyists are going to be more capable within them. And so the structure of a society that begins to bury so much in bureaucracy, where you have to know when to show up to the planning meeting and you have to know who the city council members are, like, it begins to structurally favor those who can navigate that society. So when we talk about things like upzoning, where we want to make it possible to build more houses in an area, like, everybody knows it is almost impossible to upzone a rich area. And that is because they are able to bend this process to their will. Now, you can take a place like California,
all right, well,
right?
let me address that. I mean, I get that point there. And I think that is what worries, I don't know about other people, but that's the type of thing that worries me, because the argument you've just made is almost identical to the one that I would have every week with Tim Carney, who I know, back in the day, which is an idea that the problem with wealthy influence, and if you and I agree, then it is money. The problem with
we don't agree that it's all money.
Okay,
money is one mechanism of influence.
But I think it is the biggest one. Would you agree with that?
It depends on the issue. So look, there are a bunch of these issues.
Okay, well, let me finish my point about Tim Carney. He would say that you need to have less government. That way it cannot be as corrupted or manipulated by moneyed interest. Now, I don't know if you think that money is the problem 51% of the time or 30% of the time.
I don't think categorically asking that question is, but here, let me say where I disagree with Tim Carney, because maybe.
Okay, before I let him try and rebut this, I don't know if anybody's been paying as much attention as I have during this discussion between them, but Ezra Klein has brought up money like 3 times, and then he just it's like he gets like 95% of the way there. He's like, no, but the best money. I know I said money and I said homeowners and corporate, but it's actually not the money. It's something else. And I mean, it is ridiculous. Narwhal by nature with a sweet super chat. We can't build a library here because a billionaire in Texas owns the land and is a tool. And I'm not in Texas at all. I'll explain that. Ezra, great super chat. Thank you, Narwhal. So a billionaire from Texas owns land where you are and is preventing a library from being built. Huh. Weird. Maybe you should move to Austin.
Tim wants a less capable state. I want a more capable state. Tim wants a state that does fewer things. I want a state capable of doing more things, including the things it has already promised to do. So when I look at California high-speed rail, I work backwards and I say, what the fuck happened that the state of California could not build high-speed rail, which they can do in Japan, they can do in China, they can do in Europe. Tim looks at it and says, they shouldn't be trying to build high-speed rail. And so the disagreement I have with Doge, with a lot of different things, with a lot of my friends on the right, is they want to reduce state capacity. I come at this as a liberal who wants the state to accomplish very difficult things: decarbonizing the economy, building enough affordable housing, including, by the way, public housing, building mass public infrastructure, things like high-speed rail or the Big Dig or the Second Avenue subway here in New York City. And what I see is a state failing to accomplish its goals.
Right.
Now, they would say, don't fucking try. I would say, fix the state. And one issue with the state is that it has become so highly regulated, not in terms, I find that when I use the term deregulation, like people's brains turn off because they think of deregulation as something that the state does for the market. But no player is more highly regulated than the state itself, often by Republicans, often because of power in the way that you would define it. But I think a lot of liberals, a lot of leftists have, one, and this is my critique going backwards, ceased to see this, but two, they don't take state failure seriously. And when something like California high-speed rail happens or rural broadband, they sort of move on instead of saying, why are we not delivering? We are the people who believe in government. People are pissed at government for a reason. How do we make government deliver?
See,
I would like to point something out. He's mentioning two different industries which are highly captured by incredibly powerful corporations, right? Railroads and the internet. I mean, talk about monopoly power. Right? I mean, look it up. Look up how many companies there are that run the internet in the United States as well as the rails. And you'll be like, oh, okay. Huh.
And I think and I think in terms of results, I think you and I are largely aligned. But I think the problem is, and you bring up Doge, and it's ironic that you and Carney will approach it in a very similar way, but anticipate different outcomes. But that being aside, I mean, I think that is where, people get a little bit
But see, I don't think we're approaching it similarly. I think it's at a level of abstraction, it's similar, and then you go granular and it's not at all.
But see, this is what we're talking about. See, like, it's their policy and politics are in the same place. So we have a level of abstraction, we have a level of granular, right? And the point is the way that these two commingle, I think, becomes problematic where these two things meet, because your identification of the primary problem, right? I mean, this is the point. Like you don't address moneyed interest per se in the book. The primary problem is, I mean, if you just do a summary of the book, primary problem has to do more with the regulation and the handcuffing the state has done of itself. But the state doesn't do it itself. Like, all of this handcuffing comes from a place, and it's either moneyed interest or it's not. And I have no doubt that at different times.
By the way, I just looked it up. Comcast, one of the main monopolists in the broadband corporate ecosystem, if you will, has spent $14 million in 2024 on lobbying, and then contributed $7.5 million as well. So they spent over $21 million in full year 2024 on lobbying and on just direct contributions to political candidates. That could be one of the reasons why we can't seem to get things done on internet.
This is where I think you've really oversimplified politics. I want to try to find the right example, because I think if we stay high, we just are like yelling about this abstract question of money. But let's talk. We both believe in decarbonization.
I think that's really grounded, though.
Hold on, but let's talk about it from this perspective. We both believe in decarbonization, right? Climate change is a problem.
Yes.
And we sort of see the pathway on that is we have to build a lot of green energy to reorient our economy so you can run a modern economy on a green energy basis. Yeah?
Yes.
Okay. So to do that, you have to move all this energy production over to renewable sources, and then you have to get the energy from where it currently is, right? A solar farm, a wind farm, a hydroelectric, project, whatever it is, and run it through transmission lines to where we plug shit into the wall and charge it. I have done a lot of coverage of this failure point because we are, to be perfectly clear about this, failing to build enough transmission lines. There is no world in which our decarbonization strategy works if we cannot increase by orders of magnitude how fast we are building transmission lines. There is money trying to build transmission lines. there is money trying to slow down the building of transmission lines. Just walking into this process and saying, where's the money, doesn't get you anywhere. Like, I have talked to the private equity figures trying to get a transmission line
what
built.
now?
I have also talked to the green, New Dealers trying to get that same transmission line built. And I've also seen the people standing in the way of it who have all their reasonable and good arguments. I don't find when I dig into these things that the way I can just repeatedly sort politics is, well, like, over here there's the money and the money is bad, and over here there is the not money and the not money is good. Usually there's money on both sides of it. There are sometimes unions on both sides of it. And so the structure of the book, because I hope people come from this and want to read it, the structure of the book is typically working backwards from a problem. We're not building enough housing. If we go granular on that, what can we learn? We're not building enough transmission lines. If we go granular, what can we learn? And I just don't think abstracting out to money tied the state's hands, if money could untie the state's hands on a lot of big building projects, all these fucking developers would do it. But it can't, because the proceduralism takes on a life of its own.
I follow what you're saying, that in each case there are specifics that are different, and you cannot generalize. It sounds like what you're saying.
You can generalize some, but you have to take seriously the specific issues in each case.
I have no doubt.
Your generality should emerge out of the granularity.
Okay, what are the generalities? Like, this is what I guess.
Need to get more fucking granular.
In America has become that building, particularly when the state is involved, has become too slow and expensive. We have created an architecture of policy that makes it too hard for us to achieve our goals in the real world, and for that matter, in social insurance. Say it again.
Who's the we?
It depends. You're not going to like. Look, here's a version of the we.
Well, but I'm trying.
You know what frustrates me most about the way that Ezra, I mean, there's plenty of things that frustrate me about this, but in the way that he's dealing, like the way that this conversation is going down, Ezra, it feels like not only is he being slightly condescending, that's not my real, but like, he keeps saying we have to be super specific, and then he can't be specific about stuff. And he's just like, it's all on a case-by-case basis, and that's why we just need to deregulate everything. Because it's like, there's so many different, but I can't nail it all down. And Sam asks a simple question like that. He's like, I don't know. You want me to have answers for questions? I'm just the guy who wrote a book.
Say it again.
Who's the we?
It depends.
What now?
You're not going to like that, but look, here's a version of the
well, but I'm trying to address the point, because, for instance, okay, so let me
give you a better answer to who's the we.
Well, but why I think this is important, though, is because this to me is the central question, really, about the book. Because I think, like, I could say there's some things in it I like, there's some things that I don't like, but the general point is, I think, for instance, like, where does the title abundance come from?
From Derek's piece on abundance.
Okay. We have seen an entire movement build up about abundance, correct? I mean, like, there is a lot of money behind this broad notion of abundance. And Derek, I think it was on the Lex Friedman podcast, said something to the effect of, there is a fight within the Democratic Party. I don't think he used the word for the soul of the Democratic Party, but for where we're going as a political political movement. And folks from the Nicholson Center have said, like, we have identified the Democratic Party as the best place to have this abundance agenda. And so, as a political matter,
since I see people asking this question, I'm going to go back. We're just pull it back just slightly. Who asked it? Sisyphean task. Who the fuck is Derek? Derek is Ezra's co-writer on the book Abundance. And we actually watched an interview. He went on, Derek, I can't remember his fucking last name. Oh, now I'm swearing like Ezra. Derek went on to the Zateo podcast. He talked with Mehdi. We watched this interview. So we've actually been covering this goddamn abundance book more than I would like to now that I think about it. But the point is, we saw his co-author, Derek, and I, once again, can't remember his last name, go on to Zateo. I found that interview to be even worse. I mean, this guy, But yeah, also, I just want to say thanks to May Wormy for the sweet, sweet super chat. We care too much about 3,028 people in this world. Such a small group to control absolutely everything. 100%. And I know that that number is the number of billionaires on the planet.
Follow the rich white man.
And Derek, I think it was on the Lex Friedman podcast, said something to the effect of, there is a fight within the Democratic Party. I don't think he used the word for the soul of the Democratic Party, but for where we're going as a political political movement. And folks from the Nicholson Center have said, like, we have identified the Democratic Party is the best place to have this abundance agenda. And so as a political matter, they're not talking about, in that instance in the Nicholson, they're not saying like in San Francisco, we need to roll back this specific policy. This is attempting to develop a movement.
Well, I want to answer for myself here, not for Niskanen, right? So my first piece that leads
you were on that Lex Friedman podcast. I mean, that's
people should go listen to it. I stand by everything I said on the Lex Friedman podcast. But Derek, I believe I'd have to go back and
that's like the third plug Ezra's done.
Derek is responding to a lot of very heated left criticism of the book, which, to be honest, neither of us were.
That's literally like the third plug Ezra's done. Everybody should go read my book. Everybody should go watch the podcast that I was on, not this one. What the fuck, dude?
From, but Derek is responding to a lot of very heated left criticism of the book, which, to be honest, neither of us were expecting. The way I wrote at least my parts of the book, to me, are extremely compatible with virtually and frankly necessary for all left goals. It's a book about affordable housing, decarbonization, state capacity. And my initial piece that leads to this book is in, I believe, 2021. And it is building off of the fact that the Biden administration is trying to do decarbonization through building a lot. And as I begin to follow that policy project, I begin to realize we're not going to get it done under these laws. So that's, I think, one very important thing. But I want to go back to what you asked a minute ago, which is who's we? In this book, we is Democrats. This book is very focused for a very particular reason that we can talk about, because not that the only problems in governance come from the left. They don't. My first book was all about largely about the right and polarization and asymmetric polarization. But I became very interested, having moved back to California in 2018, in why is this state governed by all these Democrats doing so badly? Why is it unaffordable? Why is it building less clean energy than Texas? Why is it not building enough housing?
Maybe because the governor of California is also super rich, Gavin Newsom. Or maybe you got Nancy Pelosi, who's also just wildly wealthy in charge. I mean, like, we could go down the list of how rich some of these fucking Democrats in California actually are. Would you like to do that, Ezra?
Come on!
Affordable. Why is it building less clean energy than Texas? Why is it not building enough housing? And part of the motivation for doing this book is there are a lot of problems Republicans, I mean, we're living through them right now. There are a lot of problems Republicans impose on the political system. But there's a sort of rigor and confrontation that I think is demanded when you look at the states where the people who, broadly speaking, agree with you are in power, and it's not working the way you want it to. You're not getting the outcomes you want to get. And so one story this book is telling is about a collision of the New Deal left, which is very, very focused on growth and building, and in many ways is very reckless with that, right? You were talking about Worcester, Massachusetts, which sounds to me like it's a story from that era. But we could give, Robert Moses is a classic story of this. We can talk about, we really do despoil like environments and poison streams, and we, run highways through marginalized communities and all the things people know. And in response to that, again, correctly, a new left arises. Ralph Nader, Rachel Carson, the entire environmental movement. And it passes all kinds of bills that are very, very, very effective and consequential in their day to restrain government's ability to act recklessly and to do things without considering and creating space for consideration of their impacts. So you have things like the National Environmental Policy Act and all these, bills and projects of that era. And then in this fucking maddening historical moment we're in, the problem becomes not that we're building too much, but we're building too little. and particularly building too little in the places where that new left was most powerful, California, New York, places like that. And so this is a confrontation with having created a very successful architecture to challenge, restrain, and sue the government that is now being used against liberal or leftist, for that matter, projects. If you would like the government to do public housing, say you think I'm a neo-shitlib, and you just want the government to do the public housing, great. I would like to see a lot more public housing too. The government cannot currently do public housing under the regulatory structure under which it operates. And yes, some of that is money, but it's also the fact that you can sue to stop all this stuff under the National Environmental Policy Act. It's also the fact that government, what I call everything bagel liberalism, loads huge amounts of standards and projects and goals in.
What does Ezra have against bagels? Come on, what? Everything bagel? What's wrong with everything bagels? They're one of the best. Me personally, big fan of everything bagels. Big fan. I don't know about comparing it to politics, but okay.
Everything that public money touches. So in California, it costs about 2.2x per square foot to build housing as it does in Texas. Fine, market rate housing, 2x per square foot. If you are doing affordable housing subsidized by the government, it's more than 4x. So why are we making the government's housing for the poorest people so much harder, slower, and more costly to build? And like, is that in the long run good for our goals? I think it is important to confront why government in the place where people agree with us more than the places where they don't is not getting the outcomes we both want to see it achieve. That's what the book is about.
And I don't know how much public housing is in Texas, or how much public housing is in Texas, or if we're, but
yeah,
and that seems to me to be
little.
a relevant question.
If any.
The notion of the everything bagel liberalism, this is the idea that like we have constraints on federal money that a certain amount of union workers, or there may be a certain amount of equity associated with it. And at one point in
contracting and procurement, or a million other things, right?
And certainly, like, there's absolutely no doubt in my mind that we could go through these bills and find things that are problematic if they are coming necessarily from. I have there's two issues. One is there was one point in the book where you talked about we have a choice whether we're going to put filters into apartments that are built, public housing built near highways, or the people are going to live under the highway. And it seems to me that there's got to be a third choice, as opposed to we're going to poison people slowly, or we're going to keep them unhoused.
So I want to say specifically what you're talking about, that section. So I'm talking to Jasmine Tong, who's an affordable housing developer, does nonprofit affordable housing. And what she is saying is that compared to market rate housing, when she is building housing for homeless people, she is subject to environmental, green building standards, etc., that are so far beyond what market rate housing has to do that it often makes it impossible to finance the thing entirely. And a lot of these projects, as we both know, fall apart. And I am saying there that it makes a lot of sense. You understand how people get into a conversation that we should have better than average air filtration systems in, affordable housing built near a freeway, but in a city where you are not building enough affordable housing at all, because again, you have layered not just that, but a million of these.
I love, see, this is the thing about Ezra's argument on this whole situation. He continues to just evade the obvious, the moneyed interests, right? I mean, did you know that there's like 2.5 million Airbnb properties in the United States? Did you know that on top of that, there's like another like 6 or 7, maybe even more. I don't know the exact number right now off the top of my head. There's like another like 7 million like empty homes, like second homes and whatever else out there. It's like 10 million properties just alone between those two things, right? And it is insane that his solution to all this is just get rid of the regulations. Don't deal with Airbnb circumventing local. Actually, Airbnb, I don't think it was brought up one time during this debate, but Airbnb is constantly circumventing local city ordinances. over and over again, and nobody does fuck all about it. Okay? And, Ezra's solution to that is let them keep doing whatever the fuck they're doing over there. We just need to build cheap housing, even if those apartments or whatever else don't have the necessary things to keep the people inside of those houses and apartments safe, right? Rather, he's complaining that developers are spending too much money, rather than, it is so fucking stupid. It is so stupid.
Onto every individual project. So again, it's costing much more per square foot than market rate housing. At some point,
Most public housing is built near the highway. Why is that?
Yeah, great question.
Say again?
Most public housing, some huge percentage of public housing is built near highways.
We're not even talking. Yes, that's all. I mean, listen, we're in agreement that that's all power. But when we are talking, I am saying that we are not building enough affordable housing.
I know, but
affordably
I'm
in
saying
California.
why.
Wow. Ezra just completely concedes. He's like, yeah, moneyed interest probably had everything to do with that. But I'm not here to talk about how moneyed interests are forcing the poor into areas that are bad for their health or undesirable. Huh. Weird. It's almost like he's just intentionally ignoring it.
Why are we addressing that far downstream the issue when we're completely eliding the issue that is upstream from that,
We're
which
not completely eliding the issue. The whole fucking book, man, is about wrecking these zoning codes that allow rich people to keep it out of their areas.
Okay,
but if you can't build it in the first place because you can't make it affordable to build, which the people who build it will tell you, I think that I've actually found the set of arguments I've had in this really productive in a way. I don't disagree with you about power, but every time we talk about it specifically, like, yeah, that's a problem. But no, we actually have to solve the problem. Like, if you want to make housing development by right, which I think you should do, so that rich communities can't stop it, and the affordable, like, I live on a block with public housing right now. I believe there should be public housing mixed in everywhere, but you can't build it if you cannot affordably build it. If you're gonna, in Chicago, the mayor of Chicago sent out this tweet and he said, hey, look at all we're doing. We built 10,000 units of affordable housing for $11 billion. People are like, you did fucking what? Like whatever it was, it came to $1.1 million per unit. If we're going to cost $1.1 million per unit when the government builds housing for poor people, we can't build enough of it. It doesn't matter where you're building it.
I mean, I think even if I stipulate that it is exclusively zoning requirements or the everything bagel liberalism that is creating the barrier to build, housing, we can look at the CHIPS Act. And that was also something that had everything bagel liberalism built into it, which apparently, as far as I can tell, up until Donald Trump shows up, was quite effective. The timeline of things, definitely, of course.
Hold. They went back and answered one of my critiques on the CHIPS Act. If you go back to that original piece, one of the things I'm saying is that they've loaded a lot into this bill, but taken nothing away. After that piece comes out, President Joe Biden signs a bill from Ted Cruz and Mark Kelly exempting the CHIPS Act from environmental review under the theory, as the administration says, that we cannot allow this to be delayed for years and years under environmental review. You can think that's bad or good, but if you want to say the CHIPS Act is going smoothly and well, it's in part because they took the critique.
Well, I think there are instances, and you talk about I-95, for instance, what Shapiro was able to do.
Pennsylvania.
The idea that, and my argument is, without that equity, you do get people living in apartments that are going to slowly kill them or give them asthma or higher asthma rates. Exactly. Without that equity, you are going to destroy a neighborhood. And like we saw it in Worcester and like with generational impact. But I also think as a political matter, it is extremely difficult unless there is some type of buy-in from everybody that there are circumstances that qualify as an emergency or an urgency that give you the political ability to do something like this. So, for instance, in the I-95 thing, you cite that as an example of where this type of like power, sort of centralized power to bypass this stuff is effective. And it was very effective in that moment. But if you contemplate like the constituents and constituencies who would be for it versus against it within, there may be people who are like, I got a store on Route 1, and if 95, that bridge is down, I'm going to make a lot of money because people are going to drive by. But outside of that, there was an alignment where in the fact that you could essentially bypass these things in a state of an emergency, there was the political will to do that.
Exactly.
There was the political will to do that in the context of...
Right. And that's the thing, right? You have the regulations in place to ensure these things don't happen unless there is a genuine need for it. And I know that bogs Ezra down too much for some reason, but I think that's a much better way to go about it, right? Is to have them in place so that people are protected, and in certain cases, you can circumvent the law. You can say, okay, we're going to, in this particular case, we're going to not, we're going to allow you to, go against the regulations, right? For in the public interest, right? 47 likes. Wow. Okay. Hold on. Get you another support character. Oh no, we already have that one. Okay, cool.
CHIPS Act and to revitalize industrial...
Sorry, I'm just going to go back 10 seconds.
In a state of an emergency, there was the political will to do that. There was the political will to do that in the context of the CHIPS Act, and to revitalize industrialization. You had buy-in, and on some level, it feels like some of what you're talking about with the jettisoning of the everything bagel liberalism. Maybe it's like it's not what you're talking about. Jettisoning is not the poppy seeds or the garlic or whatever it is on top, but it's like maybe the salt inside, or the dough.
Maybe we won't boil the bagels.
You have to be very connected to what you're,
which should be illegal, by the way.
Like, I guess I would turn this question.
Unboiled bagels should be illegal.
Illegal.
Just saying.
Connected to what you're trying to achieve. Like, I guess I would turn this question on you, because I feel like we want to be, as you were saying earlier, upstream. Do you think we can build enough affordable housing if the units cost $650,000 to $1 million to complete per unit? Just flat. Like, can we pay for that?
I would imagine not, depending on the locality.
So what should we do then? Like, what is your view of what is pushed? It doesn't cost that much to build market rate housing. So what is your view? If when you trigger government money, you often double the per square foot cost in some cases of the housing it builds, or when you trigger government money, they don't get things like high-speed rail done. Like, all I want to do here, man, I'm not here for like a big like left liberal moderate fight. I actually want the government to deliver things I think we both want it to deliver. I don't want it to give people asthma, but I need it to be able to build housing, because homelessness is a fucking problem, and it is the worst problem.
Whoa, settle down there, Ezra.
That's too much, man.
I love how Ezra's like, I'm willing to make that sacrifice for other people, other people's kids. I'm not going to make that not me, Ezra Klein. I'm not going to make that sacrifice, but I'm willing to make the sacrifice for your kids. Right? That's wow.
People experiencing it, not for me. So what is your theory of how you get this cost of construction down, the speed up? There's got to be something here.
Well, it's obviously localized, right? I mean, I have a sense of, like, in New York, how it could be cheaper.
Okay, let's do New York.
We do not allow developers to sit on land and wait for the market to catch up to them. We do not allow homes to sit unoccupied
Not gonna do
without
it.
it
Wouldn't be
being
prudent at
a
this juncture.
cost on those people. I mean, there is a lot of excess housing and space in the city that is being held in private hands
Okay,
so
great.
that they can maximize their profits.
Let's say we do all that, but we're talking here very specifically. The New York City is going to have to build housing that is affordable. We know
that is a false premise.
You can read them. You can go talk to developers.
That is a false premise, right? That is a fucking false premise. And Ezra keeps building arguments off of false premises, right? Like we just said. I don't know exactly the number of Airbnb units in New York, but I know it's a lot. I know it's a lot. And I'll bet you there's enough Airbnbs in New York to house all the homeless, right? To, you know, give people, you know, like it is insane. He's like, you know, we have to. There's no other solution to this. That's the premise that he goes off of. There is no other solution. So we have to build more housing on an island with very limited space.
Like the reporting on this is like very straightforward. We know that when you trigger the public rules, it ends up being extremely, extremely expensive. We know that, like in San Francisco, where they would try to build a public toilet for almost $2 million, they do that here too. Why does it cost so much, and why does it so often fail when government tries to achieve the things we both want it to do?
I think property has been so commodified that there is such a profit incentive, such a money incentive to slow that roll, that it creates a whole litany. There's an everything.
We're talking about
there's an everything bagel.
We're talking about projects that are past that point. Like I think that, let me be really meta clear here on what I'm trying to do with you, because I think you keep wanting to pull it back to where we can. Let's totally premise corporations are terrible. They are bad. They're like they are your enemy. Hold on.
They have their
cases,
agenda,
sure,
and we have ours.
Yes. There are cases where the government is building affordable housing on land they own or they have already bought, or they are funding somebody else to build it, that is already nonprofit housing. This is just like, it's not being done for profit. We are not in a commodified system. We know that housing costs more than the commodified housing costs to build. It is fine to say that it costs more. This is a totally reasonable interpretation. That is because wealthy landowners and wealthy corporations have colluded, maybe with other figures, on rules that have made it cost more. But which of these are you going to pull apart, right? This is the trade-offs that we are trying to force people to confront in abundance. You have to go into this thing and say, this is not working. I need to make it cheaper, faster, more achievable. Like, when you can't make the corporation your villain, what are you doing? Like, how do you approach?
Well, is that a question of making the? Well, first off, I think as a political.
Do you see? I love the way that Ezra just sort of sits back. He's like, "Oh, I just made such a great argument." You can make the corporations the villain. Ezra's just choosing not to. He's just sort of circumventing that. He's like, we can't do it. We just can't do it. Narwhal with another super chat. What's a little chronic illness when the view is so premium? Yes, I see what he means too. I take it all back. Thanks for the super chat. We're at 3 of 5 already. Getting very close to completing our goal already.
Matter. Making the corporations a villain is going to be far more, you're going to have a far broader support than making, you know, environmental groups or people seeking equity in housing the villain.
That's fine, but
okay. But then I would say,
the actual problem here.
Well, and then I would say the problem again is that we have so greatly commodified housing. There is such a profit incentive to create these barriers. I know how they exist today. But the idea of unwinding it, you're just like, you know, the whole book is about the idea that what was good intention 25 years ago, 40 years ago, has now brought us this problem. It seems to me that there's an attempt to restart that cycle.
I don't think that you can say, I really want to push you here. I don't think you can say that the reason it costs more money and is so much more difficult and is so much slower to build nonprofit affordable housing than to build market rate housing is because we've over commodified housing. I just don't, or that Texas is better at building housing because they have somehow decommodified housing compared to California.
Well, they have more space. They simply have
got
more
plenty of space. If you go to San Jose, man, there is plenty of space. It's strip malls and single-family homes. It is one of the richest tracts of land in the whole country.
Do you know what also bugs me?
It could be skyscrapers.
Do you know what bugs me about this? Is Ezra keeps jumping back and forth between different examples. Like, he was just talking about New York City, and then he compares it to Texas, but then he goes over to San Jose instead of coming back to talking about New York. It's just so dumb. It's honestly a horrifying debate style. It doesn't make a ton of... It's not real coherent.
It could be Shenzhen. It is strip malls and single-family homes. We have plenty of space in California.
I mean, I can't speak to San Jose.
Like Silicon Valley is what I'm talking about. Like, you go ride around where these fucking venture capital firms, man, I promise you will not leave that drive saying there is nowhere to build a 6-story apartment building.
And do we have public transport?
Who owns all that land? Who owns all that fucking land, Ezra? I'll bet it's billionaires and very wealthy people.
Like, how are these
we would if we could build it. That was part of what high-speed rail is supposed to be doing, which is why I'm so rip shit that it didn't happen.
And whose tax base is going to pay for that public transport and those buildings there? I mean, that's
it was our tax base. I was one of the taxpayers.
I mean,
I am saying that I don't think it is plausible to say that the reason you can't build in like San Jose and you can in Texas is that we've decommodified in Texas. We just haven't.
Well, we have plenty of space in the desert too. But the point is how are we going to? I'm talking about the places where you guys specifically make the point that New York City, San Francisco, these places are
Yeah, Shakespeare makes a great point. You mean the Central Valley that is owned by corporate industrial farming? Yeah, I'm sure the Resnicks just want to give away all of their land for free.
Where people should be living and creating. And from my perspective in New York, having lived here more or less for 30 some odd years, 35 years, this place got a lot more expensive, not because there were constraints on zoning, not because there was equity. There hasn't been this place got more expensive.
I'm not I'm pro equity.
Yeah, I'm pro equity, says Ezra. Jesus Christ, dude. I am pro capital interests, says Ezra. Mish with another super chat over here, getting us to 1 super chat closer to confetti. Yes, we are goddamn close. What was I about to say just now? I got distracted by your sweet super chat. God damn it, I gotta go back. I totally forgot what I was gonna say.
This place got a lot more expensive, not because there were constraints on.
Yeah, exactly. Like, I was gonna say, I mean, in New York, a bunch of stuff got demolished to build things like Billionaires Row. Like that. I don't know if anybody's seen like the videos. There's so many of them online on YouTube, but like. There's multiple skyscrapers on Billionaires Row in New York City that have, they're like completely empty, just massive skyscrapers with like one apartment per floor. Just like it is a complete waste of space. And Ezra's like, oh, that's not a problem. I'm pro equity. It's the problem is the regulations. It's not empty skyscrapers.
Owning, not because there was equity. There hasn't been this place got more expensive.
I'm pro equity. I believe what I'm doing will create a whole lot more equity because you need to make the affordable housing. But in the book, if you've listened to it, I have a whole section critiquing Michael Bloomberg for this whole concept that New York City should be a luxury good. This is like a whole section of the book that it is a incredible mistake that a lot of Democrats made along the way to sort of get into this idea that cities are like a penthouse for the upper class.
Yes, and I would suggest. I mean, look, there was a. This just came out a report by the Fed, UCLA, that specifically addressed the question of whether it was housing constraints. California Federal Reserve researchers found that constrained housing supply is relatively unimportant in explaining the differences in rising house prices among U.S. cities.
Have you read the debate on this report?
I haven't.
But
it said higher income growth predicts the same growth.
Just let him say
it's controversial.
Jesus Christ. You know, I love how Ezra multiple times at the beginning of this discussion, like, basically chided Sam for interrupting him, and then Sam pulls out a report, and immediately Ezra's like, "Oh, no, that's not a good. That's no, that's a contested report. That's highly contentious."
Cities.
Have you read the debate on this report?
I haven't.
Let's put it
it said
gently
higher
that it's
income growth
controversial.
predicts the same growth. Okay, well, it's controversial. I mean, I'm willing to accept that. Like I say, I'm not a housing expert.
On some basic level,
to
right?
contrast.
If you have enough, things follow supply and demand. If you have enough of something, if you have too much of something, the price of it is going to fall, right? To argue that higher incomes, because, and this again, like, I think in a weird way we would agree on this. Higher incomes are going to be a causal factor in restrictive zoning and building policies, because people get higher incomes, they buy a house, that house becomes a major asset for them. And again, this is all in the book. The way they can protect the value of that asset is by making it impossible for
100%.
other people to live in near them. They are creating their own scarcity. And so
Yes.
again, when I hear this book is not about power, to me, this book is all about power.
Well, but I still can't get an answer as to what is the primary. If we're talking from a national perspective, right? I mean, across the country, this is going to be a message. You just visited the Senate caucus to talk about this. Derek was talking about there's a fight. It's happening right now. Our book is trying to win a certain intra-left coalitional fight about defining the future of liberalism in the Democratic Party. I mean, if this fight's going on and this is part of a movement, there's a lot of money behind it. I can't remember the organization, you probably know, just dropped $120 million citing the abundance movement. There's a lot of money behind this. What is the, I know that there are granular problems in each of these different cities, but do you think if there is a villain, and I imagine that there's, a good movement always needs a villain. What is the villain? Is it just we have overly restrictive zoning, and
I think you and I probably actually disagree that good movements are built on clear villains. But let me try to give you a good answer to this question.
I mean, Ezra has already identified what his villain is. It's regulations. He said it. I know Sam's trying to be generous here, but he's already basically laid that out. He thinks the villain is regulations.
We didn't think the intra-left argument was with you. Just to be really blunt about it, I thought the neo-Brandeisians, etc.
Okay. I don't know if I'm necessarily a neo-Brandeisian, but okay.
You may not be, but they've been very critical of it. We thought the intra-left argument had to do much more with a debate that is very live. Again, it's a sort of New Deal, New Left divide to us between, is the right future organizing government to organize the resources of society to create this kind of plentitude of housing, of energy, of infrastructure, these things that we want, of innovation, which is a big part of the book? Or is it more of a small is beautiful future? Is it more degrowth inflected? Is it more that we actually build too much already? Is it that there isn't enough meaning in things? In a weird way, Donald Trump has begun to really embody this other side when he comes out and he says, maybe the kids have too many dolls, right? You got 30 dolls, maybe you only need 2. You got 30 pencils, maybe you only need 5. So our view was not that the...
I see people. Are people actually confused about what neo-Brandeisian means? It refers to a former Supreme Court justice. What's his name? Louis Brandeis. He was very much like an antitrust, sort of focused on like monopoly type. There's a bunch to it. I'm not gonna get into it right now.
Comes out and he says, and maybe the kids have too many dolls, right? You got 30 dolls, maybe you only need 2. You got 30 pencils, maybe you only need 5. So our view was not that the sort of fight that was live here was with people who worry about corporate power. It's that if you come from the places I come from, or frankly that you live in now and I live in now, you see a lot of Democrats who show up at the planning meeting and don't want any affordable housing because they don't want it to change their housing values. Yeah, you see a lot of people using all sorts of tools of delay in all sorts of directions to stop things from happening. And to us, like, I think one of the really profound fights is, do you think delay as a omnipresent tool of governance is a virtue, or do you think speed is more of a virtue? And if you think speed is a virtue, as I do, I think we should deliver government services much faster. Then what sort of moves are you willing to make that true?
I'm confused. What? You were surprised that your fight your fight was with the Neo-Brandeisians. Who did you think? Did you think the fight was like you talk?
Like there's a big schism in the environmental movement and the environmental community between the side that thinks we need to build our way towards decarbonization and the side that is much more about worrying that when we build things, we're going to change environments. We're using things like the California Environmental Quality Act or the National Environmental Policy Act to stop things that might.
What would their movement? I'm trying to figure out who you're talking about. The degrowthers?
If you follow,
we've talked about degrowth in the past, and it's not what Ezra's saying. Degrowth does not say that we can't build things. It's a shift in economic focus, right? From increasing, because as the market currently stands, as the global economic system is built around constant growth. GDP, if it goes down a fraction, everybody loses their freaking minds and they light their hair on fire, right? But if GDP goes up or down, it doesn't actually do that much to regular people, right? And we don't have to grow. We don't have to constantly grow to achieve things. It doesn't mean degrowthers aren't anti-building. We can build stuff. That's not the problem. It's just that the building isn't the only solution. Growing isn't the only solution. We can shift the focus of our economy to smarter, more human-centric, to a more human-centric model.
Figure out who you're talking about. The degrowthers?
If you follow or report on any part of the decarbonization fight, you will find that the entire architecture of environmental policy we have is being mobilized against it in order to sue it out of existence, sometimes by moneyed interests. But there was a point in time when, like, a chapter of the Sunrise Movement, I think it was in Mass, signed on to a solar moratorium. There is a lot of conflict among people who see themselves as liberals committed to these goals, etc., on whether building is good or bad. I think that if you're looking very skeptically, but what do you think NIMBYs are?
Well, I think NIMBYs, for the most part, are wealthy people.
Great. That's a big part of the fight we thought we were about to have.
I mean, the Kennedys, stop the windmills.
So now you're making my argument for me. Come on, do it. Give it to me here.
No. But when I look at the common strain through those people and their ability to actually impact policy, I see money.
Okay, but so you look at one strain, and I probably have a broader set. So let me give you one
broader than that?
Let me give you one where we will disagree.
Wait, what is broader than that? Because
it's not just the Kennedys. It's not just the people you're comfortable with.
I know it's not just the Kennedys, but I'm talking wherever those NIMBYs succeed, I am willing to bet that the relationship between how much money they have and the YIMBYs have, the NIMBYs far more often than not will have more money. I mean, this is
absolutely. It's just a fact.
I know you know the research on this. Like when these are contested, there's no doubt in my mind that we have regulations or that, but it's to protect people's assets and.
Yeah, because NIMBYs aren't freaking renters, right? NIMBYs have backyards, hence the BY of NIMBY, right? And if you got a backyard, you probably have more money than somebody sitting in an apartment somewhere. Oh, shit. Series getting in the super chat that got us the confetti. Thank you, Series. Hold on. Great job, everyone. That was pretty quick. You're not gonna lie. An hour. 1 hour, and we already completed the goal. Great job. Here's a little extra confetti for all of you. I also see people complaining about lack of emotional support characters. I will get right on that. Okay. Thank you, everyone, for contributing. Making sure we get all the goddamn content tonight, and boy, oh boy, do we have a lot. Especially considering we're watching this entire debate before we get on to the rest of it. And we got another 105 videos to get through here tonight. I already mentioned what many of those may contain, but boy, oh boy. I'm just really wanted to make sure we covered this, because I felt this is an important discussion. Even if it's incredibly fucking granular.
It's to protect people's assets and people who have assets versus people who don't have assets. And so like that is I don't know how you generalize it more than that.
So I think on the NIMBY side, we largely agree, right? And so when I say that we thought there were different obvious sources of opposition, that was a big one. And again, as you know, there's a whole section of the book about how destructive it has been to turn housing into the central asset class and wealth engine for the middle to upper middle class, right? It's not true for the very wealthy, but that's a thing people know. But here's a place where we play this.
But
in California, where I'm more familiar with the politics, the California Environmental Quality Act, which I think most people agree has overgrown its initial design and is being used to do things like try to stop UC.
Do you have a poll
Berkeley
for that?
From expanding dormitoriums.
Do you have a poll for
because more students are
I love how Ezra invoked most people suddenly. He's like, oh, like most. Like, I would love to see the poll on that. Everyone in the majority of people in California think it's gone too far, huh? Hey. Oh shit, Joshua Keller coming in with another super chat. Is? I assume that means it is. I am already well familiar with neoliberalism. Yes, many of us are quite too familiar with the neolibs.
Mental nuisance.
Endless source of frustration.
One thing that really defends it is that there's a coalition of unions that use CEQA to sue development in order to get unrelated labor standards concessions. And to me, that is a misuse of power. I am pro stronger labor standards. I am not pro radically expanding how much you can delay every single project in order to get concessions that were not in the initial architecture or vision of that bill. So yes, there is power. The NIMBYs are power, and the NIMBYs are related to money, but power is also misused by groups I feel more allied with. And that's one utility of focusing on blue states for me.
We had a union problem in the context of Medicare for all in that fight. Yep. I mean, there's I think you can find that all across a ton of different issues, and you'll have unions on different sides of the same issue because they're
carpenters and builder trades are very different in California.
But I think we both agree that the net
they do work together though
of a strong union movement is is a positive. And actually, like a lot of problems we have in terms of across the board are a function of the deunionization of the country. So there's no doubt, like we can find specific instances, and I sort of feel like that's, I think, you know, part of what I have as a critique of the book. There are particular instances, but broadly speaking, when we're talking about coalitional politics, which is definitionally democratic politics, to move forward and to have power and to actually get things done, it seems to me you can't do it by diminishing the coalition.
So there we genuinely disagree.
Yes.
Like that is truly, like I always want to be very honest about points of disagreement. There are places where I think we are actually aligned, and here I think Democrats have become way over coalitional, and I think it is a huge problem that we are not delivering.
Which parts of the coalition do you think should be jettisoned?
I don't ever talk about in terms of jettisoning, because I don't think that's how coalitions work. I think they just change issue to issue, but I do not think we should have such a level of proceduralism that forces this many giveaways to this many interests in every process. And again, to use an example where I think we would probably
can
be more
you be specific about the interests? Are there interests that go across the board? I mean, that's what I keep trying to get at. Is that like everything is specific?
You keep trying. I think my virtue is specificity, and your critique of me is I'm overly specific. Mine of you is you're overly general.
I'm saying like you're specific about the granular instances, but you say we need to have less interests. And I want to know who those interests are that we need to have less of.
I want to have...
No.
Let me go back to the Medicare example.
Oh my God.
You brought that up, and I think it's a good one.
Ezra just refuses to answer this question. Who does Ezra think we need like what specifically, what group of people? Right? Because he said coalition. He used the word coalition, which is a group of people working together, right? Specifically in this case, as he mentioned before, Democrats. Who? He's just like, actually, let me talk about something. Let me talk about Medicare.
We passed Medicare, sent out those cards in a year. When the Biden administration did two things I think we both probably liked, which is prescription drug negotiations and limiting out-of-pocket lifetime caps, or having lifetime caps for out-of-pocket costs. It took them 3 to 4 years to move it through a regulatory process that we have expanded with things like notice and comment periods and more opportunities for judicial review that can be utilized by, in this case, pharmaceutical companies, but others as well, to kind of slow everything down and force a lot of concession. I want to break that process and make it much more under agency discretion, what they do, and make it harder to challenge. In that case, that's going to hurt pharmaceutical companies, right? So I think that you and I would like it.
The pharmaceutical company coalition.
Case, I want to make...
Just so that we're clear with what just happened. Sam said, what part of the coalition, who is it that we need to lose in the coalition? And Ezra cites pharmaceutical companies. I mean, of course, this has nothing to do with what he's actually talking about, because I'm not sure. I unfortunately did not read Ezra's book, so I can't say for sure. But I don't recall that being a big topic of discussion when we listened to that other guy, Zach, on Zateo. They were talking about housing. They were talking about green building, right, and all this other stuff. And that's like he just completely switched topics, and he's like, it's the pharmaceutical companies. But in his own example, he's talking about moneyed interests once again, even though he keeps saying it's actually not the money. But maybe
housing construction much closer to by right? I want you to have the right to build the housing you want to build, assuming it conforms to basic standards. This is what we've done in California for ADUs. It worked really, really well. A lot of people will be mad about that. NIMBYs, certain unions, etc. I would like to make it easier to build modular housing. Again, different people will be mad at that. I don't have one answer for you on who I'm trying to screw over. I'm not trying to screw anybody over. What I'm trying to do is focus liberal governance on the outcomes it is promising people and get people to confront why we are failing to deliver them. If you end up with a different answer than me, that's great. But that should be a very granular confrontation with why high-speed rail didn't happen, why the Second Avenue subway is so fucking expensive, why we're not building enough housing. I don't believe you can do this in generalities in the way that I think a lot of people want to. I think that it requires a lot of confrontation with the individual failures we see, and then trying to figure out, okay, do things rhyme across these failures? Is there a level of government that should have the authority that currently does it? That kind of thing.
All right, I've held you really
Jesus
long,
Christ.
so I want to, but let me just, So what is then the political, like, what do we organize around as a political movement? If it is in these various instances, people are going to get situationally marginalized in the process, right? I mean, or however gently you want to say. Your interests here, we're going to ignore in these specific cases. What is the political message that's going to resonate and get these different factions of the Democratic Party on board with this as a broad message?
I think every national politician who succeeds tends to be reformist and highly critical of the era of their party that came right before them. Bill Clinton was very critical of the Democratic Party preceding him, sort of New Democrat, etc. Barack Obama was extremely critical of both the way money acted in politics prior to him. You might disagree about his actual administration, and then the Iraq War.
I mean,
Donald Trump was extremely critical.
Yeah, Obama was critical during the campaign where he took in a bunch of money, if I recall correctly, from people like JP Morgan Chase and all sorts of other big moneyed interests, came into power and then did very little about it. I mean, okay, Ezra, that's your example. Obama was critical of it one time.
Disagree about his actual administration, and then the Iraq War. Donald Trump was extremely critical of the pre-Donald Trump Republican Party. I think being honest with people that you have noticed the same failures on your side that they have is a very potent politics. Now, I am not a politician. I don't have to win elections. I have a freedom to say things that I think are true, that maybe Pete Buttigieg and Wes Moore and Gretchen Whitmer and whoever don't. So I don't necessarily come here telling you I know how to win elections. I don't think you should believe me or really anybody else who doesn't routinely win elections if they tell you that. But the idea that pointing out, yeah, we fucked up. Yeah, things are moving too slow. Yeah, you don't feel the government is spending your money well. I thought it was incredibly telling that when the New York Times polled this just a couple weeks ago, what you found when you polled people, like, is government inefficient? +18. Is Doge a good idea? +6. Is Doge doing a good job? Minus some significant number. Is Elon Musk doing a good job? Like -18 or 20. People believe,
well, first of all,
often correctly,
some of the things that I say will be incorrect.
Government doesn't deliver for them, that it's not spending their money well, that they're not getting what they want out of it. And I think going to them in the first order and saying, yeah, I am going to be relentlessly focused on making sure the roads I promised to fix for you actually get fucking fixed this time. We are actually going to build. We learned something about California high-speed rail, and the next time we do one of these big projects, here's what we learned, and here's how we are going to make it work. Look, I could be wrong. I think it's a potent politics.
Which of the three Democratic presidencies that we've lived under would you rate the highest in terms of your policy set, in terms of accomplishing it?
Obama, but there's things you need to learn from that one too.
And that's a function of the ACA?
A function of the ACA, I mean, I think they got a lot done that was very valuable, but I will always say that part of my thinking goes back to that era, because you go back to the 2009 stimulus bill, and what does it promise? Whether it's big headline projects that are going to be the reinvestment side, it's high-speed rail, it's a national set of interoperable health records, and it's a national smart grid, and we are 0 for 3.
I would also argue they screwed up on the housing crisis immensely. And under Obama, we lost, 1,000 statewide Democrats, which is why I think we had such a poor bench over in the following 10 years. Some comptroller loses their job because of the wave. I'm not convinced that we didn't get Trump as a function of Obama.
Mm-hmm.
I think a full debate between us on Obama should wait for another day. That would
be a different day. But Ezra, I really appreciate you taking the time. And we will link to Abundance and, of course, your podcast, huge podcast, and the new.
I feel like Sam. I mean, I know he's being. What's the word? I know he's being like accommodating. He's the host and everything, but I mean, Ezra's already done enough plugs. He's mentioned his book like 17 times, and a bunch of other things he's involved in. But yeah, Sam's a nice guy.
Aren't I a good guy?
New York Times is also a well-known newspaper.
I've heard of it. Yeah, a strong Northeast regional. Thank you, Sam. I enjoyed it.
All right, thanks, Ezra. All right, folks, we got to take a quick break. Head into the fun half of the program, wherein we will have fun.
Huh?
What's that? A what now?
I didn't feel like we could have done that for a.
And Sam gets cut off by Russ. Hilarious. Okay, we got through the whole Sam Seder Ezra Klein debate. Actually, I forget. I think he talks a little bit more about this. Hold on.
It's your support that keeps this show going. You can become a member at jointhemajority.report.com. When you do, you not only get the free show, free of commercials, you also get the fun half. You get to I am the show.
This is the part that Russ thought we were just saying for ourselves when he got to break 2 seconds ago.
I always go to break during
Like
this part.
what?
This is never on the show.
I was just saying, there was a lot of reviews. Apparently, when did I get cut off?
Russ went to, instead of the one shot, he just went to break.
There was like a 10-second pause where you weren't talking, so I thought, okay, maybe.
That never
Get
happened.
with the program. People should be listening to this show on 1.5 times speed. That is that is the bar to entry for this program.
That is what I listen to.
Actually, I can't remember. Does he
Also,
talk
don't forget justcoffee.coop.
I just remembered. I think it's in the second half. I think it was in the fun half. I'm not gonna go to that link. I think we got the gist of Ezra Klein's horrifying book and Sam's objections to some of it. I feel like this is a good spot for us to just take a break, and we'll just come back right after that. Actually, you know what? Let's do one more story before we go to break. Let's go to, since we're in New York, let's go to CBS New York from a day ago. Horrifying poll numbers right now in the New York mayoral race right now. Let's go here.
With 6 weeks to go before the Democratic mayoral primary, former Governor Andrew Cuomo is still leading the pack by double digits. A new Marist poll has Cuomo at 37. Queens Assemblyman Zoran Mamdani is at 18, and 7 others in single digits. Political reporter Marcia Kramer says that Mamdani is aggressively trying to close the gap.
A warm embrace and a slap on the shoulder. Zoran Mamdani hoping an endorsement from former Bronx Westchester Congressman Jamal Bowman will help jumpstart his mayoral campaign and move him up from a distant second to challenge poll-leading Andrew Cuomo.
Our path, with only about 40 or so days until the election, it is a path.
I gotta say, New York, what the fuck?
Come on!
What are we doing here? 38% for goddamn Andrew Cuomo? What in the hell are we doing right now, people?
With only about 40 or so days until the election.
His family's name is all over the place in New York, but come on.
Mamdani praising fellow socialist Bowman, who, though he lost his seat to George Latimer by a large margin, is someone
who won this very area with more than 80%. This is a leader of this community.
But a new Marist poll shows Mamdani may have his work cut out for him. 50% of Bronx voters support Cuomo. Council Speaker Adrian Adams gets 10, Mamdani gets 8. In Queens, it's Cuomo 48, Mamdani 15, Adrian Adams 9. In Staten Island, Cuomo 48, Mamdani 11, Scott Stringer 10. Manhattan, Cuomo 32, Mamdani 21, Brad Lander 10. And in Brooklyn, it's the closest. Cuomo 25, Mamdani 25, Lander 12. We generally don't comment on polls, said a Cuomo spokesman, but this shows what we all know. The city is in crisis, and New Yorkers believe Andrew Cuomo is the candidate with the experience and the record of results needed to get it back on the right track. Many candidates like Brad Lander are hoping to sway voters with ads.
When it comes to safety, Brad Lander is the choice for mayor. He'll end street homelessness for the mentally ill.
Is there a way for Mamdani to beat Cuomo?
No, there's no way for that to happen. These polls are clear.
Oh, there's no way.
Mamdani has to answer the question. Assemblyman Mamdani has to answer the question. Do you have the experience to be mayor? I think it's such a large stretch for Assemblyman Mamdani to make the argument that he's better prepared.
Good old CBS New York, bringing someone in who immediately starts kissing the feet of Andrew Cuomo. There is absolutely no way for Zoran Mamdani to win. Come on.
Come on!
There is a way. It's called shift. A shift in what's going on. Joshua Keller with a super chat. Speaking of mayoral races, Omaha, Nebraska elected their first black mayor. I think I heard about that. We don't have that story for you, but I think I heard about that earlier this week.
The former governor of New York.
But yet Mamdani thinks he can close this gap. Why?
Well, you know, he told me that he has 20,000 volunteers who are ready to get this knock on 1 million doors. Now, traditionally, Democrats don't like to vote in primaries. There's low turnout. So if he actually gets these people to the polls, it could really make a difference.
Well, wait.
Oh, so there is a way. They go immediately to contradicting their own. Okay, hey, yeah, no, exactly. Just gotta knock on 1 million doors. That'll get it done, I think. And I mean, it would honestly be a really unfortunate situation if Andrew Cuomo were to replace Eric. I mean, sure, I want Eric Adams out immediately.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Don't get me wrong on that. But that's almost a given right now. But the fact is that, you know, Andrew Cuomo's, I don't see him as being that much better than Eric. I mean, he's maybe a little bit on policy, slightly better, but he's got other problems. He's got a bunch of other goddamn problems. Yeah. Okay, we are going to now take a quick break. We'll be back with the content after these brief space messages. Well, I hope everybody's been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. While you're at it, do also consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by viewers such as yourself. So many great ways, of course, for you to show your support. YouTube with the super chats and the super stickers, also the memberships. We gotta keep getting more members if we want more emotes. Right now we got 18 emotes, but we could get to 19. You know, I think we can do it. I believe in us. We continue to grow over here. Of course, we also have Twitch, bits, subs, on-screen celebrations, Cash App, and PayPal. If you prefer none of your money go to funding Jeffy Bezos's Blue Origin space flights, and instead would rather every single penny that you donate go directly to producing this stream. But of course, the very best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars is to go onto Patreon and become a Galactic Patron. Only $3 a month get you access to a bunch of sweet, sweet space bennies unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. Get yourself an avatar on the stream like you see all around me here in the pool. Shoutouts and much, much more. So you make your decision how you would like to show your support. And I get it, times are tough. Liking and subscribing is good enough. It's the bare minimum, really. It's so easy. All you have to do is click. It costs you nothing. Anyway, chat, that's enough messages for me. Enjoy this short break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. everybody knows what that sound means. It does in fact mean it's time for us to get back to the show. But before we do that, I just want to say thanks to Columbia Rican, New York, for a sweet, sweet super chat. Galactic Beats, Wepa. Alright, everybody get back to your seats. The show is about to begin once again. All right, we are back. We got a hell of a lot to cover today. We've got through the first big hurdle, he almost called him Ethan Klein, the Ezra Klein, Sam Seder debate / discussion. Now let's get into the rest of this stream here. Weepa is kind of like saying, let's go in Puerto Rican slang. Okay, I like that. Appreciate the explanation. I thought there was something like that. I just couldn't remember what it was. Okay. Okay. Now, I don't know if this is going to cause me problems. I'm really hoping it's not going to. Fingers crossed, everyone. Let's go to one Hasan Piker, who went on to The Daily Show. What are those things? I don't know what is that?
A what now?
The Daily Show, and it was Hasan Piker? I don't know what those are. Let's find out. Oh shit, I'm muted. God damn it. This is what I got for doing.
Dude, I crack way more jokes on that one. I mean, this is a very, we talked for like an hour, I would say, but of course it's supposed to be bite-sized.
The Sam Parker
for the TV. You know, they put your bangers in there though. No, I had some other bangers too. I was ripping into Jordan. Was Clipper as chill to hang as he seems he'd be? Yeah, he was a chill hang. Speaking of positive coverage, let's get to Hasan Piker, progressive king at Twitch, invites Jordan Klepper into the manosphere. Now, the original title for this video was Hasan Piker, liberal king of Twitch, to which I responded with, liberal? How rude. And they changed it to progressive since then. They called me the liberal king.
It's incredibly offensive.
How rude, how rude, how rude.
Oh, somebody just 62 likes. Well, before we get to Mr. Parker here, that's a RM Brown joke. I don't know if everybody gets that one. There we go. Yes. No, don't yawn. We're way too early for me to be yawning. Yeah. Okay. Back to Mr. Piker. Hasanabi.
Is there a longer version? 5 minutes seems a bit short. I think there is a longer. This hasn't been televised yet, so this is like a sneak preview. And I don't know if the televised version is going to be going to feature me for a longer time. But this is just the brief version. Maybe it was televised yesterday. Oh, it was on TV. Okay, well, anyway, let's watch.
Common knowledge that the podcast world is full of MAGA right-wingers, but the left has some big players, too. I spoke to one of their biggest. After 10 years of covering the Trump campaign, I thought nothing could shock me anymore. But somehow in 2024, young voters, and most especially young men, went hard for a 78-year-old who uses pancake makeup.
The bro vote, especially on college campuses, broke heavily for Trump
by engaging with right-wing influencers in what's called the manosphere. It's a collection of online content and social media promoting bro culture, and it's a space that the left seems to ignore. But someone saw this as a mistake. Were you surprised that so many young people showed up and voted for Donald Trump?
No.
Is that a one-piece hat?
This is Hasan Piker. He's a progressive who...
I love how during this Hasan just leaves the desk and starts playing with his dog. I think that's a one-piece hat back here. Hasan's room is just filled with merch.
Has intellectual sit-downs with Bernie and AOC.
This scum rat.
He still manages to post thirst trap workout videos to his 2.8 million followers on the platform Twitch. This combo has liberal media asking if he is the magical connection to young male voters. This is where you twitch from.
Yeah.
What is a Twitch?
It's basically like YouTube, but you're live streaming.
It's a podcast for people who are like, I wish this podcast...
What is a Twitch?
A what now?
...were longer.
Yeah.
Yet his lefty bona fides might have made him a target...
Oh, yes. Sorry, I just wanted to respond to this. Yes, I did cover this. We covered it on Tuesday, though, I think. But yeah, that was pretty despicable. The way that MSNBC went after this guy. A guy who literally just got done winning a Pulitzer Prize.
Longer.
Yeah.
Yet his lefty bona fides might have made him a target for Donald Trump's Homeland Security, which recently detained Piker at the airport. How do you see the left communicating with, like, young men in this time of the manosphere?
The left could, I don't know, talk to dudes without vilifying them. There's a lot of anger, resentment, not having any hope for a future, never being able to retire, never being able to own a home. All of those things are very much at the core identity for the next generation.
But is there room for the Democrats to create a left-wing manosphere to talk about the social safety net and protein powder?
Absolutely. I think that there is a space for it, but I don't think the left fills that void at all at this moment. I try to do so, but even I sometimes get hit with the "this is body."
Like wait, now I have to worry about a new fascism? I'm just getting used to the old. What does even the term body mean? What would you...
I don't fully understand it. I think it's like a lot of leftists hate other leftists.
It's the new
sort
fascism.
Of consideration about the aesthetics of how you look is actually another way to, I guess, reinforce an unjustifiable hierarchy.
To be fair, that's why I don't work out.
Yeah.
Because I'm anti-body, so people are like, "Oh, are you lazy?" I'm like, "No, I'm a socialist with my body."
Yeah. Come on. No, respect.
Yeah. And it's not young men just being drawn to the right. Some technology is giving them a push. A recent study created generic TikTok accounts for imaginary 16 to 18-year-old boys to see how the algorithm...
What's up with this guy's gloves? I mean, why does he need black? Why does he need to wear black? It looks, you know, this guy's wearing just a polo shirt. I feel like it seems like it's probably a reasonable temperature. This guy's wearing an overcoat and freaking driving gloves.
Don't be creepy.
I'm a socialist with my body.
Yeah, no, respect.
Yeah. And it's not young men just being drawn to the right. Some technology is giving them a push. A recent study created generic TikTok accounts for imaginary 16 to 18-year-old boys to see how the algorithm acted. And within 23 minutes, they were fed masculine, anti-feminist, extremist content.
Life for a man is harder than life for a woman.
The hotter a woman is, the more insecure she is about her looks.
Your body, my choice.
So I was excited to dip my toe into this cesspool. So I set up this account as a 16-year-old, pretending.
That's what the file hunters do as well.
I'm not into stuff we see here. So this is what my algorithm is essentially feeling me. First up, some content from Charlie Kirk. Kirk is a right-wing influencer known for trolling liberals on college campuses.
You said male baristas aren't masculine. I think you and I can both agree that male baristas are not exactly usually high on the testosterone. They are, just for the show.
Wait, pause for a second. But he's a podcaster.
He's a podcaster.
We are doing something very, very not like Alpha Dog. They mistake being confident for what it means to be masculine.
Okay, moving on.
Trevonta Davis, he's sick. Okay, I'm seeing your algorithm. May I gently bury my face in those milkers?
This dog, see, there's just
Burgles, thank you for the 50 bones, goddamn.
so much going on here. Does this dog want to a woman? Is that what's happening here?
I don't know what's going on.
Who am I? And I don't know.
Who are you, Jordan?
This TikTok makes me very existential. I'm gonna like it. I'm gonna smash that hard.
What are these trucks? What is going on?
I like this one though. This is interesting. Me, cheat. The only thing I do behind your back is look at your ass. See, this is actually kind of sweet.
But it's like, why is it always trucks?
You get dogs that objectify women and also trucks that objectify women.
Yeah.
Are you a sea lion? Because I would like to see you lying in my bed, sweetie. These dogs.
No, this is, I'm telling you, this is for, how old are you?
I'm 46.
Yeah, this is literally the TikTok algorithm. I think at some point identified you as a 46-year-old
there, Jordan.
But you can tell that because it's a dog that wants to me.
This is like even the first dog one.
It knows who it found me that.
Now you understand how people find themselves captivated by right-wing politics.
Oh my God, yeah. I was like,
a lot of people are like emotionally and mentally stunted adults.
Yes.
Running around, and that's why they.
Hasan looks pleased with himself, and if I were Hasan, I would be pleased with myself too, for multiple reasons. I mean, he's been doing so great, but him going on Daily Show, I think this is. I mean, I know it does not. This is not like. I don't know. This isn't the biggest thing ever, but it's kind of groundbreaking in a way. I think it's, it's kind of great, honestly, that the Daily Show decided to do this, and B, the people are going to see it, right? And they might be introduced to some more leftist ideas, So I do feel like the Daily Show often is a little bit more to the center than Hasan. Hopefully, some sort of what do you call it? Some people sort of find their way onto Hasan's Twitch.
I think Andrew Tate's awesome. I think we're arriving at how that happened.
In the end, young people just want influencers who connect, address their concerns, and social media that doesn't break their brains. I want to keep scrolling through to see if there's any more dogs I want to pet. Dogs I want to pet.
Yeah.
Thank you, Sean Piker. And for more about the rise of young Trump fans, check out my new special, MAGA, The Next Generation, airing next.
Dude, I crack way more jokes on that one. Damn. I mean, this is a very we talked for like an hour, I would say, but of course it's supposed to be bite-sized for the TV.
It was an hour long that they talked. They should just release that shit. I'm sure the Daily Show would get a ton of views if they just released the whole conversation. Whatever.
They put your bangers in there though. No, I had some other bangers too. I was ripping into Jordan. Was Clipper as chill to hang as he seems he'd be? Yeah, he was a chill hang. Bro, didn't know you got some funny in you. Disclosure, not pay chatter. Okay, dude. I feel like seeing that angle of the desk is forbidden knowledge. Yeah. It is. It doesn't look that good because it's not.
Seeing the desk from the other side is forbidden knowledge.
Everything that you see is the set, basically. And everything you don't see, I don't really care to, like, create a visual space. Like, I don't care about I don't care about the aesthetics of what it looks like off camera, You lied to us and made us think the room was much bigger. It is pretty big. I know your haters are.
All right, there we go. I just figured we'd throw that in there after all that. That Ezra Klein, Sam Seder debating is, pretty big in the leftist online space as well. It's gonna be it for the Daily Show clips, though. I'm always getting in trouble whenever I watch Daily Show. They are such copyright hounds. They come after me every time we watch one. And they don't let you, like, mute it. They just force you to cut the whole thing out. Which, by the way, whenever I have to cut out a clip from the stream, it deletes all of the chat. It deletes all of the live chat. And I think YouTube should fix that. They should find a way to fix that. I don't know. It doesn't seem like it'd be that hard. You know? You should be able to clip, like cut out a piece of the stream and still have live chat in here. It's very rude.
How rude.
Okay, let's get to some less fun things, I'm afraid. Let's go talk about healthcare in America. Got a bunch of stuff here to talk about. Oh shit, I just realized I have some of these in the wrong order. Sorry, chat. Please hold. Okay, I'm back. I'm back. Sorry for the delay. To healthcare talk. Healthcare talking. CBS News from yesterday. Let's watch RFK Jr. as he has a tense moment over David Geyer. David Geyer is RFK's, I don't think it's nominee. I think he just, as HHS director, I think, or secretary, I think he just put him in the CDC. I think he's the new director of the CDC. I could be wrong. I know that he's not the director of CDC. Sorry, that's Dr. Oz. I think, but he put him in place. No, right. I'm sorry. I remember now. David Geyer.
Chair and
RFK put David Geyer in charge of autism. I don't think it's awareness. I can't remember exactly, but it's he has some oversight on dealing with autism. I don't know. I can't remember exactly what his title is, but as you'll see here, he seems to have little to no, in fact, I would say negative credibility on autism. And I don't mean RFK. I mean, I do mean RFK, but I'm talking about David Geyer.
Next, Senator Hasan. Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair, and Secretary Kennedy, thank you for being here. I'd like to start by talking about the current measles outbreak, which I know is a...
People are upset that we went from fun to RFK. Look, people, chat. I did it on purpose. I thought it was being nice by putting something fun in betwixt Andrew Cuomo currently leading in the mayoral race in RFK to kind of palate cleanse us, to give us a little bit of respite amidst all of this horrible. I'm sorry if I'm upset or hurt you, disappointed you by forcing you to watch this, but this, believe me, this is important.
Concern for all of us here today. 2 children in Texas have tragically died from measles this year, the first children to die from measles in our country in more than 20 years. Measles is almost completely preventable with the measles vaccine. As you know, it's critical that families hear directly and clearly from healthcare leaders about how they can best protect their children. So, Mr. Secretary, I'd like to give you an opportunity to say clearly here today to any parents who are watching that the best way to protect their children from measles is to vaccinate them.
Yeah, I've said that the best way to stop the spread of measles is through vaccination. But I would say this. We have handled this measles outbreak. We get a measles outbreak every year. We've handled this measles outbreak better than any other nation.
What I was interested in, you can say what I asked you to do was to say straight to the camera, as you did on social media, that it is your position that the best way for parents to prevent their kids from getting measles is to vaccinate them. And that is your statement today.
I said that too.
Right? All right. Well, that is great. Thank you. Now, you lead the nation's health department, so let me ask you a couple of questions. Do you think HHS should employ anyone who has endangered the health of children?
No.
You hired David Geyer to...
I gotta say, I know Maggie moves directly on basically after that answer, but I don't think I can. Because, I mean, I know she's about to talk about this, the fact that she's about to talk about someone else, but RFK's answer basically disqualifies himself by his own measure. She asked him if they've ever endangered the lives of children, and
you hired a couple of questions. Do you think HHS should employ anyone who has endangered the health of children?
No.
I think that, yeah, that's very disqualifying of RFK. Not the answer itself, but he's basically admitting that he himself should not be at HHS, because he, in fact, has endangered the lives of many children. I don't know the exact number of children who died in Samoa due to Senator Kennedy, or not Senator, oh my God, there's too many Kennedys. We just need to get rid of all the Kennedys at this point. Look it up. Look up how many people died in Samoa from RFK's garbage, and plenty of children were affected by his disgusting conspiracy theory pushing in that territory.
You hired David Geyer to lead autism research at HHS, an individual who fraudulently posed as a doctor and gave dangerous medications and medical tests to children with autism. According to the state of Maryland's investigation, David Geyer, who has no medical license or training, gave hormone blocker injections to children with autism who were as young as 8 years old, which the Maryland Board of Medicine said poses a substantial risk of harm. Secretary Kennedy, yes or no, will you fire David Geyer?
First of all, what you're saying is not true.
Oh.
We did not hire David Geyer to manage autism research at HHS.
So what is his job? What is his job then?
You just said some very defamatory
No,
things about
defamatory.
Who, by the way,
so let me just be clear for the record.
Those charges, Senator, I am going to correct the record.
Oh my God!
Let me
you have defamed.
He's trying to shout. I love this. I can't actually shout, but I'm gonna get really even redder than I already am, and point very angrily at you. You've defamed the great David Geyer. You defamed him.
Let me tell you what the record says.
It's
And I will
libelous.
hear from you. Last week, when Mr. O'Neill was here in his confirmation hearing, I submitted for the record the charge that the state of Maryland laid out. Now, if you'd like also for me to submit to the record with unanimous consent today, the findings of the state of Maryland, which fined him $10,000 for practicing medicine without a license. He does not have a medical license, and for providing and instructing and giving children hormone blockers. That is what the finding of the Maryland Department, the state of Maryland, its medical licensing board was. And I'll submit that for the record. I hope.
Yep. So, shock of all shocks, a non-doctor, RFK Jr., has put another non-doctor in charge of autism research at the CDC. Of course, but that's what we get now at the HHS and all of the subsequent under agencies like the CDC, as well as the Surgeon General, right? RFK suggested to Donald Trump, what's that woman's name? Jeanette? I can't remember her name, but he basically he's just putting non-doctors in charge of all of our medical shit. It is horrifying. It is fucking horrifying, dude. It is gross. But you know what? We got more from RFK. Unfortunately, I'm sorry, but we do. Let's go here. CBS News from yesterday. RFK Jr. once again in the
Health Secretary Robert F. Kennedy also testifying before Congress today about budget proposals. Things got heated when protesters interrupted his testimony before the Senate Health Committee. Take a look.
This is not part of what we want.
The budget I'm
this is
presenting
not the
today
part.
supports these goals.
I'm sorry. This is not the part I wanted. I'm sorry. We're going to get to that in a second. I just want this part of it. Where is it here? I think it's right here. I just found this statement to be fascinating. And once again, very disqualifying of RFK for different reasons.
Services. And yes, on its face,
oh,
the
wait.
hearings
God
are...
damn it. It's not it. You bastards. Here?
Hearing.
If you had a child today, would you vaccinate that child for measles?
For measles, probably for measles. You know, what I would say is my opinions about vaccines are irrelevant. I have directed Jay Bhattacharya.
Sure, no,
my views as Secretary of Health and Human Services in the United States of America, my opinion on vaccines shouldn't matter.
Give me a joke.
That is a ridiculous sentence.
You know, what I would say is my opinions about vaccines are irrelevant.
No, that's the odd. No, of course they are. Of course they're relevant. Of course they're relevant. My opinions on vaccines are irrelevant because I'm a goddamn spacecaster, okay? You are supposed to be in charge of the nation's health. RFK's opinions right now on vaccines are perhaps the most relevant in the entire country. And it is insane to suggest anything else. But of course, RFK is not a very sane human being.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
You know, what I would say is my opinions about vaccines are irrelevant. I have directed Jay Bhattacharya.
Sure, no, I don't want to...
so that everybody can make that.
The side eye from this guy was amazing.
Directed Jay Bhattacharya.
Sure, no, like I said, I don't want to...
So that everybody can make that decision. But I don't want to seem like I'm being evasive.
Yeah. It does seem like you're being evasive.
I don't think people should be taking medical advice from me.
I don't think anybody... I mean, I agree with that statement. I agree with that statement from RFK. But this is why he should not be in this job. He has no valid medical opinions. He is not a doctor. He has no formal medical training. He's not a researcher or a science. He has a law degree, and that's it. And then, since he's a super rich, he doesn't have to he's never really had to go around practicing too much law, since his family's so wealthy. And, he's just gotten to, just hang around and come up with wild conspiracy theories and whatever else around all of these things, that he now has oversight over. It's horrifying. It's a horrifying statement. I still can't believe this guy got approved in the Senate. Republicans have zero scruples, beyond credibility, the zero backbone. They knew, all those Republicans knew he was a terrible choice. Guy has no... Like he said, nobody should be taking any health advice from him. All right, let's talk about some of the cuts that have been going on at HHS. Andy Kim asked a few questions about about RFK's tenure here.
Senator Kim
of HHS.
Chairman, Secretary, I wanted to just relay. I had a town hall. I had a fire captain show up to this town hall. Somebody who worked at Ground Zero, and he is somebody who said he was diagnosed with cancer. He said he's on borrowed time, and he was livid, absolutely livid about what he said, the administration gutting the World Trade Center health program. And we've talked through some of these cuts that have happened before, some staff cuts, some maybe brought back on, the administrator cut. I just need to hear from you. I promise, as Fire Captain, I'd ask you about this. What in the world happened? Why was the staff cut for this program? What are we to expect going forward?
I restored the staff to that program.
Why was it cut to start with?
It was, you know, it was part of the overall budget cuts.
It was part of the overall budget cuts.
Asked to make very.
That is not really an answer. He asked, why was it cut? RFK says, it was part of the overall budget cuts.
Very serious budget cuts that were going to be painful. And some of them should not have been made. And that was one that should not have, and I reversed.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
Were you unaware, or were you aware that the decision to cut NIOSH staff would cut that World Trade Center health program?
Well, you know, my agency is the biggest agency.
I'm fairly certain that RFK had zero knowledge of what was going on. It doesn't seem to me that he's been really overseeing HHS in any real serious way. Just kind of hanging out, putting a bunch of non-doctors and grifters in place at the agency. Not really focusing in on the important things, I don't think.
For health program?
Well, you know, my agency is the biggest agency in government. It's twice the size of the Pentagon. It represents about 20% of the U.S. economy.
So it's a hard job, is what you're saying.
We have hundreds of institutes and sub-agencies. We try to be as careful as we can about what we cut and what we didn't. We made a couple of mistakes.
Yeah. It seems like you're completely unqualified for so many reasons. The dude can't oversee, he is not capable of overseeing the budget, can't speak to any medical expertise. Why is he even here? Aside from the fact that Donald Trump's voters love his anti-vax bullshit. It's literally the only reason he's here. It's the only reason he has his job. Because he's an anti-vaxxer. Just going to point that out. Well, it's a combination of that. Right. Well, it's actually, there's one other factor, I guess I might say. It's also the fact that RFK gave a bunch of, basically in some ways gave Donald Trump the boost he needed to win the election, right? After he dropped out and endorsed Donald Trump, right? I assume there was some discussion going, perhaps previous to him dropping out, that perhaps promises were made by Donald Trump to RFK to get this job. I mean, that's my estimation of it, but this guy does not belong in this fucking job. Can't oversee the budget. Nobody should take his advice on medical, on anything related to their health or medicine. It's he has seemingly zero qualifications. He'd be more qualified to work at the fucking DOJ. At least he has a law degree. Not saying that he should be at the DOJ. I'm just saying if anybody with any sense, if Donald Trump had any sense, he wouldn't have put him in this goddamn job. But that's asking too much, perhaps.
That's too much, man.
All right. So yeah, those cuts caused the entire team overseeing and dealing with 9/11 first responders' need for medical treatment, something which our government promised those first responders 20 years ago. Well, slightly less. Wait, I can't remember. When did they actually open this program? I can't remember the year, but like 20-ish years ago. Now let's see what Senator Baldwin had to say to RFK. As apparently HHS fired the CDC team that was in charge of addressing lead poisoning in children.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
Now, Secretary Kennedy, I want to start with what I hope is an easy question for you. Do you think lead poisoning in children is a significant concern?
Is lead poisoning
In children, a significant concern?
It's a extremely significant concern.
Thank you. Then I would like to know why your department has effectively shut down the very program to address lead poisoning in children. The city of Milwaukee requested assistance from the CDC to help the city respond to lead poisoning cases tied to public schools. 6 schools have been closed, displacing more than 1,800 school children. The request for federal assistance.
Whoa, what just happened?
Was denied because of lack of staff. The entire childhood lead poisoning branch has been fired. In the words of a Milwaukee mom, it really sends a message of, you don't matter. I don't know what you would say to parents who must now test their children for lead and deal with school closures. But do you intend to eliminate this branch at CDC, yes or no?
No, we do not.
Okay. Because you cannot tell us that you want to make America healthy again when you are willfully destroying programs that keep children safe and healthy from lead poisoning. Congress dedicated $51 million in funding for this particular program. But when a community asks for help to prevent lifelong complications for children, and there is no one there to pick up the phone, and it's not because this program is ineffective, it's because you fired the entire team whose job it is to support communities like Milwaukee.
Come on! If that money has been appropriated, we will spend that money. If it's been appropriated to Milwaukee, we will spend it in Milwaukee. I've spent a lot of time in.
He's not even saying that he's going to reinstate these people. He just will spend the money in Milwaukee. Is he drinking poop water, by the way? What is this shit? I know that him and his family went swimming in poop water recently, but what the fuck is this murky brown liquid that he's drinking? Kombucha?
If it's been appropriated to Milwaukee, we will spend it in Milwaukee. I've spent a lot of time in Milwaukee
it's to
working on
provide expert, and the entire staff has been fired.
Yep, the entire staff has been fired. And RFK did not have a good answer on whether or not that team was going to be reinstated. All right, now let's talk about something involving medicine and health. Let's talk about that recent executive order from Donald Trump on drug prices. Let's go back to the Majority Report from yesterday. Although I think this clip was technically from, this might have been 2 days ago.
All right, well, look, maybe there's a brainiac who can explain this. How it is that Donald Trump's executive order saying that drug companies can't give Europeans a break on drugs relative to us is in any way enforceable or is going to do anything other than allow Donald Trump to pretend like he's doing something about drug prices. We got to go to a policy expert. Do we have somebody? Oh, yes, let's go to the crowd.
Narwhal with another super chat. Hey, it's Rock Creek, not Schitt's Creek. Maryland has standards. I'm sorry. I was not familiar with. I didn't know the name of the creek. I was just describing what was in the creek. I wasn't purporting to know the name of it, honestly. That's too fucking granular, okay?
That's too much, man!
Institute
wonk. Yeah. Germany, let's say we're paying here, we're paying $50,000 for a drug. And in Germany, they're paying $5,000. All right? Now that doesn't
incidentally
happen.
The $50,000 might register, but the $5,000 probably unlikely. It's even cheaper.
It is cheaper. I looked it up. I looked it up. After Sam said that, I looked it up. The average cost of drugs for Germans on an annual basis is somewhere around $1,000. So it's 20%, 80% less than what old. And he is looking old, isn't he? Am I wrong? Steven is looking bad. He's aging quickly over here. But it's not 5,000. Somewhere, I think, if I recall, I don't have the numbers in front of me right now. I think it was somewhere around like $1,100 per German per year for pharmaceutical drug costs. So a lot less, actually.
The 50,000 might register, but the 5,000 probably unlikely. It's even cheaper than that. But he's got to make it seem like, wait a second. I mean, even as the words come out of his mouth, he's like, well, why aren't we all moving to Germany? Like, why have I been making fun of Europeans for so long? Oh, okay.
Could you drum up? Germany, they're paying 5,000. All right. Now that doesn't happen. And you think that might affect Germany, liberal progressive Germany, subsidizing
liberal progressive
green energy?
Germany.
Well, they also purchase, by the way, fossil fuels from Russia. Do you think that Germany would get to the
why? I don't understand why he brings up the fact that Germany buys fossil fuels. Like, does he think that's an important point to make right now in the middle of discussion of healthcare, or is it just to like? I think he's doing it just to be like, oh, those liberal progressives who buy fossil fuels. It's like, okay, okay, Stephen. It's so stupid. Also, you know, the entire country of Germany isn't progressive. There's plenty of Nazis still in Germany, fascists and conservatives. It's almost like Stephen doesn't know a lot about Germany. I don't know.
Green energy? Well, they also purchase, by the way, fossil fuels from Russia. Do you think that Germany would get to the point of declaring internet a fundamental human right and giving it to all of their citizens for free if before that they actually had to pay a fair price for drugs that were created and developed here? No, absolutely not. This shifts the dynamics of...
Pause it. Let me just be clear here. So his argument is, now, can you look up and see what, how many billions in profit drug companies made? Because it seems to me that there would be no difference in price between Germany and France and Canada and anywhere else in Europe as to the drug prices if it was just all being subsidized by us.
So
if none of the development could actually even happen, none of it could exist, except for the largesse of our companies who are now making... And listen, I want you to sit down because this is going to be gut-wrenching and heart-wrenching for you.
Brace yourselves.
The profits that drug companies are making. Are you looking that up? No?
Yeah, well, in revenue, it was $1.4 trillion in 2022.
Oh, okay, but that's just revenue.
Just revenue.
That's just revenue.
Yeah, you got to subtract R&D, you got to subtract marketing.
Okay, can you get me the profits?
I'll try.
In 2022, 10 large pharmaceutical companies made over $112 billion.
Oh, 112 billion? Okay, that's horrible. These people are just eking by. All right, but here we go. Like, so do you think they're going to be able to do good things in Germany?
Do you know?
By the way, I would point this out. I know that I think I just heard him suggest that there are no pharmaceutical companies from Germany. Actually, two of the biggest pharmaceutical companies on the planet are from Germany, Bayer and Merck. Have you heard of them before? I mean, come on. Jesus Christ. It's almost like Stephen Crowder just doesn't do research.
They have pharmaceutical companies outside America, like some of the big ones.
Biotin, the one
Novartis,
that did, the one that did the one that did the COVID vaccine. Well, of course, that was just a scam, anyways.
Yeah, right.
We import 40% of our drugs, at least, and partially, 40% full on. We import, but somehow, the drugs have to go up if they're going to go down in price here. We don't want to cut into any profits.
Yeah, I mean, not that they could use those profits for sort of innovation and research. They have to just make sure that they get the same amount of profit to have their giant homes and stuff and do the innovation.
Free. If before that they actually had to pay a fair price for drugs that were created and developed here, no, absolutely not. This shifts the dynamics of, it takes away the moral high horse of socialists.
Yeah.
This is one thing too. You'll hear the left. They always say, "Well, there really is no. The United States is not a truly capitalist system." That's true. That's true. But these other nations certainly champion and brag about their socialism and how we're the only nation that doesn't follow.
Yes, all of Germany is bragging about their socialism. It does. I mean, I gotta say. I mean, do you guys remember? I'm sure most of you remember the fantastic series. You remember that back a couple months ago, I think, where Steven Crowder and his staff were doing an episodic, like a series, if you will, where they were being questioned by the lawyer of a man who they had maligned and basically misidentified for racist reasons. It's almost like they didn't learn anything from that experience and are continuing to do exactly zero research on fuck all. It is wild. It is fucking wild. But wow, Orb Rumor. A blank super chat of $6.66. Oh no. You've cursed the stream. Thank you, Rumor. Appreciate that very much. Just kidding about the curse. I'm sure that's actually going to bring us great luck.
Well, the truth is, none of these systems are actually true socialist systems. They rely on the free enterprise and the ingenuity and the industry of you, the American worker. So flip that argument.
How dare they not be pure socialists?
So the argument is that we are subsidizing the free ride that Europe has. There's no interest. I mean, you could extend this to like how we are paying for NATO and all these other entities. Maybe we should pull back our bases. Do you think we're going to do that? Or is that we are actually, it's busy work, make work for U.S. corporations there. And we're all subsidizing the whole world, our ingenuity. Do you understand what would happen to the European political talk show industry if we decided to just pull back a couple of hours a week?
It would collapse immediately.
Immediately, if not sooner.
They couldn't survive without the research Sam does. Also, that's not really the way subsidies work, right? Subsidies are a government thing, right? Generally speaking. But once again, Steven Crowder doesn't seem to understand a hell of a lot. Okie dokie. Let's go back to RFK's hearing. Now, if you recall, after Donald Trump announced the executive order, that little press conference, that drug companies need to bring down their prices to what Europe is charging, RFK came out and said that Europe needs to raise its drug prices, which I found fascinating because that, I mean, basically RFK was saying, we don't actually want Americans to pay less, we just want Europe to pay more. So Americans we can feel better, right? When we go buy drugs, we can know France and Germany are paying as much as we are. That'll improve our living. It's just that you know, our mental health will improve. We will no longer be drudging along every day, wondering why do we pay so much more than Europe? Well, don't worry, anybody. Europe will start paying more instead of us paying less, right? I'm sure Europe's going to get right on that also. But let's go to RFK's Senate hearing. Once again, I am sorry. RFK Jr. interrupted. very rudely.
How rude.
During his testimony.
Presenting today supports these goals and reflects.
What, do you think there was a bear behind you or something, RFK? Do you see the way he was? He basically jumped out of his seat.
It supports these goals and reflects.
What's going on over there?
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
The witness will suspend. The committee will come to order. Capitol Police are asked to remove the individuals from the hearing room. Members of the audience are reminded disruptions will not be tolerated.
Congress pays for bombs to kill people in Gaza.
Members of the audience are reminded disruptions will not be permitted while the committee conducts its business.
Oh, the poor committee being interrupted by the voices of the people.
Illegal.
Let's go to more of... there was a bunch of protesters that came to this hearing. Let's go to this next one. Here's a Forbes breaking news clip.
Order. Capitol Police are asked to remove the individuals from the hearing room. Members of the audience.
Oh my God! Look at how quickly those fascist
disruptions
pigs.
Will not be tolerated.
Look how quickly the fascist pigs are running around. They are like sprinting to catch these protesters. God, we cannot have even a single word uttered by these
Capitol
protesters.
Police are asked to remove the individuals from the
Look at this guy
hearing
pushing
room.
people out of the way.
Members of the audience
Illegal.
are reminded disruptions will not be tolerated.
Congress pays for bombs to kill people in Gaza.
Members of the audience are reminded disruptions will not be permitted while the committee conducts its business. Capitol Police are asked to remove the individuals from the hearing room. That was a made for C-SPAN moment.
That was a made for C-SPAN moment. Very funny. Wow. Wait, is this the same one? Do they show the hallway?
Secretary will resume.
No, they don't. Okay. It's the next one. But yeah, the man who was over here in the the right hand corner of the screen, that was Ben Cohen of Ben and Jerry's delicious ice cream. It's making me want some Cherries Garcia right now. Maybe a little chunky monkey. Hey, I could have sworn. Is this the one?
The budget I'm presenting
No,
today
this is not the one.
supports these goals and reflects.
God damn it, did I not add this in here? Where did it go? Oh God, I hate myself. Ben Cohen, after being grabbed up by the fascist DC police for speaking his mind at the RFK hearing, he was seen in the hallway by reporters, and he said that the reason that he was protesting was over Gaza and the onslaught of children in the territory and the blockade of aid. Unfortunately, I don't have that footage in front of me. I could have sworn I added it today. I feel God.
I made a huge tiny mistake.
It's my bad, chat. We got more on this goddamn RFK situation. I'm sorry. I am sorry. He is in charge of our nation's health, after all.
RFK Jr., this is a congressional budget hearing, I guess. I don't know. Here's Mark Pocan asking Kennedy, incidentally, what are we at for measles right now across the country?
It's here.
North of 1,000, I would imagine, at least.
Something that might be helpful is you've previously said you've vaccinated your children. Just because I think this is a helpful answer, and this isn't a gotcha, I promise. If you had a child today, would you vaccinate that child for measles?
For measles, Probably for measles. You know, what I would say is my opinions about vaccines are irrelevant.
Whoa, wait. Wait. Can someone get me a flow chart and tell me he's the Secretary of Health and Human Services? He hires the head of the CDC, or is his boss, right?
He also recommended the Surgeon General nominee.
It's weird. His opinion on whether people should get vaccinated is irrelevant.
Yeah, my opinion on which...
I'm curious, is there a law that forces him to do everything in his power to make sure that people get vaccinated against the measles? Do we have statutory obligation by the head of Health and Human Services to make sure that that measles vaccinations are promoted?
I'm pretty sure we do.
I don't think so. Maybe I'm wrong.
I don't know.
That's a fascinating answer. We have over 1,001 confirmed cases. And they are outbreak associated, maybe 928 of them. There were
people talking about the spin-off of Ben and Jerry's that's not really a spin-off. I forget exactly how it was done, but basically, yes, Unilever or Ben and Jerry's is technically a subsidiary of Unilever. They sold majority stake to them. But I believe the Ben and Jerry still sit on the independent board of Ben and Jerry's. I could be wrong on this. Don't quote me on that. I'm pretty sure. I'm like 80% sure.
16 outbreaks reported during 2024. This is in 2025. When he came in, there were less, I believe, than 250.
It was way less, actually.
There have been
I'm pretty sure there was like 100.
3 confirmed deaths from measles in this year. You have 1,001 total cases. Let's hear again. I just want to hear if I heard him correctly. He is the Secretary of Health and Human Services.
Vaccinate that child for measles.
For measles, probably for measles. You know, what I would say is my opinions about vaccines are irrelevant. I have directed Jay Bhattacharya.
Sure. No, like I said, I don't want to...
So that everybody can make that decision. But I don't want to seem like I'm being evasive.
Yeah.
But I don't think people should be taking medical advice from me.
Right. No, I got that. And
I'm not pause it for a second.
I agree with that.
People should not be taking. In fact, you know what else he should not be doing? He should not be in charge of health
HHS?
policy for the entire nation.
Yeah, that's kind of why we
Public health, the highest ranking public
true.
health official in the country.
Tell that to the Senate.
330 million people, and he's the guy in charge. He's the guy in charge of public health. People should not be taking medical advice from me.
100%. Okay, let's keep it moving. All right, we're going to move on from RFK. In fact, I don't think we're going to have to hear from RFK at all for the rest of the stream. So rest assured, chat. But we are going to stay on the topic of healthcare, specifically Medicaid, for a little bit. Let's go to CNN and talk about the numbers. And those numbers are pretty clear on how the nation views Medicaid. Here's CNN from yesterday. Harry Enton.
House committees worked through the night.
That's
we're
not
told,
Harry.
To advance President Trump's, what he calls his big, beautiful bill. The tax writing committee working, we're now told, almost 18 hours to finish their portion of it and to pay for the president's desired cuts. It's called a pay for. House Republicans are pushing forward with big spending cuts proposed to Medicaid. And because of those proposed cuts, which could leave millions without health care, the bill faces an uncertain future among Republicans in the Senate, revealing the touchy politics of Medicaid. CNN's Harry Enton is looking into that for you this morning. And Harry, what do Americans think of these proposed potential cuts to Medicaid we're looking at here?
The politics of this are so bad, it literally blows my mind. That is what the American people think of this. Major spending cuts to Medicaid. Look at this, 76% oppose, just 24% favor major federal spending cuts to Medicaid. To give you an idea of how big this 76% is, in a separate poll I looked at it, George Washington's favorable rating is 78%. The same percentage of Americans who are opposed to major...
George Washington's favorability rating is 78%. Oh, Harry's got jokes today.
78%. Basically, the exact same percentage of Americans who are opposed to major cuts to Medicaid on the federal level. As I said, the politics of this are so extremely bad, it blows my mind, Kate.
That is overall. What about amongst Republicans? Because Republicans are obviously the party in the majority and advancing this need to cut some $880 million from Medicaid.
Okay, so we see this 76% overall. You see it over here. Oppose major spending cuts to Medicaid on the federal level. You get 95% of Democrats opposed, 79% of independents, and you even get a majority of Republicans, 55% oppose major spending cuts to Medicaid. This, simply put, is not popular on any part of the aisle. From the left all the way to the right, the opposition is in the majority. When you get a majority of Republicans, a majority of independents, a majority of Democrats to agree on anything, you know that is where the American public stands, and they stand strongly. And on this particular issue, they stand very strongly opposing major spending cuts.
So yeah, 76%. That is an insane number. And the fact that literally every single political persuasion agrees, it's pretty crazy. Now, of course, the GOP are the lowest on this list, but even Republicans, majority favor, oppose major spending cuts to Medicaid. Do people not get the joke? I'm sorry. Harry quoted the favorability rating of George Washington, our first president, the great cherry tree chopper. George Washington has the same favorability rating as as Medicaid, essentially. That's how loved Medicaid is.
And on this particular issue, they stand very strongly opposing major spending cuts to Medicaid. The politics of this, simply put, are atrocious.
Which also explains why, for everyone out there, why reforms to the entitlement programs, why it doesn't happen, because the politics are so tough. And that's why Republicans are calling it, we're reforming the system, we're not cutting the system. Look.
Yeah. Okay, hold on. We got a little bit more of this. I just want to go towards the end, I think. Yeah, here it is. Yes.
House Republicans are moving forward with their massive bill that includes trillions of dollars in tax cuts. To help pay for it, some cuts to Medicaid, the health insurance program for low-income and disabled Americans. But not all GOP lawmakers are fully on board. Republican Senator Josh Hawley, who represents Missouri, a state where roughly 1 in 5 people are on Medicaid, he wrote a New York Times op-ed this week with a very simple message: don't cut Medicaid. Senator Hawley joins me live now from Capitol Hill. Senator Hawley, thank you so much for being with me this afternoon. So as we just showed you, you were warning your party not to cut Medicaid. The speaker, though, he just said this about the House GOP's so-called big, beautiful bill. Listen.
Cut Medicaid?
We're not cutting Medicaid. Stop buying that.
That's a lie.
So he said, if you heard there, Senator Hawley said, we are not cutting Medicaid. Do you agree
Not
with
gonna
the
do it.
Speaker?
Wouldn't
Is
be
this
prudent
bill
at this juncture.
Not a cut to Medicaid?
Well, the right thing to do is not to cut Medicaid, so I'm glad to hear him say that. Manu, it ought to be just a basic foundational principle.
Josh Hawley just lied by, I don't know if you want to call it a lie by omission or a, it's hard to qualify this, but Josh knows full well. Josh is not that fucking stupid, okay? He knows full well that this big, beautiful bill is absolutely going to cut Medicaid. If the proposed cuts to the House Energy and Commerce Committee go through. Sorry, let me pull this up. I don't have this ready for me. God damn it. Let me pull this up real quick. I just want to show you what I'm talking about. Let's go to the CBO's website. Where is it? No, don't. God damn you. Mandatory spending. Sorry, I was doing research on my phone, so I have to find this. Yes, there it is. Is this it? Or is it March? The March 5th one? Yeah. Okay. Here is the Congressional Budget Office's own website, cbo.gov, okay? Mandatory spending under the jurisdiction of the House Committee on Energy and Commerce. This is the House Committee which oversees Medicaid spending. I just want to point this out since, you know, Josh Hawley is trying to pretend like, you know, Little Mike Johnson saying that he's not going to cut Medicaid, even though they've already directed an $880 billion cut to the House Energy and Commerce Committee. This is the important thing right here. In CBO's January 2025 baseline budget projections, mandatory outlays for the accounts that the members asked about total $8.8 trillion for the 2025 to 2034 period, which is approximately, I'm not reading anymore, but that, just doing some math here, that's a decade, essentially, 2025 to 2034. That basically turns out to be $880 billion a year. Huh. Math. Medicaid outlays account for $8.2 trillion, or 93% of that amount. So how do they plan to cut $880 billion from this budget, right? They're basically just slashing the entire thing. Am I losing my mind? Or is it Josh? I think it's Josh.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills!
But Josh Hawley is just a disingenuous turd who pretends to care about things. He really is just a partisan. Okay, all right, let's go on now. Let's talk about Miss Rachel. What do you say? Poor Miss Rachel has been getting attacked by, you know, basically right-wing Zionists. Zionists in general. Right-wingers and Zionists, I guess I should say. Yeah. I do it? There we go.
Speaking of which, here is Ms. Rachel. She is a kid's...
She's a huge deal.
She
I have
is
two
huge.
friends that have little babies, and they all love Miss Rachel, and even Francesca Fiorentini, her kid, obsessed with Miss Rachel.
Is this like a Mr. Rogers type character?
Finally, we have like a real. I feel like there was. I mean, Sesame Street's always held the line, but she's almost like an Instagram-based Mr. Rogers type.
She's basically Miss Rogers. Okay, it's a good thing he goes by Joshua Keller with a super chat. It's a good thing he goes by Josh. Holly does not serve the U nor the A. I do not know what the fuck this message means, Josh. I am so confused. Oh, wait, is it? Wait, no, I don't get it. I don't. Oh, I see what's happening. I see what's happening. I just got it. Rather than Joshua. Because you'd be offended. I get it now. I get it. Sorry, moving a little slow over here.
Line, but she's almost like an Instagram-based Mr. Rogers type. That's a good way to put it.
But she had the audacity of of being supportive of children in Gaza.
She's been recording videos specifically for them, and you see them. It's obviously triggering because of all the anti-Semitism. Sitting amongst rubble, watching some of her videos, smiling for the first time in months, which has made people very angry. To see babies laugh.
She was on
anybody who gets angry seeing babies laugh is a despicable, horrible person. Honestly, coming after Ms. Rachel is also despicable. By the way, did you know Miss Rachel has 14 million subscribers? I mean, it is wild. It is wild. I mean, she's a lovely person. She almost has 15 million. Jesus Christ. Only 118 videos has gotten her 14.8 million subscribers. She has 10 billion views on YouTube. She is a freaking pillar of awesomeness. Just going by the numbers.
Manny Hasan's show on Zateo. Just celebrating their 1-year anniversary. Check them out.
You clearly love kids. Is that why you decided to speak out about the Gazan kids?
Silence wasn't a choice for me.
Virulent anti-Semitism.
Face of hate.
Yep. Absolutely.
She was targeted by, I guess it was the, what are we learning about those lists of folks, Matt? The name of, I'm forgetting.
There's a Canary mission that
Yeah.
smears opponents of Israel as anti-Semites, and Betar, the fascist organization that Albert Einstein called brown shirts. Still, and they boast that proudly. They say Einstein hated us. Aren't we cool? They're helping give lists. They take meetings with like Fetterman and stuff like that.
They take meetings with Fetterman? That's...
in the hall.
I mean, it's just, they got to communicate with him on Twitter.
Just watch him.
Yeah.
Yeah, seriously.
Why does everybody hate me? Senator, what are you doing?
They bring a laser pen.
Matt from PA. This weekend, I went to a Lehigh Valley Iron Pigs versus Worcester Red Sox minor league game. I dubbed it the Majority Report game, given both Sam and Emma's respective connections to Worcester and Lehigh Valley.
I have a t-shirt from that minor league baseball game with just a big strip of bacon on it. It's very silly, but...
Okay, we're gonna keep talking about Miss Rachel. Hasan also got deep on this Miss Rachel situation. The Hasan Bailey from yesterday.
I wanted to briefly talk about Miss Rachel. Can you have Miss Rachel on the broadcast, potentially?
Love kids. Is that why you decided to speak out about what's happening in Gaza, specifically with children?
I think it should be controversial to not say anything.
Did you also, like millions of other Americans, just seeing these horrific, tragic videos?
The idea that caring for a group of children in an emergency situation means you don't.
Oh my God, thank you for sending this to me. Isn't this the group that was on me at University of Chicago? Chicago Jewish Alliance. Oh my God.
Care about other children is false.
Are Palestinian children less human than other children? Should we care less about them? I don't quite get where the controversy is coming from.
It's sad that people try to make it controversial when you speak out for children that are facing immeasurable suffering.
I'm sure you have a lot of good people in your lives who are saying to you, just be quiet. It's not worth it. What do you say to them?
Our compassion doesn't have boundaries or borders. We just love kids.
Why do you feel this urge to speak?
Miss Rachel is a YouTuber for children, okay? Kids love her. And she did the most unimaginable crime of all, which is recognize the humanity of Palestinian children that are being ruthlessly slaughtered by the apartheid state doing a genocide. Yeah. Hasan heads in the chat that have kids already know who Miss Rachel is, I suspect. The debating question, are Palestinian children worth caring about? This article is truly depraved. This is, I believe, from the New York Times. What an insane framing. Why tot celebrity Miss Rachel waded into the Gaza debate. Facing criticism, Rachel Accurso defends making the plight of children in Gaza a primary focus on her social media feeds. The idea that like you can frame the conversation like this with an inherently antagonistic framing is so insane.
It is.
And I think this is the type of shit that actually makes people check out. Okay? This is...
Yeah, I mean, who the fuck wants to be mad at Miss Rogers? I know, Miss Rachel. I mean, she is an angel. That's why she's so goddamn popular. She makes fantastic content for children, which parents and children alike both really love. She does nothing wrong. All she does is care and try to educate and help. Who can be upset about helping and caring about children? That person is not a human being.
The type of shit that makes people go, what? Miss Rachel doubles down support for children in Gaza? The f do you mean? Like, this is not a double down moment. You should be... You shouldn't be antagonistic to her. You shouldn't be acting like what she's doing is controversial. The real newsworthy argument here is why this would be seen as controversial to begin with. Accurso's activism has divided Jewish parents distraught by the relative dearth of posts about Israeli children with whom many Jews worldwide feel a powerful connection. Miss Rachel seems to be someone who's really, really good-hearted, but in the context of everything that's going on, she says, I care about all children. But really, she's talking about the children of Gaza. Stacey Hackner, a teacher at London Cheddar, a school of Jewish instruction, said in an interview, that has left a lot of Jewish parents feeling quite isolated. Me. Why not me? Accurso's unique position opens her up to a felt sense of connection or even parasociality to other parents, said Brooke Aaron Duffy, a professor of communications at Cornell University who studies the intersection of labor and new technologies.
This is a despicable fucking statement. Miss Rachel I mean, this is a quote, but Miss Rachel seems to be someone who is really, really good-hearted. But in the context of everything that's going on, she says, I care about all children. Or really, she's talking about the children of Gaza. No, she's talking about all children, including the children of Gaza. It's not an exclusive caring. And that's the sort of disgusting, sort of, like, narrow-minded, what do you call it? Fucking... It's not, I can't think of the fucking word this is. It's not jingoist. What's the fucking word? Why can't I not think of the fucking word? Like, this is just so, like, you're living in a bubble. You live in some sort of, like, cultivated bubble. If you're like, if somebody says they care about, you know, a group of children that you don't like, that's a problem. Like, God, there's a word for this. It's like a synonym for, like, cloistered. This is like a fucking wild claim to make.
If you look at the images, Professor Duffy added, referring to Accurso's posts of children in Gaza, it is showcasing the young children who are experiencing these vulnerabilities. It's not unabashedly political, but within such a polarized climate, everyone is up for scrutiny and critique, especially if you have that level of audience engagement. If you talk about the children that are being genocided, in the process of those children being genocided, then it makes me feel bad. It makes me feel bad. It's genuinely so that Miss Rachel is literally just a person that sees all people equally and is nice to all kids, and she's being smeared this way. Like, look at how wonderful this interaction is with a 3-year-old double amputee from Gaza. I met Rahaf from Gaza. She has the best laugh. She falls a lot, but she's ready to get right back up again and ready to play.
That's so cute. Oh, God. Uh-oh. Someone went down. There we go. You got this. Oh, God. Does she have a prosthetic leg? I think she does.
Insane. Chicago Jewish Alliance, who also was one of the organizations that protested and criticized the University of Chicago for hosting me, had this to say about Miss Rachel, just so you understand, like, what Jewish advocacy groups are actually invested in and what their mania looks like, okay? Because when you think about it, it's like, oh, Chicago Jewish Alliance, like, they're a Jewish advocacy group. They're probably normal people who care about anti-Semitism. That is the way that they are. That is the way that they are designed. Okay? But that's not what their goals are. Their goals are to vilify pro-Palestinian advocates or even people who see the humanity of Palestinians. And no matter how perfect of a victim someone might be, a child that is a double amputee, that is insane. A child in Gaza receives a prosthetic doll. Ms. Rachel shares it with the world. The message, look at what the war has done to children. But here's what she didn't say, that Hamas started this war. They hide behind children so they can post videos like this, that Israeli children were the first to be burned, butchered, and kidnapped. She didn't mention Kfir Bibas, 10 months old, red hair, or his brother Ariel, age 4, or the 5-year-old girl shot point blank while hiding under her bed, or the Israeli kids, Jewish, Arab, and Christian, who live with air raid drills instead of recess. She ends the video saying she'll keep caring for all children. All children? Then where were your tears for the babies dragged across the border? For the
I just want to point something out. I mean, there's a lot of stuff wrong with this statement. I just want to point this out. This person doesn't say Muslim, but they are listing religions. Jewish, Christian, Arab is not a religion. You know? And they're talking about Israel. There's not a lot of Muslims that actually live in Israel. Right? They're just like, they're Arabs. You can be an Arab Jew and an Arab Christian.
Fathers mutilated in front of their parents, for the kids growing up in bomb shelters because Hamas wants it that way. Because here's the truth. In Israel, children aren't just Jewish. They're Muslim, Christian, Druze, Ethiopian, Filipino. Their families pray in Hebrew and Arabic and Amharic. And they are being targeted not in spite of that, but because of it. So yes, we grieve Rahaf, but grieve without context is propaganda. This is just heartbreak. It's strategy. Hamas wants this imagery. It built it. And when influencers amplify only half of the story, they play right into it. If you care about children, start with the Bibas boys. Start with October 7. October 7.
Oh my
October
God.
7. October 7. Start with the truth.
Jesus Christ.
Freaks, bro. Freaks. Somewhere along the way, Zionist groups decided this is the way to talk about it, like reframing everything within the context of like Jewish grief, and recentering the conversation around how American Jews feel and what Israelis feel in general. And that's not the case. Like, many American Jews also look at what's going on in Gaza and go, I'm going to either shut the fuck up about this or I'm going to speak out about this. The average person is going to look at the imagery from Miss Rachel and see what that organization is saying and go, you are insane. You are a psychopathic person. You are a sociopath.
Yes, at least sane people are gonna say that. Hold on, there's a little bit more of this I want to watch. I don't want to watch the whole thing. Well, Hasan's always crushing it. Yeah, right around here, I think.
Fuck it, you can say it about Ukraine, but God forbid you say it about fucking Israel doing a goddamn genocide. Oh my God. You are positioning Israel as being anti-children when someone comes out and says they're pro-children, and you immediately go, look, when someone comes out and says, I'm pro-children, I think children should survive, and you immediately go, wow,
that's anti-Israel.
Well, this person sure seems to be anti-Israel. Well,
being pro-children is anti-Semitic, apparently.
Anti-Semitic.
That's right. Thanks, Mitch. I forgot. I mispronounced it. That makes you an anti-Semitogenist. Anti-Semitogen.
Anti-Semitic.
Now you have revealed that Israel is anti-children. You're doing that. What the fuck? If you go after people that are humanizing Palestinian children like I am, a much better target.
That is what happens, though, when you are actively defending war crimes all the time, right? Like, eventually you're going to start, if you're constantly justifying war crimes and the killing of children, innocent civilians, eventually, you're gonna slip up and make it clear that actually Israel is anti-children, pro-war crime.
Illegal.
It's crazy.
It is crazy.
Look out for Sudanese kids and Haitian kids, and right now, obviously, the kids who are suffering most in the world, the Gazan kids.
Silence wasn't a choice for me. Her mom grabs her phone and has her little, and her boys are adorable. I think they're around age 7 and 9. And they're in Gaza, and here I am, thinking, trying to be sweet and talk to her boys in, the Miss Rachel voice, but I'm also what if my son was over there and my husband, and then I'm here with my little girl losing her legs. And then I'm thinking about the boys, and I was asking if there's any way they can come here, and this wonderful woman was saying, because I was asking kind of her to, she was translating, and I said, is there any way for them to come here? And she was saying no. And she was saying they don't eat anymore on FaceTime with them. Sorry.
No, it's a horrific situation.
And
look at this dangerous
She's
Hamas
just a
propaganda.
She's just a good person.
And then the translator, I remembered she had said, thank you for seeing our children as human, when I had spoke out before. And so I want those little boys to have everything my little boy has. And their mom's a teacher like me. She's a math teacher.
Wow. Anybody who can find if anybody who can find anything wrong with that statement is just a despicable human being. I don't even know how you find something wrong with any of these statements she's making right now. She's just clearly a very caring person.
If your first response to...
Okay, all right, I think that's good. Anyway, that's it for the Miss Rachel discussion here. It's rough. It's hard. It's hard to watch her cry. She's just such a happy person. And seeing her cry is it's difficult. Okay. Still got plenty to talk about. We're going to stay on the subject of Palestinian stuff, technically. But as it relates to the United States, here's TRT World from 13 hours ago. Free speech in the United States is for everyone, except those who are pro-Palestinian.
If we don't have free speech, then we just don't have a free country. It's as simple as that.
Phones searched, students doxxed, professors fired, green cards revoked, and people arrested during their own citizenship interviews, not for crimes, but for speaking up about Palestine. This is the United States. Historically, the US has prided itself on its commitment to free speech, even when that speech challenges the government. Yet when it comes to Palestine, that freedom appears conditional. And it's not just activists. Regular people are facing serious consequences for simply wearing a keffiyeh, posting a watermelon emoji, or even saying they're against the war in Gaza.
My first week back in the Oval Office, my administration will inform every college president that if you do not end anti-Semitic propaganda, they will lose their accreditation and federal taxpayer support. Truth is, you don't have to do much after that. When you do that, it's going to work miracles.
From the early days of Palestinian solidarity movements to the recent campus protests, dissent over US foreign policy in the Middle East has been met with increased repression. While the US historically denounced other countries for cracking down on free speech and protests abroad, it now seems to be criminalizing these same actions at home, especially when it comes to Palestine. So what has changed? And how did the land of the free become a place where advocacy for Palestine could cost a person their job, visa, and even freedom? Over 3,100 people, mostly students, have been arrested on US campuses for pro-Palestinian protests since the start of Israel's genocidal war on Gaza on October 7, 2023. The US government's response to criticism of Israel has extended beyond campuses, however. In New York, a nurse named Hasan was fired after saying, "My people in Gaza are being slaughtered," during a speech at a healthcare awards ceremony. Google also fired 50 employees protesting against the company's contractual work with Israel. Numerous pro-Palestinian students have faced immigration consequences. Columbia graduate Mahmoud Khalil, also a legal US resident, was detained by immigration officers after speaking out against the genocide on the Ivy League campus.
Mahmoud Khalil was an individual who was given the privilege of coming to this country to study at one of our nation's finest universities and colleges. And he took advantage of that opportunity, of that privilege, by siding with terrorists.
The government...
He didn't side with terrorists. Not all Palestinians are terrorists. It is insane. They just keep doing this shit over and over again. When will it stop? I freaking wish I knew. But it is a horrifying state of affairs here in the United States. But speaking of colleges and universities, one young man who recently graduated at New York University, that's right, NYU, decided to take the opportunity. I think he was either like the valedictorian or one of the other sort of what do you call it, like lesser but recognized accomplished graduates decided to take the opportunity of his graduation speech to speak out.
I've been freaking out a lot about this speech, honestly. And as I search my heart today in addressing you all, my moral and political commitments guide me to say that the only thing that is appropriate to say in this time and to a group this large is a recognition of the atrocities currently happening in Palestine.
Illegal.
I want to say that the genocide currently occurring is supported politically and militarily by the United States, is paid for by our tax dollars, and has been live streamed to our phones for the past 18 months. And that I do not wish to speak only to my own politics today, but to speak for all people of conscience, all people who feel the moral injury of this atrocity. And I want to say that I condemn this genocide and complicity in this genocide. thank you to the class of 2025 and congratulations.
Now, this was an incredibly brave decision, and unfortunately for this young man, he is now being targeted by his own university. NYU has apparently decided to withhold his diploma. Now, I don't believe that they are revoking his degree, although I'm not 100% certain on that, or that it won't happen. But my understanding is that at least his diploma is being withheld. And I really hope he sues.
Illegal.
Because, I mean, there are multiple grounds on which to sue for this, in my opinion, both legally and civilly. In civil court, definitely. He could definitely take a suit to them very, very quickly. And this is it's just weak, awful.
Awful, awful, awful. Weak.
Weak, awful garbage from NYU to do such a thing. On what grounds are they doing that? I do not know. But education is under attack from all sides. The colleges themselves are attacking students. The government is attacking students. Billionaires are attacking these students. Like, Bill Ackman. I don't know if you know Bill Ackman. Pershing Square Capital hedge fund. And what do you call it? Whatever. CEO, I think, of Pershing Square. Multi-billionaire Zionist. He was the one who paid for all of the advertising trucks, the billboards on them with people's faces doxing protesters at Columbia. All sides. All freaking sides. Like we were talking about before this, some people were being threatened with deportation, having their visas revoked, green cards revoked for all of this. So I feel like this is a good time for us to talk about immigration right now. Kristi Noem was at the DHS budget committee hearing, I think it was yesterday. And who was it? I can't remember. Was it Swalwell? I think it was Swalwell. I think Timothy Swalwell had some questions for Kristi.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. You have an important job. I think you have one of the most important jobs in the cabinet. Thank you for doing it. I want you to have credibility and be taken seriously as you do the job. And so I want to put to rest this question about Mr. Garcia in this photo that the president posted on April 21. Madam Secretary, you agree that the letters MS and the number 13 in Times Roman numeral font, that they are doctored on this photo, right?
Congressman Abrego Garcia.
No, I'm just asking about this photo.
It wasn't based off of tattoos. It was based off an entire case.
And I'll accept
an entire case
for the purpose of this question. You agree, though, that this is doctored. Is that right?
The same protocols
that
are
my
God.
God. She's filibustering. She's filibustering.
Is this doctored?
Oh my God.
Awful. Weak.
Kristi's just filibustering. He asks her questions and she just answers whatever question that she can think up. She's like,
For the purpose of this question, you agree, though, that this is doctored. Is that right?
The same protocols that are
Madam
applied
Secretary,
to every
I want you to have credibility, and I want you to be taken seriously. Is this doctored or is it not
I am
doctored?
taken quite seriously.
Is it
because I
doctored
approach
or
my
not
job
doctored?
with the importance that the president has given me to.
Kristi is so busy trying to answer her own question, she didn't even hear Mr. Swalwell correctly. He didn't say he wants her to take this seriously. I don't know if it was disingenuous or not. I have my own opinion on that. But he suggested that he wanted Kristi Noem to be, he wanted her to be taken seriously, not for her to take this seriously. I mean, it's sort of a joke, I think.
Give me a joke.
But still, I mean, my God.
Taken quite seriously.
Is it
because
doctored
I
or not
with
doctored?
the importance that the president has given me to.
I understand. Is
my.
it doctored or not
One thing
doctored?
that's important to remember is that every single time a case is built.
Madam Secretary, I have a 7-year-old, a 6-year-old, and a 3-year-old. I have a bullshit detector. I'm just asking you, is this doctored or not doctored?
Sir, the protocols in the case built against
Can you
Diego
answer the
Garcia
question?
were exactly the same.
Madam Secretary,
I don't have
you're-
any knowledge as to that. photo.
Oh my God. Bullshit.
I don't, sir.
Bullshit. That's a lie. That was a fucking lie. I don't know if she's under oath right now, but that's a fucking lie. There's literally no way. I think she was... I can't remember if she was in the room when Donald Trump pulled this thing out, but there's literally no way that she's unfamiliar with this. This is so freaking idiotic. She is being so evasive.
Show her the photo. Walk her the photo. No.
He's like, no. Show her the photo.
To that photo you're pointing to.
Okay. Can you
I
take her?
don't, sir.
Can you show her the photo? Walk her the photo down there. No, that one. Please take a look at this photo. It was tweeted by the president on April 21. It's been hanging out there for about a month.
I love
So
this.
what is your point?
I love
My question is the numbers and the...
I gotta say, this is a baller move right here. It's a baller ass move. This was like, hey, walk this photo right up to the Secretary of DHS. This massive photo. So good.
letter, MS-13. Could you look at the photo, please? It's right in front of you.
She refuses. I love how she refuses. She doesn't even kind of turn her head to the photo with this giant billboard right here.
He is not a wife beater.
No, ma'am.
That he's not a criminal. He's not a human trafficker. And he's not a member of MS.
You vouched for Mr. Garcia when you're...
Oh my God. Oh, Secretary Puppy Killer. Would you take this more seriously? R.I.P. Cricket. Moment of silence for Cricket. You will be missed.
Your team said, ma'am, you vouched for him when you said he was mistakenly deported.
Sir,
I didn't vouch for him.
I did not say
In
that.
that
He
photo.
should have been deported. Absolutely.
It's so
There was
telling
never a
that you
mistake
won't look at the
deport him,
photo.
and we will not be bringing.
Was it doctored or not?
This is Kristi Noem right now.
I don't want reality.
She's doing a Mark Wayne Mullins impression right now. I do not want reality, sir.
Here,
Can you look to your right at the photo in front of you? Madam Secretary, can you look to the right at the photo in front of you?
I have seen this
Okay.
photo as you held it.
Oh, you've
behind
seen
your
it.
heads.
Thank you.
Oh, you've seen it.
And the letters MS and the numbers 13, are those
Is
doctored
this
or
your entire
not?
testimony today is on a doctored photo. You don't want to talk about the facts.
Okay,
The
so you-
importance of our national security.
You acknowledge it was
Do
doctored.
to make sure that the United States is protected.
Madam
and-
Secretary,
from
this is not a
violent
hard question.
really
Are
is.
those doctored or not?
Sir,
Is that actually on his hand or not?
This is unbelievable to me that your focus.
It's unbelievable.
You know what's unbelievable? Your fucking testimony, Kristi. Come on.
Come on!
Okay. Okay, let's go from Secretary Puppy Killer to Tom Homan, who made an appearance on CNN yesterday.
Now, sources tell CNN that the Trump administration is preparing to deploy hundreds more federal agents.
Sorry for... I should have given you the... I forgot, honestly. But Jake Tapper jump scare. It's too late now, but yeah. Sorry.
I made a huge, tiny mistake. Tell CNN that the Trump administration is preparing to deploy hundreds more federal agents nationwide to arrest undocumented immigrants. It could happen as soon as this week. The plan, we're told, includes the use of Border Patrol agents across the country and support from state National Guard units. And joining us now is the president's border policy advisor, Tom Homan, often called the Trump administration's border czar. Mr. Homan, thank you so much. Welcome to The Lead. First, what can you share about the Trump administration preparing to deploy more agents soon? Where would they come from? How many of them? Where will they go? What are their tasks, et cetera?
Well, we're going to ramp up the number of teams in the interior of the United States. So we're building that teams now. We're going to increase the teams going out. They're coming from various agencies, right? We got about 14,000 officers within ICE between ERO and HSI. We're going to pull more of them into this event. Plus, we got other federal agencies. You know, President Trump has all the government on this, so we got ATF, DEA, U.S. Marshals, You know, we got all the DOJ law enforcement entities plus the State Department. So we're bringing law enforcement officials from all the federal agencies in.
Is the priority still violent criminals, or is it just anyone who is in this country and is undocumented, anybody in the country illegally?
The priority is always going to be public safety threats and national security threats, but the problem with that is in sanctuary cities, we can't get our hands on these people in the jail, where one agent can arrest one bad guy in jail. They release them to the communities, and that's why we're flooding the sanctuary cities zones right now. We got to send agents to the neighborhood. We got to send a whole team for officer safety reasons. So we're going to increase.
We're gonna increase the amount of border agents in sanctuary cities because we need them. But I don't know if you know, but sanctuary cities are terrible, and they're hiding all of the immigrants from us, and we gotta get in there. We gotta get in there right now.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Columbia Rica in New York with a sweet super chat. Closed questions in which it forces repubs to answer yes or no. Anything else will be considered as the quote-unquote yes or no. Don't let them filibuster. Absolutely. Don't let those goddamn... They're going to do everything they can to filibuster, though. I'm not going to lie. That seems to be... They're living in their own alternate reality right now. But honestly, we're all living in their alternate reality in some ways. Oh, God. Somebody help me.
Agents in these cities. We're also going to increase worksite enforcement in these cities because we can't arrest them in a jail. Then we got to go to community and the worksite to find these people. So that's what we're going to do.
White House Deputy Chief of Staff Stephen Miller said Friday that the Trump administration was actively looking at suspending habeas corpus. That's the legal principle that allows people who believe they're being unlawfully detained or imprisoned to petition a court for their release, to produce evidence. Today, Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem told members of Congress that requirements had been met to suspend habeas corpus, although she noted she's not a constitutional lawyer. So is the administration talking about suspending habeas corpus only for undocumented immigrants, or are you talking about anyone who ICE and other agents might encounter in this deportation mission?
Well, I can tell you, General, look, this administration look at all the tools and the toolkits that we can use legally.
Sorry, what the fuck did he just say? I cannot. This guy is almost unintelligible.
Who ICE and other agents might encounter in this deportation mission?
Well, I can tell you, General, look, this administration...
I didn't tell you, General, look.
Look at all the tools and the tool chest that we can use legally to remove the most dangerous and rather public safety threats and national security threats from this country, which is why we use the Alien Enemies Act. When we use every tool available to us lawfully. I'm not involved with the whole AB.
We're going to use all the tools, lawful, unlawful tools. We're going to go into the jails and we're going to arrest them. Yeah. I can't listen to Tom talk anymore. This dude is so fucking stupid. Does he have a frog in his mouth? I mean, that's when I try and do my Tom Homan impressions. I certainly pretend like I have a frog in my mouth and that my IQ has gone down 100 points. Okay. It's honestly, it's hard to decipher what this man is even saying half the goddamn time. Yeah. All right, let's keep this thing moving. Let's go to see some more stuff that Tom Homan is overseeing. ICE recently arrested one South Florida man over the last few days. Here's CBS Miami from yesterday.
And now to a story you'll see only here on CBS News Miami. A South Florida woman desperate to return with her Venezuelan husband after she says he was detained by immigration agents while getting ready to go to work. She says she's an American citizen and her husband came to the U.S. legally with a pending green card application.
CBS News Miami's Yvonne Taylor joins us live from Southwest Miami-Dade. And Yvonne, the wife told you she's worried that both of their futures are uncertain if her husband gets deported.
Absolutely, Elliot and Naja. This woman is completely devastated. Now, we're talking about a wife who told me that her husband was actually taken into custody right here, which is where they live, and she hasn't seen him since.
Jesus Christ.
I just need my husband. Like, in all honesty,
Madison Pestana has a hard time talking about her feelings. Last Friday, her 29-year-old husband, Juan David Pestana, never made it to his job.
He said, I have been detained by ICE.
She told me it happened in the parking lot of their building.
He was walking to his truck to go to the...
Now he's at Crum Detention Center.
I'm a U.S. citizen. I was born and raised here. And you're not protecting me. You took my husband from me.
Today, they finally spoke.
Him being in there feels like my insides have been taken away from me.
Juan David Pestana applied for political...
This is such a harrowing story. This poor woman, and I mean, of course, her husband too. But I mean, we're just Jesus. I can't imagine. They look such a happy, beautiful couple. And by the way, you're gonna find some stuff out about this that makes this make even less sense. I mean, it is disgusting. They are just trying to fulfill quotas so that Donald Trump can go to his base and say, look at all the people we got rid of. There is no good reason for this man to be taken. You'll see. I'm not going to get ahead of myself.
Political asylum. A year and a half after getting married, they filed for residency through marriage. But there was a problem.
The only reason we're in this mess is because we trusted someone that told us they were a lawyer, and they weren't.
Martin Gross now is the immigration attorney handling his case. He tells me that's why this man is on the verge of being deported.
Because these people ended up defrauding the family, his wife and Juan David, everything got delayed and they weren't able to file until about a month ago. And so it didn't allow enough time for the green card application to be approved. And he found himself in this very difficult circumstance.
He is my everything.
Madison Pestana recently graduated from med school and just received a job offer in Jacksonville. But her life now is in limbo.
I am being put in a position right now that I have worked 15 years of my life to become a surgeon. But if my husband is kicked out of this country, I will have to go with him.
Wow.
Because I'm not living my life without my husband.
Make America healthy again. Looks like we might be losing a doctor, a surgeon.
So we reach out to the federal government for a reaction about this case. We just received a statement that we put it on the screen for you that reads, quote, Juan David Pestana Buendia is an unlawfully present alien with dual citizenship from Venezuela and Portugal. Pestana Buendia legally entered the country on June 29, 2021 and failed to comply with the terms of his admission. He was arrested by ICE officers on May 9, 2025. He will remain in ICE custody pending his removal from the country, end quote. Now, Pestana's attorney told me that he's requesting a parole, which that means to be released and await for a solution to his case at home with his wife. We're live in Southwest Miami-Dade.
There we go. This man was here. He entered the country legally, was then defrauded by a man who posed as an immigration attorney, who was not an attorney whatsoever, who did not file the paperwork. Then they went, when they realized they were defrauded, they went to file new paperwork, and now it's, now he's sitting in a nice detention facility. They're both Trump supporters. Mike Figueredo went over this earlier. Honestly, I'm not sure I care that they're Trump. I mean, should they maybe have rethought some of that going to the election? Abso-fucking-lutely. And I'm sure they have some despicable views. But the important part of this is not that, in my opinion. I mean, I'm not here to do fuck around and find out. This is just a horrifying fucking story that makes no fucking sense. It just doesn't. It just makes no sense at all. And it is just, it's honestly a tragedy. It's a tragedy. Sure, was it potentially a little bit self-inflicted? Yeah. Yeah, we've all made mistakes. And hopefully this situation gets them to rethink some of their political beliefs, honestly. That's just my opinion. Maybe being a little bit naively optimistic on that, I can't say for sure. It doesn't really matter to me too much. This is just one in just a slew of horrifying stories that we keep seeing over and over and over and over again, none of which make any sense. There's certainly a fair deal of irony. No, I don't disagree with that. That's a fact. Very ironical situation. Now, while some people are getting deported and detained, others are being welcomed into this country with open arms. Can you guess who we're about to talk about right now? That's right, we're going to talk about those goddamn Afrikaners who were just allowed into our country. Non-refugee refugees, fake refugees. Start with ABC here.
And the South African government and refugee advocates are rebuking the Trump administration for welcoming 59 white South Africans as refugees. The president told reporters Monday he admitted the refugees because of the, quote, genocide that's taking place. South Africa recently passed a new expropriation act which aims to address historical land injustices established during apartheid. Now, South Africa's government strongly disputes Trump's characterization, saying there is no persecution of white Afrikaners in this country. Let's bring in Professor Ruth Hall from the University of Western Cape in South Africa for more on this. Professor Hall, thanks for joining us. Can you just start by explaining the Expropriation Act, what it does, and why it's so controversial?
Thanks, Diane. So the Expropriation Act in South Africa has been long in coming. It's provided for in the Constitution, and it's been nearly 30 years of drafting this law. It does not provide for confiscation of land. What it does is it allows for a legal process reviewable by courts by which the state may compulsorily acquire property for certain purposes, including to restore that property to people from whom it was unfairly and unjustly taken in the past. In fact, it's the right of eminent domain. It's the same right that's enshrined in the American Constitution in the Fifth Amendment. In fact, it's quite...
Oh no, it's in the US Constitution too? Who knew that we had eminent domain in the United States? Oh, a lot of people, as it turns out. Wow, so I guess there's also a genocide happening in the United States too. All right, let's go to democracy now. Get into this a little bit more deeply.
Democracy depends on a free press. Please support our independent journalism at democracynow.org/give.
South African President Cyril Ramaphosa says he will meet with President Trump at the White House next week after a group of some 59 Afrikaners arrived in the United States Monday after being granted refugee status. Afrikaners are the white South Africans who ruled the country during apartheid. This comes as the Trump administration has suspended refugee resettlement for almost everyone else in the world.
These people do not deserve to be here.
White South Africans face racial discrimination.
These people genuinely do not deserve to be here, okay? And I don't think that that's, a wild statement to make. They're not refugees. They're not refugees. And we're bringing them in as refugees while we get rid of people who are actual refugees. They do not belong here. Go back to your fucking country.
The world. Speaking Monday, Trump claimed white South Africans face racial discrimination, even though the country's white minority still owns the vast majority of farmland decades after the end of apartheid rule. Trump said he's allowing them to come to the United States to escape, quote, genocide.
It's a genocide that's taking place that you people don't want to write about.
Give me a joke.
But it's a terrible thing that's taking place, and farmers are being killed. They happen to be white, but whether they're white or black makes no difference to me. But white farmers are being brutally killed, and their land is being confiscated in South Africa.
On Monday, South African President Cyril Ramaphosa refuted Trump's claims that white people are being persecuted in his country, calling it, quote, a completely false narrative. On Tuesday, Ramaphosa recounted a conversation he'd had with Trump about the situation in his country.
I had a conversation with President Trump on the phone, and he said, what's happening down there? And I said, President, what you've been told by those people who are opposed to transformation back home in South Africa is not true. And I added to him, I said, we were well taught by Nelson Mandela and other iconic leaders like Oliver Tambo on how to continue to build a united nation out of the diverse groupings that we have in South Africa. We're the only country on the continent where the colonizers came to stay, and we have never driven them out of our country. So they are staying, and they're making great progress. It's a fringe grouping that does not have a lot of support, that is anti-transformation and anti-change, that would actually prefer to see South Africa going back to apartheid type of policies.
This comes as South African-born Trump advisor and multi-billionaire Elon Musk has also accused South Africa's government of promoting what he calls white genocide. Musk's grandfather moved his family to South Africa after embracing the country's apartheid system.
On Wednesday, Musk's artificial intelligence chatbot, Grok, became a trending topic on X when people tried to use it to answer questions and check facts. And the chatbot added the topic of white genocide in South Africa to its responses, telling users it was, quote, instructed by my creators to accept the genocide, quote, as real and racially motivated, no matter what the question was. For more, we're joined in Cape Town, South Africa, by two guests. Herman Wasserman is with us, professor of journalism, director of the Center for Information Integrity in Africa at Stellenbosch University. His new piece for the website Africa is a Country is headlined Trump's Fake Refugees. Wasserman himself is a white South African, an Afrikaner. And Andile Zulu is a political analyst with the Alternative Information and Development Center. His new piece for the website Africa is a Country is titled Race, Power, and the Politics of Distraction. We welcome you both to Democracy Now! Herman Wasserman, let's begin with you. You are a white South African and you are an Afrikaner. If you can explain, first of all, to the world what exactly that means and what you thought when you heard President Trump charge white genocide in South Africa.
Well, I would say that my first response was one of incredulity, and later met with, I think with disgust even, and just rejection of this notion of a white genocide or whites being persecuted. And I think that view is shared by many others, white South Africans, and certainly the majority of South Africans in the country.
Well, Andile Zulu, if you could also respond to these claims of a white genocide in South Africa and Trump bringing over these 59 Afrikaners to the U.S., and talk about this in the context of this the new law that replaces the 1975 Expropriation Act in South Africa, and explain why that's been so controversial and what it entails.
Well, this accusation of white genocide emanating from the White House is a conspiracy theory and a myth that has been floating around echo chambers of right-wing populists and white nationalists for many decades now, particularly within the online space. And it essentially holds the accusation that white South Africans, in particular Afrikaans South Africans, are victims of deliberate, direct, state-sanctioned violence. And anyone who lives in this country, who's awake to the reality of this country, the inequality, the poverty, the unemployment that most Black South Africans have to endure, and including Indian and colored South Africans as well, knows that it's patently untrue. And the truth, however, is irrelevant to those who are perpetuating this myth. What matters is that it's a means through which you can mobilize anxiety, mobilize fear, and mobilize frustration from a segment, I think a relatively small segment of the population that is dissatisfied with the post-apartheid democracy and the loss of their political elevated status. It's a way in which you can mobilize fears here in South Africa and then appeal to a base within the MAGA movement in the US as well to portray the Donald Trump presidency as essentially being a crusader to defend white civilization, both in the USA and here. And this all began initially with the signing by the president, Ramaphosa, of the Expropriation Act, which in itself is not that much of a radical or progressive policy. It's a very procedural piece of legislation, which essentially changes the criteria through which government can expropriate private.
This guy looks like he hangs around playgrounds a lot. Maybe I'm being unfair, but he creeps me out. Also, it weirds me out that he goes back and forth between capital letters and lowercase letters. It's very strange.
Legislation, which essentially changes the criteria through which government can expropriate private property for the public good and for the public use on the basis of finding just and equitable compensation. And in fact, most legal experts have said that the instances in which you'll arrive at nil compensation, at no compensation, would be quite rare, actually. So this legislation isn't an assault on white livelihoods. It isn't even an attack on the dominance of private property relations in post-apartheid. But for Elon Musk and for Donald Trump, it's doing what right-wing populism, what racial ideologies always function to do, which is to stoke fear, conflict, and division in order to be able to protect the exploitative and unequal relations under South Africa's neoliberal capitalism, and I think under the neoliberal order that we have more broadly.
And Andila, I mean, I just want to add these a couple of things that I wanted to say earlier, which is to clarify for audiences who aren't as aware of South Africa's history. It was a 1913 law that gave over 90% of South Africa's land to whites. Mm-hmm. Today, they are some 7% of the population are white South Africans, but they still own about half, 50% of the country's land. Afrikaners, who constitute the majority of the white population, are among, of course, the most successful and richest.
Yeah, the statistics are disturbing. The fact that you can be 7% of the population and own the majority of land in a country, a tiny fraction, a single-digit portion, percentage of the population and own half the land. It's disgusting. And that anybody could say, oh, that's genocide of white people. It just contravenes all reality. Oh, shit, we just blew through the second break. Okay. Hold on. We gotta take a quick break. I just noticed something I gotta fix before we get too far along here and I forget to do it. Sorry, chat. Oh, fuck it. I'll do it on my phone. It's gonna take too goddamn long. Okay. Yeah, we will. We're gonna take a quick break, but we'll be right back. We'll be right back with the content right after these brief space messages. All right, I hope everybody's been enjoying the stream so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. While you're at it, do also consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we would cease to exist if it weren't for people like you. You are our only hope of staying afloat here in low Earth orbit. So many great ways, of course, for you to show your support for the stream. YouTube, Twitch, but right now, kind of forgot about this for the first half of the stream, but right now, we're in a real situation due to the fact that last month we had issues with the stream. Didn't stream for like the last 10 days almost, or have a real stream for the last 10 days. We are going to be in a real bind as June comes up. And since we get paid, you know, once a month, it's a real problem. Right now I've done the math and I'm not going to be able to pay the Earth rent. So do consider Cash App, PayPal, or Patreon as we see that money immediately, if not sooner. Cash App, PayPal, Patreon, we see that money immediately, and very little of it gets taken out by YouTube or Twitch. And rather than seeing it at the end of next month, we'll be able to use it on the bills. So if you got a couple bucks on Cash App or PayPal, or you're interested in becoming a patron but haven't, or have been considering upping your Patreon tier, all great options for helping us pay the galactic bills before the internet gets shut off and I get, you know, ousted from my Earth dwelling, as I do not live on the space station full time. So please consider one of these ways to show your support. Not that I'm gonna be upset if you use YouTube or Twitch, but it would really help out. Anyway, chat, that's enough for me. Enjoy this break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I'll be right back. think everybody knows what that sound means. It means it's time for us to get back to the content, of which we still have a great deal to get through. I don't know exactly, I couldn't put a finger on exactly how much content we have to get through, but it's a lot. It's quite a lot. So we'll be going deep into the morning time for many, including myself. But we must push forward. So get back to your seats, chat. Otherwise, you're going to miss the latest from GNN. Ooh, this is a good question I saw in chat. How much do I need to actually get all of those bills paid? Yes, thank you, Narwhal, for reiterating that question. I have to do some math here, but on the YouTube earnings, we were short by like at least like 300. It was a really shitty month for me last month. Oh god, it was very stressful that we were not able to stream for so long, and the amount of work I had to put in to try and get this thing functioning again caused me a great deal of stress. But I don't even know if that's the full number. I'd have to like do some math, but it's like it's close. It's like some number like that. It might be a little bit more, honestly, but I'd have to pull up a bunch of figures in front of me. I also noticed, though, during the break that we got 70 likes. We got 70 likes, everyone. Great job. Means we get another emotional support character. So before we go to the content, I'm going to roll for another one. More emotional support incoming. Ooh, that's Captain Planet. Okay, great. Yeah, that number is daunting. But yeah, hopefully we'll solve this situation. Still got a couple weeks. More than a couple weeks, actually. It's May. 31 days in May. We got 15 days to solve all that. It doesn't have to be done in a day. Rome wasn't built in a day, after all. Okay, enough cliches. Let's get back to the content. We're going to leave immigration and go on now to talking the economy before we head into the environmental portion of the stream. And boy, oh boy, it feels like we're about to really have some problems with the environment. But before we do any of that, we gotta get talking tariffs. Let's start with CNN from yesterday. According to them, America's ports could soon, is the operative word, could soon face a surge from stockpiling. Oh shit, I didn't do it. Oh no, why? Oh no, why? I made a huge tiny mistake. No, it's bigger than a huge tiny mistake. God damn you. Why did I do this? Oh, I just screwed up so bad. Just so bad. Oh, no. God, why didn't I do this? Oh, so I get for doing a workout. It's one thing I try to do is on breaks, just do a little bit of physical activity, whether it's like pull-ups or push-ups or lifting some weights over here. It's a good time, you know. It's like a full 10-minute break every time. Gives you enough time to do just enough physical activity to improve your physical well-being. Just a fractional amount, but you know, it's a good thing. God damn it. I'm so sorry, chat. I just screwed us. Well, I screwed myself, really. God damn it. Why did I do this? Why did I do this, dude? I am such a failure. Okay, that was so dumb. Sorry, chat, I have to... Hold on. Yeah, I made an oopsie. Okay, oh, God. See, I moved a video way further down because it was like in the wrong spot on my list. But then I went to that video, which then shot me to like this other place I don't like, way down the list. Okay, here it is. CNN from yesterday. American ports could soon face a surge from stockpiling.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Hecky dokey. Oh god, that just stressed me out. I'm fine, everything's fine.
Starting today, all cargo leaving China and heading for the U.S. will now carry a 30% tariff, which is a steep drop from that 145% tariffs that were in place for the past 6 weeks. The temporary lower tariffs are in effect for 90 days as the U.S. and China try to negotiate a new trade deal. The crippling high rates devastated America's ports, which saw a dramatic slowdown in cargo. They're now bracing for a surge from stockpiling. CNN's Vanessa Yurkevich is with us now. Tell us what to expect here.
Yeah, what a dramatic reversal that could happen in just a matter of weeks. For the past few weeks, we've been reporting that ports across the United States have been experiencing such a steep decline in cargo volume coming in because of that high 145% tariff on Chinese exports. Now, with this 30% tariff on Chinese exports, economists and analysts are expecting that retailers will take advantage of this 90-day window when the U.S. And China are negotiating to bring in as much inventory as possible. You're talking about back-to-school shopping items and holiday items that many retailers put on pause because the tariffs were too high. One economist told me, this is Peter Bookvar,
By the way, I just saw somebody donate on PayPal. I appreciate you for the $10. Not sure who that is. I don't want to dox you, but whoever that was, thank you. Very thoughtful. Getting us one step closer. What is that face?
On Chinese exports. Economists and analysts are expecting that retailers will take advantage of this 90-day window when the U.S. And China are negotiating to bring in as much inventory as possible. You're talking about back-to-school shopping items and holiday items that many retailers put on pause because the tariffs were too high. One economist told me, this is Peter Bookvar, he said, you're going to see a rush of ordering over the next 90 days, the likes we've never seen before. You're going to see the cost of transportation skyrocket too in the coming weeks and months. Now, this potential surge, though, will not be seen until late June or early July because it takes between 3 to 4 weeks for goods to come from China to the West Coast and 4 to 6 weeks for goods from China to come to the East Coast. However, this does not wipe away what is happening this month at U.S. ports. Just take a look at the Port of Los Angeles reporting a 25% drop in cargo this month. Long Beach saying they saw a 35 to 40% drop in cargo last week. And the ports of Seattle and Tacoma say they're expecting an 8 to 15% drop in cargo versus what they see normally. Also, the Northwest Seaport Alliance, which represents Seattle and Tacoma, say that yes, they are glad that imports may pick up again, but this chaotic nature of the on-again, off-again tariffs make it very difficult for the ports to staff accordingly, and of course, for people who work at those ports to know exactly how much work they're getting and how much hours they're getting. Yet to be seen how big this surge is, but the ports, retailers, and ocean cargo brokers are expecting for there to be a boom in the coming weeks. Brianna.
Yeah, it is a lot of uncertainty. Vanessa Yurkevich, thank you. Boris?
Thanks, Vanessa. Now, this is, as the title suggests, only a possibility. It's not a guarantee. It's not even a guarantee that this is going to happen, right? This is a calculation that is going to be made business by business, you know, because we still have 30% tariffs, not excluding, right? Not including the other tariffs we have on Chinese goods, right? So it is not in any way a guarantee that people are going to be able to stockpile, be able to justify stockpiling goods right now. Yeah, I mean, because you're making a calculation, right? As a business, it's like whatever the tariff might be, 30 plus 25% plus 10%, whatever it is. If it's steel or if it's, it's going to be, a calculation being made. Like, can I pass that cost on? Can I eat that cost? Which is something that most businesses don't even think about. But, it's going to be a problem. But the fact is, before we move on, the fact is right now is the time when many businesses are preparing themselves for later this year, right? Businesses buy and plan ahead of time. They have goods sent over here months in advance before they ever put them on any shelves. So there's no way to say for sure that we're even going to have this stockpiling happen to a significant degree. It may happen. CNN and some people are projecting that it could happen. But I'm not even sure to what degree it's going to happen. Businesses are going to continue to struggle throughout all of this. Let's go here. Another CNN. Oh God, 2 CNN vids in a row. I'm very sorry, everyone. Here's CNN, also from yesterday. Businesses say they are struggling to survive amid Trump tariffs.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed! Fashion designers are already shooting next year's collections, but given the current trade climate, this is the first time in 30 years of business Deirdre Quinn is seriously doubting if she can keep her company for another year.
Are you confident you'll be around for Resort 2026?
No. Quinn is co-founder and CEO of Lafayette 148, a luxury label that has become a fixture in the fashion industry, worn by the likes of Julia Roberts, Viola Davis, the former Speaker of the House, and the First Lady. It's a brand now struggling. Despite the rollback on Chinese tariffs, Lafayette 148 is straining under the tariffs still in place.
Speaking of money and economics, my gosh, I just want to say I noticed 2 more people just donate on Cash App, also getting us 2 steps closer. I'm not going to, I'm not going to throw out your names, but I really, really super duper appreciate you so very much. Feel free to tell people if you were the ones, but I don't like to do that with the Cash Apps and the PayPals. Oh, you're all really helping. You're all really, really helping us get closer. Jeez. You're all very beautiful. Aww. Sasha G with a sweet, sweet Foxy super sticker. I don't think I've seen that one. I like that with the hearts and the dancing. That's so cute. So cute. I appreciate you all very much. Giving me hope. Hope for the future.
So what do you do? What is your strategy then going forward?
Well, at the moment, it's to speak out.
So far, Quinn has paid some $2.8 million in tariffs this year. Paying 30%, while certainly better than the 145% that was previously in place, still means she needs to pay an additional $2.3 million over the next 90 days.
We're in a tough position right now.
Tough because if she were to pass on the current total tariff cost to her customers, a blouse from her collection, currently costing about $600, would be more than $700. It's a shift the entire industry is feeling. The U.S. receives 97% of its clothing and shoes from other countries, primarily China and Vietnam. In Quinn's case, 95% of her products are made in China. Right now, she stays afloat by shipping only what has already sold, without passing the total cost on to her customers. Meanwhile, most of her inventory is still sitting in China.
I have to have my China.
Jesus Christ. And that is not a story that goes, unnoticed by me. Not a lot of businesses are even considering trying to eat any of those costs. Most businesses prefer not to do that. Now, of course, to what degree she's doing that, I don't know. But it's something important. Columbia Rican, were you one of the people who donated on Cash App or PayPal? Thank you. I appreciate you. Chokey with a sweet super sticker. Coffee. Speaking of coffee, I need to grab some tea. I just ran out. My caffeine supply is getting low. I love you all. All right, back to CNN talking tariffs.
I can't afford to have my entire cash flow go to the tariffs. And that's what's happening.
Independent jewelry designer Presley Oldham is doing what President Trump has been advocating for. His product is made in the United States.
They're a really beautiful color.
He still needs freshwater pearls, which come primarily from two places in the world, China or Japan. At a recent show, he says retailers from Canada and Mexico who wanted to avoid tariffs refused to buy because he's a U.S.-based designer.
How much revenue do you think you've lost so far?
Easily upwards of $40,000.
Jesus Christ.
As an entrepreneur, I'm really searching for this sort of ground to stand on right now, and I don't know what that looks like.
Repercussions already being felt on the sales floor at Lafayette 148's boutique in Soho.
Our clients are walking in and asking if we're okay.
What do you tell them?
You're looking for a ray of hope that this is all just a bad dream and it's going to go away.
The real worry is if the tariff nightmare doesn't go away in short order, Deirdre Quinn says her life's work and all she has built may soon be gone.
How long do you think, realistically, you can keep doing this?
No, I won't make it to Labor Day.
Won't make it to Labor Day.
Well, at least by Labor Day, we'll know what the cause of autism is. So it's like a trade-off, right? Oh my god! Oh my god! $600 blouse. Yeah, no, I know. Her business seems to be. I don't know where all the money's going. I'm not gonna lie. Hopefully to the workers, honestly. Hopefully she's paying workers a lot of money, but it's not clear. I mean, it's not at all clear. And she manufactures in China, so it's not exactly helping Americans. Tell us sooner and it'll be easier. That's fair. I mean, I feel like I started talking about this over the weekend. But I struggle talking about my own problems. I'm much better talking about other people's problems. Not gonna lie.
Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
Okay. Let's talk about another business that's struggling. CBS News, also from yesterday. Oh, we still have to name the skeleton. I think we will do that around 1,000. When we get to it, I'm gonna start. I just want to write this down for me. I gotta put it in the
new U.S.-China tariff.
I gotta put in this. I gotta write it down. We do have to name the skeleton. People have been talking about that for a while, and I think we will officially do it 1,000 subs. But I'll start the naming process in the Discord. If you're not in the Discord, you should be. There's the link. Okay. Was I going to say something else? No, I think we're good. CBS News.
The new U.S.-China tariff agreement is now in effect. Chinese imports into the U.S. now face a 30% tariff, down from 145%. And China has reduced its 125% tariff on American goods to 10%. Earlier this month, before U.S. and Chinese officials hammered out this 90-day reduction, I spoke with Eleanor Mack, the CEO and founder of the Jilly Bean doll, about how her company was going to manage.
I have made the tough call to pause our manufacturing
the 100% plus increase in our costs is just not something we can make happen or live, continue to survive on. And for me as a founder of this company, I don't want to and I can't put our mission and our future on this type of uncertainty.
Eleanor Mack joins us again now. Eleanor, it's good to see you again. We just heard you discuss your decision to pause manufacturing of your Jilly Bing doll. That was less than 2 weeks ago. Has this new tariff agreement changed your mind about that?
Well, I am reevaluating. So, a 30% tariff is, a lot less painful than 145%. But even at 30%, it's still a nightmare. We were at 0% for the last, for dolls for the last few years. And so when you look at a $68 doll like mine, that's, $10 to $15 and just tariffs alone, right? Not looking at additional costs that we'll have to pay to rush, testing, rush shipping. So, we're evaluating, but really the other piece is just that the uncertainty that sits on this right now. So the cost of tariffs are assessed when our goods enter the US market. And for us, and probably many companies like us, that's probably past 90 days. So we don't know what things will look like by the time our goods enter the market.
So even if you put in an order today, hoping to get in under this 30% tariff rate, there's no guarantee that shipment is going to arrive and still lock you in those 90 days.
Absolutely. Absolutely. You could arrive at 91 days.
Oh, God.
Who knows where tariffs will be. So it's a bit like.
Yeah, and this is part of this calculus that's going on that I've been talking about. These calculations that business owners are having to make is not just whether or not they'll be able to pass the costs on, or they'll be able to sell these goods at higher prices. It's whether or not the goods will even make it over the Pacific and into the ports and clearing customs before the tariffs are put back on, right? Because we have less than 90 days actually right now. How long is left on the China thing? I'm trying to remember because there's so many dates I'm trying to keep track of my head. We're down to like 52 days or something like that on Liberation Day, but then the China tariffs, I think there's like 80 days now or something like that, maybe less. And that timeline just keeps getting shorter and shorter.
Playing musical chairs, right? You kind of place your order now and you wait. And when it arrives, you hope that the tariff policy has either stayed the same or it's, decreased in your favor, but you just don't know.
And on LinkedIn Tuesday, you wrote that you believe this holiday season will look vastly different, especially for small businesses. How so?
Yeah, so, I think for us, we are, I think toy production, it's important to note that toy production, and probably many others, right? It's not something you just flip a switch and say, go. We, especially as a small business, we spend at least 6 to 9 months mapping out, for the holiday season, what every week counts, right?
Yep, every single week, every day counts. I've never heard of Jilly Bing, but it's unfortunate. This woman, if you listen here, Jilly Bing is supposedly championing authentic Asian American representation in toys, something which there is a genuine lack of, and now her business is under threat. Really, everyone is under threat, though. We got somebody in chat who works in logistics. Columbia Rican works in logistics. Yeah, right. Some of those orders can take an incredible amount of time. Exactly. Those boats don't just, and there's also port slowdowns too, right? Technically, like if that pileup happens, right? I mean, how long will those goods be left waiting at the port? Or perhaps on the other side in China, if people do rush to ship stuff, will there be massive pileups in terms of like or slowdowns, right? And like back orders and all this other shit to be taken into account. And border, whatever it's called, not border patrol, customs is still gonna have to look over this shit. And I'm fairly certain if customs doesn't get to your stuff before the tariffs come back on, you're fucked. All right. Even Walmart. Walmart is absolutely Walmart is warning it will raise prices. That's right. CNN 15 hours ago. Walmart warning of price raises at their stores.
Some of the breaking news coming in. Walmart, the world's largest retailer, is issuing a new warning today, warning the company will have to raise prices due to President Trump's tariffs. The company's CEO, Doug McMillon, is expected to tell analysts this on an earnings call today. I'll read you a quote as they sent out excerpts ahead of time. We will do our best to keep our prices as low as possible, but given the magnitude of the tariffs, even at the reduced levels announced this week, we aren't able to absorb all the pressure given the reality of narrow retail margins. Walmart said the prices will begin to go up later this month, and the hikes could put the company also in an uncomfortable position, if you will, with the Trump administration. You'll remember last month, the White House publicly shamed Jeff Bezos and also threatened Mattel's CEO with 100% tariffs after they said tariffs would lead to higher prices. Compare this news today with what Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick told CNN's Dana Bash just on Sunday.
Lutnick.
So we do expect a 10% baseline tariff to be in place for the foreseeable future. But don't buy the silly arguments that the U.S. consumer pays.
The silly
Joining me right
argument?
now is Rick Newman, senior columnist with Yahoo Finance. It's good to see you, Rick.
It's almost like Howard Lutnick isn't an economist, which he isn't. He's just a former CEO of, I think, what was it called? I can't remember the name of his hedge fund. Oh God, he was just a hedge funder. But absolutely, tariffs are a fucking tax. There's no other way to describe it. Americans pay, consumers and businesses.
Joining me right now is Rick Newman, senior columnist with Yahoo Finance. It's good to see you, Rick. Okay, so what do you make first and foremost of the statement from Walmart?
None of this is surprising. The cost of goods is going up because these tariffs are a tax on something like $3 trillion worth of imports. So what's going to happen is, as the cost goes up to the importers such as Walmart and most retailers, they are going to pass as much of that cost on to end users as they can. This is not mysterious. We know what the level of the taxes is. It's about 30% on most stuff coming in from China. It's 25% on imported automobiles and auto parts. It's 25% on steel and aluminum.
Mm-hmm.
And for everything that's not covered by any of those, it's 10%. So that, more or less, is going to be the magnitude of the price hikes.
Yeah, and it's also going to be reflected in the inflation numbers at some point. Inventories have been dwindling. The most recent, I think yesterday there was an inventory reading. I can't remember, but inventories have been going down because retailers have been, and just businesses in general have been, going through that inventory, but not reordering because they have no idea what to do in this tariff environment. At some point, that inventory is going to run out. Unless they decide to just say fuck it, just we have to do business, whether or not people will wind up buying it.
Been a whole year already.
Oh damn, Omega Star, the second person. Now today, Mo and Opa's the first one to come up with the 12 months Omega Star, a year already. I know, it's crazy. I appreciate you, Omega. Great job. 12 whole beautiful months of galactic Twitch patronage over there for you. Truly appreciate that. That is the longest, I would say, that anyone can have been subscribed on Twitch for the GNN podcast. That's 2 people today. It's beautiful. 'Tis beautiful. Brings warmth to my heart. Your dedication, galactic dedication. All right. Enough of Walmart's problems. Let's go now to Eyewitness News, ABC 7 New York. With all this stuff going on, don't worry. Eyewitness News has some shopping tips for you. Oh, yay. Yay, shopping tips. That'll solve it. So long as there's things to buy on the shelves. What are we doing?
Let's take a quick check on Wall Street this Thursday morning. You're taking a live look at the big board, and right now the Dow is down about 100 points, 96. It's going back and forth after nearly an hour after the opening bell.
This week we received a new report that shows inflation slowed more than expected in April, despite prices and then pressures from tariffs as well. The inflation rate reached 2.3%, the lowest annual rate since February 2021.
All right, so while some prices, and if you check them, and we all do, like for eggs, are coming down a little bit, if you look, other prices are going up. And when they say inflation slowed, does that mean it's back to where it was? Is it bad news or good news for the consumer? Alexis Christophorus is here right now.
Because you know what, you might think, oh great, prices are coming down, but I don't feel it. That's because prices are still higher than they were a few years ago. But we are starting to see some cooling off, especially at the supermarket.
That is how inflation works, as it turns out. You know, it's fascinating. It's almost like the media never makes this clear because nobody would like it if they actually understood what the fuck all this means when they talk inflation numbers. Like, oh, inflation's coming down. Whenever they say inflation is coming down, it means we're not getting lower prices. It just means we're getting slowly higher prices, right? Until they start using the word deflation, I'm just going to point that out. Just write that down. When they start using the word deflation, that's when it means actually that prices are in fact going down. I'm sure we won't be hearing that for a while. But yeah, turns out prices are still higher than they were last year. Oh, weird.
Don't be creepy. Which is welcome news. Yes. But look, I don't want to throw cold water on this party, but experts are saying the full effect of the tariffs are not really felt in these numbers. Okay. These are backward-looking numbers from April, and they're warning that we're going to start seeing that in the weeks and months to come. Today, Walmart came out and said, we're going to have to start raising prices on consumers this month and over the summer. Bananas, for instance. Do you know bananas are one of the biggest sellers at Walmart?
I had no idea.
Random. Yeah. So they raised prices from 50 cents a pound to 54 cents a pound. Small, but it shows you that even the nation's largest retailer has to start passing that along to consumers, which means that other...
Yeah, it sounds small, but that's in fact 10%. That is 10% increase on the price. That's how math works.
Retailers will probably follow suit.
And in that press release, they did go over specifics.
There's that baseline 10% inflation that we're going to be getting. Like Howard Lutnick said. I mean, he didn't say it that way. He said it was baseline 10% tariff. But basically, that's what we're going to be looking at now in the future, I think.
About different things from coffee and all the different items they sell that are going up. So what prices are going up?
All right, let's get into it.
You mentioned bananas at Walmart, but where else?
Right. Can we do prices down first?
Okay.
Let's do that. Okay.
Good news first.
Eggs, Sam. So we know that they've been through the roof. Month over month, down nearly 13%. So now we're paying a little over $5.
Now, one of the main reasons for this number in particular, this has nothing to do with any of Donald Trump's policy. This has to do with the fact that bird flu cases are in fact going down, right? That was the main reason why egg prices were going up, right? There was some other smaller factors, but bird flu was the reason for this number to be as high as it was. And those numbers are in fact going down, partly due to the fact like we like murdered, like I don't even know the number of birds that were murdered, but not that they weren't going to get murdered eventually anyway. But point is, this number is completely a function of that specifically, because you can see it's 6 times higher, 12, well, not quite, but it's somewhere much higher or lower than these, however you want to do that. Joshua Keller with a sweet super chat. I'm struggling. Gonna bounce. Have a great rest of the stream, GSL and chat. Remember to take care of yourselves, whatever that means to you. Thank you, Joshua. Both for the super chat and the great advice. And sorry to hear you're struggling. I hope that you will be doing better soon. I get it. Times is tough. Dealing with all this is very difficult. Okay.
For a dozen, but a year ago we were paying less than $3.
See, I remember that, and so when they were saying these numbers were down, I'm like, no, they're still expensive.
Right, they're down from like their recent highs,
Okay.
but we're still paying more. Cereal down more than 2.5%, bacon down, frozen fruits and veggies down 3%. You're going to pay more for the fresh.
Okay.
But you mentioned, Pedro, where are prices going up? Got plenty there too, unfortunately. Beef has been at a record high and is still there, about $5.80 a pound now. For a number of reasons, shrinking cattle herds, grain costs are higher, and demand is high. We're also paying more for milk and for bread. So not great news at the supermarket, but, improving slowly.
Yay! Improving slowly in some places, not all. Even though there's high likelihood that's not going to last. Yeah. Propaganda, according to So Life. We only had 4% less eggs. Is that true? I feel like our numbers differ. Although eggs have not been my #1 priority over here, so I could be wrong about what I'm saying right now. I'm not perfect. But also not sure. Okay. All right, let's move on from Eyewitness News. Quickly hit up Canada. Talk about an economic story there. You may not have heard, as we have a lot of American chatters in here, but I know we have a good number of Canadians as well who subscribe. I don't know if you heard, Honda has decided to pause plans for an EV plant, which it was going to build. I think it was going to be in Manitoba? I could be wrong on that. Either way, they have put a pause on this plant. I think for the we could figure out pretty quickly why they are pausing this plant.
Honda's decision to stall its electric vehicle plans for Ontario has caused some industry watchers to pause and reevaluate other large-scale Canadian EV project pledges by Stellantis and Volkswagen.
Canada's EV industry is experiencing more of a short circuit than a wide-scale power outage, according to experts.
I do think that EVs are the future. I think this is where we are going.
But there's no denying that EV sales are slumping in Canada to begin 2025. The federal government has parked its EV rebate program. Ontario, for example, hasn't offered consumers incentives since 2018.
The question is, will it pick up? Because a lot of it because there is no incentives.
Ottawa's newly appointed Minister of Industry is now facing multiple questions on the struggling Canadian industry that just 12 months ago was proceeding full speed
It's not
ahead.
Melanie Jolie's fault.
I've already been in contact with the CEOs of GM, Ford.
I mean, I think blaming Melanie Jolie is a silly thing to do. I'm not gonna lie. I mean, this is clearly a business decision on the part of Honda. I'm sure she didn't tell them not to make the plant. It's a little ridiculous to blame her for this, I think. It's all got to do with the United States and Donald Trump putting pressure on these companies, as well as the tariffs, right? And with that, I mean, all these business decisions, a lot of them are going to be put on hold all over the world, honestly.
Ahead.
I've already been in contact with the CEOs of GM, Ford, and also Stellantis. My goal is to be able to have good conversations with them before the end of the week.
Stellantis' Nexstar Energy joint venture to open Canada's first large-scale battery plant in Windsor, Ontario, is on track to begin cell production later this year. Volkswagen and PowerCo are scheduled to open North America's first EV battery cell gigafactory in St. Thomas, Ontario. The company told CTV News they remain on track for initial production in 2027, followed by a demand-based ramp-up of commercial production. Though the batteries scheduled to be built on Canadian soil are for VW vehicles being made in South Carolina and Tennessee. Canada's large-scale auto infrastructure investments are now facing stiff headwinds due to Trump's tariff storm.
Cyclone Cheeto.
That was the perfect time for that fucking... That was the perfect time for that.
Cyclone Cheeto.
Donald Trump's tariff storm. Cyclone Cheeto. That's right. Cyclone Cheeto has enveloped the entire globe. Melanie Jolie is from Quebec. Who could have guessed? I knew that. Alright, that's it for Canada news. With the elections over, a little less to talk about, although there's still plenty to talk about in Canada. But right now we got a lot of other things to focus in on. So let's go back to the United States. Let's see what Pam Bondi did on Liberation Day. Here's CBS News from 12 hours ago. By the way, how are we doing on time? Oh, we're doing good. We're good. No break yet.
And Jake, I want to pivot to another headline coming out today. Government documents showing that U.S. Attorney General Pam Bondi sold at least $1 million worth of Trump media shares the day the president announced sweeping tariffs. I can only imagine there are legal and, of course, ethical questions to this.
Yeah.
There are, and those have already started to be raised on Capitol Hill today by Democratic congressmen and senators. Certainly more to come in the Democratic investigations front, but really what the crux of this is that on April 2nd, which was President Trump called it Liberation Day, where he announced that sweeping set of tariffs, Attorney General Bondi sold at least $1 million and up to what she said she had in December, which is about $4 million of Trump Media Company stock. That company owns Truth Social, and a number of other projects that the company is working on to kind of make President Trump's brand online continue to flourish. And she was a consultant on that project before the election and before she was named as Attorney General and confirmed earlier this year. And yes, traditionally you would divest that, but to do the divest shares, especially in the millions of dollars of something that belongs to President Trump. But I think you have to remember here, doing it on a day where the stocks tanked across the board. These stocks dropped about 10% before rebounding. Certainly raises some questions, and not just about her, but generally what the Trump administration is doing to make sure that cabinet officials and other Trump White House officials, as we know many of them have a lot of money and a lot of high and value assets, what they're doing to make sure that there is no improper trading, especially when it pertains to something that's as closely tied to President Trump as his media group.
Yeah.
Now, I don't think Pam is one of the Trump officials that was on his board leading up to their nominations. But it's just fascinating how many of these people that Donald Trump has brought in that either owned his stock or worked on his board. Kash Patel was on the Truth Social board. So was who was Donald Trump's DOE? I cannot think of her name. Linda McMahon. Linda McMahon was on Trump's board. Pam Bondi owned millions of dollars in Trump stock. It's just. I'm sure it's just a coincidence.
Give me a joke.
Speaking of Trump, and his many very questionable financial ties, let's talk about Trump's cryptocurrency. By the way, this next one's kind of hard to hear. Hold on, let me fix it. It's going to be hard to hear if I recall correctly. But here's Forbes breaking news. I'm going to turn on subtitles so we can actually, hopefully. Oh God, I can't see it. Donald Trump was on Air Force One, was asked a question about an apparent $2 billion deal using Trump cryptocurrency.
An Emirati government backed for dinner $2 billion.
This is impossible to hear.
An Emirati government backed for dinner $2 billion deal. An Emirati government backed for dinner $2 billion deal using the Trump.
What are we doing? What are we doing here?
Digital coins. How did that deal come about?
I don't know anything about it. I really don't know anything about it, but I'm a big crypto fan. I will tell you. I've been that from the beginning, right from the campaign. I'm a believer in crypto, and if we're not going to do it, China's going to do it. The way I look at it, it's like AI.
If we don't do it, China's gonna do it.
China!
Now, hold on, let me pull this up for us. Just for more clarity on what we're talking about here. I should already have this up. Here is Reuters.com. Trump stablecoin chosen for stablecoin. That's funny. That's a good one. Stablecoin. Usually stablecoins don't fluctuate so much in value as this one has. It's lost what, like 80% of its value from the high. It doesn't seem super stable. Trump's quote-unquote stablecoin chosen for $2 billion Abu Dhabi investment in Binance, according to the co-founder. May 1st, according to Reuters. A stablecoin launched by Donald Trump's World Liberty Financial crypto venture is being used by an Abu Dhabi investment firm for its $2 billion investment in crypto exchange Binance. One of World Liberty's co-founders said on Thursday, it's the latest in a series of Trump family crypto-related ventures, including a meme coin launched in January. Wait. Did Donald Trump launch 2 different coins? Am I losing my mind? Did I... Wait. Wait. What? Hold on. Wait. What? Oh my God. Are you shitting me? Oh my God. How did this story get past? Oh my God, Jesus Christ. So Donald Trump has 2 different cryptocurrencies.
Zero Megastar just cheered 300 bits. Headed to bed. Maybe you'll still be going when I wake up.
Thank you, Megastar, for the biddies. I may very well be going still when you wake up. I'm not sure how long this stream's gonna take, but I just learned something mid-stream just now. Holy fuck. Donald Trump, 2 different cryptocurrency projects now? He's doing everything he can to enrich himself, and Republicans are doing nothing to stop him, regardless of that nasty old emoluments clause. What's wrong with a little government corruption? Oh, wait, what's that? They were complaining about a few $1,000s as it relates to Joe Biden and Burisma for like years. Oh, geez. Weird. It's almost like they're completely... My brain just broke. What was the word I was just looking for? Disingenuous, I guess. Inconsistent in their ideologies. I'm I'm struggling to move forward right now. Donald Trump and 2 different cryptocurrency projects while a president. It's insane. That's not counting Melania coin. Jesus Christ. How is nobody in the Republican Party bothered by this grift? Alright, let's talk more about cryptocurrency. Here's Reuters from 15 hours ago. Crypto Weekly. Ooh, sounds serious. The Crypto Weekly report from Reuters.
From an attack in France to a Bitcoin bounce back, this is Crypto Weekly. French prosecutors are investigating after a masked gang tried to kidnap the daughter of a crypto businessman in Paris on Tuesday. Eyewitness footage captured the attack, which was widely shared on social media. The attackers eventually gave up and drove off. The kidnapping target was identified by local media as the daughter of the CEO of a platform for buying cryptocurrencies, who was with her partner at the time. Reuters was unable to independently verify the victim's identity. It's at least the 3rd violent attack targeting wealthy crypto players and their families in recent months.
Gosh.
Coinbase Global's shares jumped nearly 15% on Tuesday. That's after the cryptocurrency exchange became the first digital asset player to be included in the benchmark S&P 500 index. It will replace credit card issuer Discover Financial, which is being acquired by Capital One. It marks a major milestone for a sector that was once restricted to the fringe.
I just want to point something out in case anybody else is struggling to put it together. But the more and more that we insert these literal pyramid schemes into the stock market, the more risk is injected into our financial system, right? And this is not the only instance of Coinbase being put on the S&P 500. But like, there's so many different instances. All of these, like Bitcoin ETFs and other sorts of vehicles that have been created. I don't even know the full dollar value of all of these assets, or if you can even call them that. But like, it's got to be in the trillions. Like, and it's outside of the actual, like, it's insane. The edifice which is being built up right now is pretty horrifying, honestly, if you ask me. Send shivers down my spine. You know, all you need is a big crypto crash, and it could absolutely trigger further problems in the more and more the big investors and, you know, these sorts of things get put into the stock market, the more risk that is inserted into it as well. It's disastrous. All right, enough crypto. Let's talk AI real quick. Reuters with the AI Weekly. Oh, sweet. Thanks, Reuters. You're so helpful.
From big claims by Donald Trump to Foxconn's cloudy outlook, this is AI Weekly. The U.S. president hit Saudi Arabia, claiming to have rustled up major new investment deals.
With this trip, We're adding over $1 trillion more in terms of investment into our country and buying our products.
Tech giants appear to be among the beneficiaries, with Nvidia, Qualcomm, and AMD all announcing deals with Saudi AI startup Humane. Deals flowed the other way too, with Saudi firms to invest in.
That one's made me laugh twice now. Calling an AI project or whatever humane, like naming it humane, is maybe one of the most nonsensical things I could think of. In fact, I would never have even thought of it on my own, but it is hilarious. Humane AI. It's the opposite of humane. It's ridiculous. Oh my god.
U.S. data centers. Nvidia plans to release a downgraded version of its H20 chip for China in the next 2 months, following U.S. export restrictions on the original model. That's according to 3 sources familiar with the matter that spoke to Reuters. Nvidia didn't comment, but China is one of its most important markets, accounting for $17 billion in sales last year. Leaders of top tech firms, including OpenAI and Microsoft, say the US needs to invest in infrastructure in a big way if it's to stay in the lead on AI.
I prefer we didn't stay in the lead on AI, not gonna lie. I'd prefer... One thing we've been talking about is that these fucking billionaires continue to destroy the social safety net while and try and push people into the private sector, where they are then putting trillions of dollars all over the world to get rid of the jobs that they're purporting they want people to go into, while destroying the the fact is, I wouldn't have a problem with AI if we had a plan for genuine social democracy that included, I don't know, healthcare for all, housing for all. But right now we are in a moment where all of these AI players are basically rushing to replace all of us, but having zero fucking consideration for any of us. And we actually, I need to find this later and clip it and post it, like I posted that Tulsi clip earlier today. But we listened to the Anthropic AI CEO. Anthropic's kind of gone under the radar, maybe because the name is so freaking inane, but the Anthropic CEO, while at the Davos summit in Switzerland over this winter, came out and basically said, yeah, eventually, AI will probably replace all human jobs. And at that point, when we get to that point where we have been able to replace all human jobs, then maybe we should talk about, creating some sort of a system to help people survive. And it's like, dude, that's the wrong order of operations. And that's what terrifies me most, is that we have all these crypto fascists, AI fascists running around, not giving a fuck about any of the regular people, not doing anything to do that while they race to the bottom on AI. Speaking of racing to the bottom on AI, KCAL news from yesterday. Waymo recalling 1,200 self-driving cars. Aww. For faulty software causing crashes.
Now, Google's self-driving car company Waymo is under federal scrutiny again, this time for a recall involving more than 1,200 of its robo-taxis. KCAL News reporter Gio Insignares is in the Fairfax district tonight to explain why the company says riders shouldn't be worried. Gio?
That's right, Pat. Good evening to you. Now, the issue we're talking about here caused vehicles to crash into what's called low visibility barriers. Now, this isn't a typical recall. It is really focused on software. Remember, these are self-driving vehicles. In fact, Waymo says that the fix to this issue rolled out months ago. It's a high-tech glitch. Waymo, the self-driving car service, is recalling over 1,200 vehicles due to a software flaw that caused some of them to crash into chains, gates, and other roadway barriers.
Ah, jeez. That's so sad. Shocking that Waymo's having problems. They've never had problems before. Oh wait, they have had problems before. Oh, okay. Weird. Low vis barriers. That's right. Things that are, you know, child height. Is it lagging right now? What's up with that lag? What's happening? Don't do that. What are we doing? We've been good all stream. 6 hours in almost. Alright, not quite 6 hours in. Okay. We're going to move on to environmental issues. Let's start with some testimony from the head of the EPA, Lee Zeldin. Here's Forbes breaking news from yesterday.
Thank you, Senator, and welcome, Administrator Zeldin. I noticed that as a member of Congress during the first Trump administration, you opposed their recommended cuts to EPA's Long Island Sound program. Similarly, during the first Trump administration, those of us who represent Chesapeake Bay states successfully opposed on a bipartisan basis their proposed cuts to the Chesapeake Bay program. I'm glad to see that the spend plan that was submitted by EPA for fiscal year 25 shows that you plan to continue to invest in the Chesapeake Bay cleanup program at the appropriate and authorized levels of $92 million. I just want to confirm with you today, yes or no, that's right, isn't it?
Yes, everything in the skinny budget that is before us, the answer is yes when repeating what you all are reading.
Well, this is with respect to the spend plan, which is separate from the skinny budget. I do also...
Senator, and by the way, and I'll answer maybe your next question. The Chesapeake Bay program, which I know you're fighting hard for, as we heard Senator Baldwin referencing the Great Lakes Restoration Program, the Chesapeake Bay program is an amazing program. Our team takes great pride in running it. It's filled with a lot of success stories that span multiple states, including yours. And we will make sure that you also have a smile on your face, as Senator Baldwin will have on hers when the full budget is released and you see the numbers for Chesapeake Bay.
I appreciate that very much. You anticipated my next question, fiscal year 26, so thank you. Now let me turn to an area where we have some significant disagreement, which is the greenhouse gas reduction fund. In just the last few days, an independent analysis of the benefits of that fund was conducted by the University of New Hampshire. It was released. Simple question, have you had a chance to read it?
Is that the one that was written by a former Biden administration official?
Oh my God. I do not believe so, but we can check it.
I think so.
Here's my question. Have you read it, was my question.
If we're, Senator, if you're referring to the...
This is on May 12th.
Yeah, if that's the one that I'm thinking of, because I was presented a document, it might have been that which you're looking at. I understand it was referred to as independent.
Right. Okay.
But my understanding from the person who gave it to me that it was written by a former
we'll
Biden
take a
official.
look at
Who gives a fuck if it was written by a former Biden administration official? Who gives a fuck? Why is that important? You happen to work in the Biden administration? At what level, even? Right? Like, what? That doesn't change. That doesn't change anything. This dude is such a scumbag. By the way, Lee Zeldin does not believe in climate change. Look it up. What's up with his mouth?
Hopefully, just being a...
Also, what is up with Lee Zeldin's mouth?
From the person who gave it to me that it was written.
Like, why does it curve down? Like, do you see it? Like, what is up with this? Why does his mouth curve down at both? He looks like a fucking ghost. What is up with this guy? He's so fucking creepy.
look at it, but I hopefully just being a member of an administration doesn't disqualify somebody from a fair analysis. Let me move on, because this analysis shows significant benefits from the deployment of the greenhouse gas reduction fund, including 41,000 new jobs each year compared to current policy, over $20 billion in additional wages by the year 2031, and very importantly, a whopping savings of $52 billion over the next 20 years for consumers. And I hope you will read it and give it a fair look.
Yeah, I'm sure he'll do that. I'm sure he'll read it and give it a fair look. Yeah, give me a joke.
Give me a joke.
Okay. Now, one thing which the EPA has jurisdiction over, has a responsibility to deal with, or at least did during the Biden administration, is forever chemicals. And we're about to get deep in on forever chemicals. I may have set myself up for failure here today, or for genuine problems, but whatever. I don't care. We got a lot of important shit to talk about. Let's do this. This one's horrifying. I'm not gonna be able to watch all of this. It's an hour long. Veritasium from yesterday.
In 1929 in Chicago, people kept mysteriously dying inside their homes. It took 15 deaths for the authorities to realize that these people were getting killed by their fridges. Because fridges back then were no longer just boxes of ice. Instead, they relied on a chemical looping through the back to stay cold. And the best chemical for this job was methyl chloride, a toxic and virtually odorless gas. So if it somehow leaked from the fridge, it could kill you without warning. Other fridges used flammable gases instead, so a leak combined with a spark from the stove, and your house could suddenly go up in flames. So one company tried to solve this problem, but in the process, they accidentally created a seemingly magical substance. Soon, it made its way into a huge range of products, which were so popular, they ended up in nearly every home in America. But what people didn't know was that these products came at a price. The chemicals used to make them were being released into the environment, slowly poisoning everyone on the planet, including me.
Okay, that's a good enough beginning to this. Let me get ahead of this a little bit here. We don't need that or this. We're not going to get into like the nitty gritty on the science so much. It's a little bit a little too academic, I would say. It's going to take us a while. It would take us too long to dive this deep in it on the chemistry. I think this is probably a good place to start.
He was being prosecuted in the late 1980s. None of the charges against him would stick, so he was dubbed Teflon Don. By the late 1990s, the Teflon business generated roughly $1 billion in yearly sales for DuPont.
Teflon has a great future, and its uses will be many.
The chemicals were everywhere, even where they shouldn't be.
There's something wrong with this water. They won't tell us what it is.
The man behind the camera is Earl Tennant, a farmer in West Virginia.
And this is what they expect a man's cows to drink on his own property.
He suspected that something in this creek was poisoning his cows.
This is 153 of these animals that I've lost on this farm. You can see the discoloration in the hair here on her neck. And they keep trying to tell me there's nothing wrong with these things. I can call the West Virginia State Veterinary, and the only thing he asked me is, do you have a good attorney?
Earl was desperate, so he hired a lawyer.
He came to our offices armed with boxes of VHS videotapes. He started watching these videotapes, and, you know, there was a serious problem here.
Something wrong with this cow. Slobber's running clear to the ground.
The animals were wasting away, and they were skin and bones, and they had tumors and black teeth, and you could see on the videotape white foam coming out of the pipe on this landfill next door with these animals standing in the white foam. The hair on their hooves was being eaten off by whatever was in the water.
This is a lower pipe. You can see what's coming out of it.
It was a discharge pipe, and it had the marking of E.I. DuPont de Nemours and Company.
And the landfill that pipe was draining from belonged to DuPont's massive factory complex outside of Parkersburg, West Virginia, just 6 miles away. That factory was Washington Works, the first commercial Teflon plant. It provided jobs for almost 2,000 people in the town, and DuPont's presence was felt everywhere.
I have been a resident of Parkersburg for 48 years. I do not work for the DuPont company, but I have seen how their people have done much for the cultural growth of this community.
There are facilities for tennis, camping, swimming, softball, and more than 20 areas equipped for cookouts and family picnics.
DuPont took care of the community. So when the town folk got word that Earl Tennant hired a lawyer to investigate, they shunned him and his family.
As his sister-in-law put it, we'd walk into a restaurant and everybody in the restaurant would get up and leave. But Earl wasn't scared off, and neither was Rob.
I thought this was going to be pretty straightforward.
See, the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency, the EPA, dictates exactly which chemicals are safe to be disposed of in a landfill and in what amounts.
We would get those records and permits, and it would tell us which chemical was causing this problem. But none of those records were really showing anything that was really causing a problem, nothing that would explain that white foam.
Whatever was in Earl's water wasn't on the permits. Now, already in the 1950s, people knew that Teflon, specifically PTFE, was pretty safe. It's a long and extremely inert molecule, so if you ingest it, your body just flushes it out. However, if you heat Teflon to 350 degrees Celsius, it starts releasing fumes that make people sick. This often happened to workers in Teflon plants. Stray PTFE powder would fall onto their cigarettes as they were working, and then later they would accidentally smoke one of these cigarettes. Luckily, the symptoms were mild: fatigue, tightness of chest, headaches, and they would usually pass within 48 hours. It was called polymer fume fever.
And even though it rarely happens today, it's why you should never overheat your Teflon pan to these temperatures, especially if you have pet birds at home, because the fumes are much more toxic to them.
Avian chatters, watch out. You are under threat. But so are the human chatter. Oh shit, what did I just do? I did not mean to open my fucking calendar. No, don't do that. Okay, we're not done. We just cannot watch the full hour of this. There's just no way. But yeah, they went to, actually, shit. Should we do this one too? Oh god, this one, honestly, we might have to do this over on Friday or the weekend. We're already 6 hours in almost. This shit is so bad. Whatever, we'll watch parts of it. We might get on a deeper dive later this week. But let's see here. Let's go here. Yeah.
And it isn't just C8 or Gen X.
They belong to a family of over 14,000 different man-made chemicals, all covered in carbon-fluorine bonds. And companies can make them however they want: C7s, C9s, branched, polymers, acids. The generic term for all of these substances is PFAS, per- and polyfluoroalkyl substances. And like Teflon, they have almost magical qualities. They repel liquids, so PFAS are used to make clothing waterproof. They're also grease resistant, so we coat things like fast food wrappers and microwave popcorn bags in PFAS to prevent stains. Waterproof lipstick and mascara, hygiene products, and even contact lenses have PFAS in them.
Even the screen you're watching this on likely has a PFAS anti-smudge coating.
Come on! The trouble is that the same carbon-fluorine bonds that make PFAS so stable and useful in consumer products also make them incredibly persistent in the environment. Which is why you might also know PFAS under a different name, forever chemicals. They have been found everywhere, from bustling cities to untouched areas of wilderness. Every continent, including Antarctica, has PFAS all over it.
Almost every living creature, from polar bears to birds to fish, I mean, this stuff is being found everywhere. So, massive worldwide contamination, but by completely man-made chemicals that are fingerprints back to just a couple of companies.
Okay, I just want to address a chat in here, because I watched this whole thing, and Jerry made a comment. A pan is useless. Wait, no, that's the right one. Damn it. Do not use those pans. Any scratches and you're exposed to cancer-causing chemicals. Actually, if, shit, what's this guy's name again? Steve? I can't remember this dude's name right now. But he went through it, and actually, this is not the case. It is actually the overheating of the Teflon in the pan to over 350 degrees Fahrenheit, which releases the chemicals. Like he was saying before, he breezed by it, and they get deeper into it at some point during this. But the chain, like the compound chains, right, are too long to get into your body, and they'll be passed out of your body. But there's a bunch of other forever chemicals which are all over our stuff that are in fact leaching into things that have smaller chains that are small enough to get into the bloodstream. So actually, honestly, as long as you're not doing anything stupid with your pans, you're probably okay. But it's in so many places, it's insidious. It is horrifying. We're gonna get into it. Some of this stuff was so, I was literally like yelling when I was listening to this earlier today. I was like I watched this whole freaking thing, and I was like literally like I don't know who heard me, but I was like genuinely like, oh god, which is why I want to deep dive this. We just don't, like, I can't do it right now. But like, holy, like, we're gonna, I can't. It's in everything.
Even though companies knew how dangerous these chemicals were 50 years ago,
and like they go into it, there's like you said, like there's like 10,000 plus compounds, or like some like thousands of these different compounds, and they've messed with them. Whenever one gets blocked, like by legislation, they create a new one. And a new one, and a new one, and a new one. And the longer the string, the less likely it is to stay in your body. And they've made a bunch of different ones, and some of them are absolutely getting into our blood. And we're going to get into that shortly.
Find out how much of these chemicals is actually in my blood. So I have a little test here. I hate the idea of drawing my own blood. Okay, that was pretty easy actually. I was really worried that there was not going to be enough blood coming out, but no, there's plenty. So the question is, how much of these dangerous chemicals are in my blood?
Has anyone ever come back with blood that has zero PFAS whatsoever?
I've been doing blood testing on PFAS since 2007, and I've never seen a non-detect.
No way.
So I hear that 98% of the population has PFAS in their blood, but I'm looking for that 2% that doesn't, because I've yet to see them.
That's incredible. I mean, very, very bad incredible, but wow.
But if everyone on Earth has trace amounts of these chemicals in their blood, how much harm could they really be doing?
I want to make a distinction, because it turns out not all PFAS are equally dangerous. You can kind of split them up into two groups. First up, you have long, repeating chains of carbon-fluorine bonds that are tens or hundreds of thousands of atoms long. So stuff like Teflon. These are so big and inert that even if you do ingest them, your body's just going to flush them out. They can't be absorbed into your bloodstream, so you're pretty safe. They're called fluoropolymers because of the long, repeating chains of carbon and fluorine bonds. But the catch is, to make these fluoropolymers, stuff like Teflon, you need to use processing aids, things like PFOA or Gen X, and those are the nasty ones. These molecules are 5 to 10 carbons long, which makes them small enough to actually enter the bloodstream. They have functional groups at the ends that are usually acids. The most common ones are perfluoroalkyl acids, which means that they can bind to the proteins in your blood and be transported anywhere in the body. So they slowly accumulate and build up over time. Now, there are more than just 2 groups of PFAS and even different definitions of what PFAS even are, but most of what we know really relates to just a handful of chemicals from this group here, to these perfluoroalkyl acids.
Perhaps the most comprehensive document on PFAS toxicity was published in 2022 by the National Academies of Sciences, Engineering, and Medicine, and it looked at only 7 perfluoroalkyl acids. These are sister chemicals to PFOA, and some of them, like PFOS and PFHXS, were used heavily in the production of stain and water-resistant products, like 3M's Scotchgard, before they too got phased out due to toxicity concerns. The report surmised that if the sum of these 7 acids in your blood is below 2 parts per billion, there shouldn't be any harm. If your level is between 2 and 20 parts per billion, there's a potential for harmful health effects. Although the exact mechanism by which PFAS cause harm isn't fully understood, exposure has most consistently been associated with high cholesterol, a decreased immune system response to vaccines and infections, kidney cancer, and decreased growth in infants. But PFAS have also been linked to dozens of other conditions, and above 20 parts per billion, the risk is even greater. So where do I fall on this graph?
Right, so I have the results here.
You're not gonna tell me what yours were before I see mine?
No.
All right.
You're positive for PFOA.
Okay.
The level for PFOA for a US person went down from 5 parts per billion around the 2000s to around 1.46, what you have. So you're super average for a US person.
Great, okay.
The good news is, though, no Gen X for you or for me, which is great.
All right, let's go.
But
Getting too excited,
surprise,
buddy.
I guess is PFOS, the sister chemical, and it was used in a similar way, so stain-resistant carpets, treated clothing, and your result is at 8.93 parts per billion, whereas the US average is 4.3. Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah, it is crazy because it was discontinued pretty much in 2002.
This is not the results I expected. I honestly expected very boring results of like, yeah, you're around the middle of the pack or a little bit on the low side.
And then for PFHXS,
I just want to point something. Did you hear what he said? This chemical was discontinued in 2002. And he has twice the amount, which means it built up in his body 20 years ago and is just lingering.
basically PFOS, but 6 instead of 8 carbons. Your levels here are almost 7 parts per billion, but the US average is 1 part per billion. You're higher than 95% of Americans.
It shocks me because I was fully walking into this meeting expecting to be, roughly average.
Yeah, to me it's scary. You live a normal life thinking that you're taking care of everything, and then you have high levels of a chemical you never heard of.
The combined sum of all the PFAS detected in my blood was 17.92 parts per billion, more than double the US median. I'm just below the level where the national academies recommend additional screenings for PFAS-related diseases.
I had no idea I would come back with such elevated levels. I'd love to get the level sort of down a bit to a level where I feel like it's more in line with the general population.
Yeah.
But where could this have come from?
There are 3 main ways we get exposed to forever chemicals, and the one you'll hear the most about in the media is likely PFAS-containing products.
Shampoo, dental floss, paints, varnishes.
Potentially dangerous chemicals.
Toxic chemicals.
People are throwing out their non-stick cookware.
My wife threw out all our non-stick pans over a year ago, and since then we've been using stainless steel. She is very good at making it not stick. Me, not so much. But are pans really the problem?
The actual coating on the pan is Teflon, which again is just a long inert chain of carbon-fluorine bonds. So even if you ingest it, it doesn't react with your body.
If you have a pan like that at home, you probably don't need to throw it out.
The same goes for most other PFAS-containing products. Waterproof clothing, stain-resistant furniture, and sweat-proof watch bands might all release some level of PFAS, but the risk of direct exposure through skin is likely low. So the bigger problem is how easily PFAS from these products can end up in the environment. And many of the factories that make these products don't have a good track record of keeping the chemicals contained.
People don't understand that the stories that you see, for example, what was happening in the community in West Virginia, this is the same chemical and the same things that we're seeing play out now in Australia and in Japan, in Italy, in Germany, in the UK. I mean, there are a lot of folks that are still not grasping the fact that these are the same chemicals.
Our second main source of exposure is food. A lot of it comes packaged in PFAS-treated materials like takeout boxes, microwave popcorn bags, and burger wrappers.
It's not a burger wrapper. Is it a tiny amount? Is it a ridiculously tiny amount?
We actually did tests at the lab with stuff that usually contains PFAS. So, microwave popcorn, fast food wrappers, paper cups that are waterproof. So I have tap water here from a house in London. Could we boil some water, because usually you interact with these products when they're hot, and then see if any of the PFAS leaches off, and you potentially eat them or drink them?
This is citizen science, right? So it's like, there might be some error, but with a solid control, and then with the same tap water going to all of them, we can at least get something.
Yeah, and even if we get nothing, we'll know that people are probably safe using these products. Right.
Whisk it around.
Yeah, really get that PFAS in that
juices
water.
going.
Right, get the PFAS
well, it's
juices
supposed to
going.
be safe for human consumption.
Yeah.
It's the wild thing.
We sloshed it around there, hot water, boiling water, for around 30 seconds, and then we tested the water to see if any of the PFAS that are used to coat these items would actually make it into the water. So here's what I got. And these are parts per trillion now. So for PFOA, good news, basically no detection anywhere, except for the microwave popcorn. I will say these are very low levels, but hold your horses, because the microwave popcorn gets worse.
The thing about microwave popcorn, it's sitting in there wrapped up with the popcorn for months or years before you ever stick it in your microwave. That gives those chemicals plenty of time to leach into the oils, and it's gonna go all over the popcorn and you're gonna eat it. This could explain some of our own results. The level for PFPEA, which is a shorter variation of PFOA, came back at 10 parts per trillion after the popcorn bag test. And you can see similar results in some of the other PFAS species.
But then microwave popcorn actually drops for PFOS. Why could that be? We don't actually know.
I was gonna say maybe the PFAS went on that wrapper and found its friends and just hung out there.
Yeah, could be. I know we've only done one test here, no repeat measurements, so we can't conclude much from this. But there's something to be said for when you're using these products, they're gonna leach into your water, leach into your food.
And research tends to agree. A 2019 study found that eating fast food and microwave popcorn especially can increase your PFAS load, while eating home-cooked meals doesn't. But even something as simple as reheating your food on a plate instead of in the original packaging could prevent PFAS from migrating to your food. Now, you might expect that these part per trillion levels we detected in the London tap water are nothing compared to the parts per billion you'd find in human blood. But the surprising thing is that to have 2 parts per billion of PFOA in your blood, you don't need to drink water with 2 parts per billion of PFOA in it. Because PFAS accumulate in your body over time. So even water with as little as 4 parts per trillion of PFOA combined with other exposure can be enough to maintain your blood levels this high. And this is why, in addition to food, water is your biggest source of exposure. This is especially true if you live near a PFAS factory where the local water is often heavily contaminated. But the same goes for areas near military bases or airports. See, adding chemicals like PFOA or PFOS to water lowers its surface tension, so the water gets more slippery. And these chemicals also tend to foam up, so they make for an excellent ingredient in firefighting foams. They spread quicker, and the foam blocks access to oxygen extremely well. And since both military bases and airports frequently do fire drills with these foams, they end up seeping into the surrounding soil and groundwater. But it doesn't stop there.
Currently, we have reached planetary saturation levels for PFAS, which means that when you look up at that cloud and it rains, it rains unsafe levels of at least 4 PFAS species.
This is one of the most terrifying things that I heard. Well, maybe not the most but it's on the list of most terrifying things I heard while listening to this earlier today. The rain we are at global saturation. It is just, it is insane. The rain has PFAS in it.
It rains unsafe levels of at least 4 PFAS species.
It turns out that our entire water cycle is contaminated with PFAS. So even when it rains on the Tibetan plateau, that rain contains PFAS.
It's fucking insane.
To check the water levels in your area, you can use these maps that show PFAS contamination across the US, Europe, and Australia. What about Los Angeles? Encino. That's where I spent like 7 of the last 10 years.
Crescenta Valley.
Those are all high.
Yeah. Santa Clarita, some PFH excess levels crazy. So maybe you're getting your water from Santa Clarita.
Wow.
There's a calculator. It could give you what an estimate in your blood serum is. What we can try to do now is put that up in the calculator, see if you get something close to what you have if you want.
Sure.
PFH excess. So typical value for an adult is 1 part per billion, and then the Santa Clarita water is around 37 parts per trillion.
If you look after like 10 years?
So after roughly 10 years of exposure, you would have 6.85 parts per billion in your blood. And then I can tell you that you are at 684.
Oh my
God.
God.
That would explain things.
It's off by a freaking 100th. 6.85.
And then I can tell you that you are at
oh my
684.
God. It is, wow.
That would explain things. Now, I can't say for sure where my drinking water was coming from, but if I was consistently drinking water contaminated at similar levels, then that would explain my results. But if you're worried about your own water, you should contact your provider directly for the most relevant information. It's concerning just how unregulated drinking water has been.
It was actually only a year ago, in April 2024, that the US EPA finally set legal limits for PFAS in drinking water.
The safe level for PFOA went down from DuPont's initial 1 part per billion to 4 parts per trillion.
So we're no longer talking about 1 drop of PFOA in 20 of these tanks. We're talking about 1 drop in 5,000. That's 5 Olympic-sized swimming pools. And if there's even a drop of PFOA in there, the EPA is concerned.
The same 4 parts per trillion limit was also set for PFOS, the sister chemical. And Gen X went down from the 70,000 parts per trillion initially proposed by Chemours to just 10. The same goes for PFH excess. For reference, the EPA's limit for lead in water is 10,000 parts per trillion, and for cyanide, 200,000.
It gives you a pretty clear indication of how concerned the scientific community is.
And just when we got EPA limits, we got a new administration in the US which might be reversing some of the PFAS bans. So you can't always depend on the regulators, and you seemingly can't depend on the companies that make this stuff to dispose of it safely. So what can you do?
If your water is contaminated, you might want to consider getting a PFAS certified filter. Reverse osmosis, granulated active carbon, and ion exchange filters are all capable of removing PFAS out of drinking water. But the responsibility to filter drinking water shouldn't come down to the individual.
Seriously.
PFAS should be captured at the source during manufacturing, before they ever reach the environment. And some companies, like Pure Affinity, are developing custom filters to make that happen.
So, very lab.
Okay, we're not gonna watch this. I just wanna, I think there's one more part I wanted to grab out of this. This is a horrifying situation. It's about to get even more horrifying right after this video, but don't get ahead of it. Let's not get ahead of ourselves.
Your water contamination, your lifestyle, what you eat, but how much should you really worry about it? Like if I'm at 17 or 18 parts per billion, is that the equivalent of drinking a beer a night or going out in the Australian sun without sunscreen?
So what I like to do is create this hierarchy of risk. And in terms of hierarchy of risk reduction, number one on that is stopping smoking, exercising, consuming a healthy whole food diet, and making sure you're getting 7 to 9 hours of sleep. Then you have medium levels of intervention, seeing your primary care doctor, controlling your cholesterol numbers. And then on the lower tier that you have, PFAS probably falls into that lower tier.
Being preventative about PFAS exposure is currently our only option because there are no approved medical treatments available.
However, if you compare PFAS contamination between the sexes, male levels are consistently higher, at least up until around the age of 50, when menopause usually starts.
This is partly because menstruation, birth, and lactation are all ways PFAS can escape the body. PFAS can pass through the placenta and into the fetus during pregnancy. And then the baby can also get exposed through breast milk.
It's something that pregnant people should be extremely careful about. You know, young children are incredibly susceptible. They're drinking more water, they are growing, they're near surfaces like treated carpets.
Now, not everyone has to change their lifestyle because of PFAS.
But if you're in a high-risk group because of pregnancy or because you live or work in a PFAS-contaminated area, you might want to consider it.
Now, one fascinating claim that they get onto, I think it's after this, but I'll just explain it to you. I mean, there is apparently evidence, if you didn't pick up on it, that having blood drawn can actually lower your levels of forever chemicals in your body, right? It's building up, it's in your blood, it's just sitting there. So I guess we're going to go back to Roman times and we're going to start doing bloodletting again. But that is apparently, I mean, and that's why until menopause, women apparently seem to have less forever chemicals than men. Because we aren't bleeding every month, releasing some of that. God, it's just insane though. This fucking situation is wild. That we've allowed this to go on as long as it has. I mean, at least DuPont knew about this way before we really started talking about it. It's like 50 years ago or something they knew about it. Yeah, get me some leeches. Get me some goddamn leeches. But remember that thing I said like 5 minutes ago? PBS has a horrifying news story for us. Cannonball. Just kidding. No, much more horrifying than that, actually. The EPA is rolling back Biden-era rules against forever chemicals in our drinking water. That's right. Trump's administration thinks that it's fine. It's fine. Okay, everybody, get over it. Get those forever chemicals back in the drinking water, says the Trump administration and Lee Zeldin.
The EPA has announced a rollback of Biden-era regulations on so-called forever chemicals, also known as PFAS, in drinking water systems across the country. Our John Yang has more.
Jeff, the EPA has estimated that more than 158 million Americans are exposed to these chemicals through their drinking water. Last year, the Biden administration set very low limits for 6 common PFAS contaminants in drinking water. Now the EPA says it's rescinding and reconsidering the standards for 4 of them. For the other 2, the agency is giving water utilities 2 more years until 2031 to meet the new limits.
2031 is 5 years.
Covers environmental health for the Washington Post.
I don't know what... I think he misspoke. But 2 others are being delayed, not 2 years, but 5 years. So yeah, we get to build up more PFAS and other forever chemicals in our blood, in the drinking water for another at least 5 years, if not longer. Apparently, it's all very exciting.
Amdalat Ajasa covers environmental health for the Washington Post. What are PFAS and how widespread are they?
Yeah, PFAS are a class of thousands of carbon fluoride compounds used to repel grease, water, and oil, and they're the strongest bond in chemistry. And they're really persistent. I mean, they have the nickname forever chemicals for a reason.
And it's not just in drinking water. Where else can it be found?
Yeah, well, it's in our rain. It's in everything. It's in our food. Oh, my fucking God. And one thing I was thinking about this is, like, how much of our food is tainted by this, right? If we can find PFAS and other forever chemicals in Tibet, or like in on the Antarctic, where there's no humans, where there's no 3M or whatever factories making them, where no humans even live. We have it in our rain. Is it leaching into our food? Like, just like at the farm? Is it? I mean, what about farms that happen to be near old or current 3M or Dow, whatever, forever chemical, manufacturing plants, whatever? Like, is overwhelming, honestly, to think about. We have unsafe levels, like they said earlier, unsafe levels of forever chemicals in the fucking rain. I don't see how. It's not, whatever. It's just fucking disgusting. I cannot believe. I mean, I can. They're leaving no stone unturned over there at the Trump administration. They are ruining absolutely every facet of our fucking society. But don't worry, the EPA is also no longer going to publish reports on pollution. CBS News 2 days ago.
For the first time in nearly 3 decades, the Environmental Protection Agency has not published a mandatory annual report detailing the amount of climate pollution produced in the U.S. The U.S. is a member of the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, which means it is required to submit a national greenhouse gas emissions inventory report by April 15th each year. So when the deadline passed and it was still not published, the nonprofit Environmental Defense Fund filed a Freedom of Information Act request and made the report public last week. CBS News combed through the report and found that despite making some progress to reduce carbon emissions, the U.S. is not moving fast enough to achieve certain climate thresholds. In 2023, total greenhouse gas emissions dropped by 2% from the year prior, and by 17% since 2005. Tracy Wolf joins us now. She's a senior coordinating producer for the CBS News Climate Unit. So, Tracy, do we know why the EPA didn't publicize this?
Well, I asked them, and they didn't respond to our request for comment. My suspicion is this has to do with what the EPA and the Trump administration don't like to talk about, which is climate change. Obviously, carbon pollution creates more greenhouse gases. That helps contribute to climate change. This is something that they are not interested in studying. They kind of are trying to bury these types of things. So my guess is they decided we're not going to publish this report. As you mentioned, it is required because the U.S. is a member of the UNFCCC. It is required because we were a member to publish this report. Even though we dropped out of the Paris Agreement, we're still a member of that convention, and therefore we're still required to publish the report. So the data was FOIA'd. We got.
Unfortunately, there's not a lot of enforcement for that, if any. But actually, does UNFCCC? I know that the Paris Climate Accord is in that. Actually, maybe the UNFCCC. I don't know. But this is fucking insanity. The Trump administration, they just don't want reality.
I don't want reality.
So they're just burying these reports. And now we're going to have to FOIA request the information on pollution. But I'm pretty sure they're going to stop measuring it. Like, you know, they're just going to stop, regardless of releasing, they're just going to stop measuring. They're just going to stop doing science.
It's science.
It's the anti-science presidency. God will save us.
Jesus ain't say that. Jesus ain't say that.
So gross. Oh shit, we gotta take a break. We are at 6 hours already. Jesus Christ. Hey. All right. We gotta take a quick break, but we'll be right back after these brief space messages. Well, I find it hard to believe anybody's enjoying the stream right now, but hopefully you are, and hopefully you've already liked and subscribed. But while you're doing all that, do also consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as you are our only hope, chat. Our only hope of staying afloat in low Earth orbit. So many great ways, of course, for you to show your support. YouTube, Twitch, but right now I've been directing people to consider, instead of those two options, going to either Cash App, PayPal, or Patreon, since we get the money there immediately, if not sooner.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Not only that, but of course, those three different options take a lot less of that money out, if any. Patreon takes like a tiny portion. But yeah, right now, unfortunately, due to the fact that last month we did not stream as much as I would have liked because of all of the technical problems that we were dealing with. Oh shit, I just realized the volume's way too high. Probably can't even hear me, but right now we are in a real bind coming into the month of June. So do consider contributing over there so we can ensure that we pay the bills. Anyway, chat, that's enough for me. Enjoy this short break. everybody knows what that sound means. It means, of course, that it's time for us to get back to the stream. By the way, someone asked if Winnie Rose, a platypus? Yes, a platypus. That's one of our patrons' avatars. That's right, patrons get avatars. Something I feel like is clear, but maybe I don't say enough. Patrons can just tell me, hey, I want an avatar of myself, or of a bird, a plane, a dog, my cat. Or whatever else, honestly, you can come up with as a patron. Only $3 a month. Alright, back to the office, back to the environmental news, of which we still have a hell of a lot to talk about. Because it's fire season. Yeah, and while we had a slowish start to fire season due to the cold weather, coldish weather in some places, it is warming up everywhere, drying out, and fires are breaking out, and it's getting a little bit concerning. First, let's start in Arizona. Now, I don't believe there's any big wildfires happening in Arizona right now, but Fox 10 Phoenix is going to give us a little update on what it looks like in Arizona right now. Oh, there was a fire. Never mind. Jesus Christ. Somehow I missed that while listening to this earlier. I am failing. I was honestly listening to this one at 2x. Okay, massive fire in Arizona that I somehow missed. I don't know. I've been overwhelmed. I've been overwhelmed. What can I say? I made a huge tiny mistake.
I made a huge tiny mistake.
But honestly, if we covered this fire in totality, we'd probably be screwed. Probably just die during the stream. But yeah, Arizona is very hot right now, and had some very high winds, apparently causing a large fire. 7,000 fucking acres. It's pretty big. Not as big as the fires that are currently going in Minnesota, which have been going on for the last few days. Jesus. Okay. All right. Yeah, let's go to Minnesota. 3 days ago, Fox 9, Minneapolis, St. Paul. These fires are at the last, whatever, we'll get to it, but they are not under control right now in the slightest.
Camp House Wildfire is what it's being called, and that just continues to burn today. As you can see, at about 750 acres in St. Louis County. They are fighting it from the air and from the ground. There have also been some evacuations, including to a camp there. So it's something that started about 12:30 yesterday afternoon, Sunday afternoon. And if you know the area, maybe you've never heard of Brimson, but if you know the area, it's about 2 miles northeast of Brimson. But again, it's kind of hugging that St. Louis County, Lake County line, just west of the North Shore, just west of Split Rock, just west of Beaver Bay. Many of you will know those.
Oh shit, do we have an AZ chatter in here right now? I'm so sorry. I had failed you. That's my bad.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
But now at least you're aware of the fire. Hey, look at that. Semi-informed. Big ol' 7,000 acre fire.
Areas. So red flag warning, there it is right there. Thanks, Ryan, on the map. And you can see it's just right on the edge of Lake County. Taking some time out here. This is something that you do a lot. You watch these areas, you watch these conditions. So from your perspective, tell us kind of what you're seeing right now.
Well, what I can tell you, Amy, we are in some very critical fire weather. And we're in extreme fire danger, and it's just in a way for a while. We're in some very scary conditions. And before I came on the air with you, even there's been another wildfire in that area. They're shutting down a highway in order to begin a helicopter operations. And been monitoring a lot of the fire situation up here, and we have had numerous grass fires. People need to be extremely careful, and in some cases, there have been fire officials who have said, really, just let's lay off any type of fires, campfires. Because of the critical fire danger.
Yeah, and even if you've had something burning recently, keep an eye on it because those can flare back up. That's great advice. Can you help us understand, Pete, kind of the area that we're talking about? We showed the map here just briefly, but for folks, many folks obviously have been to the North Shore, so they're very familiar with that. But in relation to that, talk about the area where this Camp House fire is. How populated is that? You know, which direction is this fire moving? Because I think winds are from the south today, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, in talking to Sheriff Ramsey, and I know you're going to be him very soon, this fire moved very quickly from 200 acres up to 750 acres. This is a rather remote area, but you have a lot of cabins in this area. You have lake.
Okay, we're going to keep moving because this is an older video. Next one's from 2 days ago. This wildfire turned into 3 different wildfires very quickly.
Continuing to follow.
Whoops, that was the wrong one. Yeah, there we go.
The wildfire fight in northern Minnesota is expanding. Tonight, we've learned a third fire is now forcing people to evacuate. The governor is calling on the National Guard to help. Thousands of acres have already burned in St. Louis County. Here's the bad news. The hot and windy conditions that fueled these fires are expected to continue tomorrow. The Camp House fire is north of the town of Brimson and burned through more than 1,200 acres. The Jenkins Creek fire claimed another 1,500 acres near Fairbanks. New tonight, the Munger Shaw fire has grown to 200 acres, forcing evacuations near Cotton Township. Among the evacuees is a campground manager forced to leave her beloved property. Our Kirsten Mitchell has her story.
It's scary.
Standing at the dock at Cadott Lake, Terry Genty watched as firefighting aircraft swooped in to scoop up water. Moments later, the call came from the sheriff telling her to evacuate the campground she and her husband have owned for the past 10 years.
He said, yeah, I think it's time to evacuate. So we ran over there. My husband and I ran over there real quick, and
There's 2 campers there, and we're bringing both of them over here to Wage Base to keep them safe.
They left behind 27 campsites, their dock, and several buildings.
I love my campers and I love everything about it. We started camping here 34 years ago. And we really never left.
Their campground sits right between 2 major fires, the Camp House fire and the Jenkins Creek fire, both burning out of control. Together, they've scorched more than 2,000 acres and forced dozens to evacuate. Already, homes have been lost. Our chopper captured one, engulfed in flames. Crews are battling relentless wind and dry conditions. Fire danger has now climbed from very high to extreme.
It was scary. Really, really scary. And I was glad to get everybody out and close that place down. So I feel better that they're safe.
This was supposed to be the year they celebrated a decade of campground ownership. Now Terry is just hoping there's something to return to.
I had a tornado here last year that we had to get everybody safe. So I feel
we need bigger budget and investment in technology to fight fires. We absolutely do. Donald Trump is not going to be doing that. I don't think. Because why do we have to worry about fires? Climate change isn't real. It's going to be fine, everyone. That's where we're at right now in this fucking country. But we're still multiple days behind. I'm trying to get us caught up here. Let's keep this moving. This was the aerial footage from Fox 9 Minneapolis. This covers a massive area. That is just such a huge fucking cloud of smoke. Wow, look at the zoom on this lens. I'm just going to skip around a little bit so we can see different angles of this footage. See a house right here. Hard to see through the smoke. There it is. Someone's cottage. Jesus. You can see there multiple structures are burned down. Yeah. Cars too, it looks like. Looks like a freaking tinderbox down there. Another house. Oh my god, this one freaking helicopter. This one freaking helicopter is doing it. Oh my god. That is... It's fucked. I mean, I'm assuming there's more. But... This is not enough. We need more. That's... It's great and all, but that helicopter cannot hold enough water to handle this whole thing on its own. Oh, I shouldn't be laughing, but... Oh, it's just a perverse nonsense situation. Like Jerry said, we are underinvested in all this. We're more worried about giving billionaires tax cuts. Same one goes back for more water. Jesus Christ. It's not enough. Okay, that's enough of the just audio-less aerial footage. Let's keep this moving. Trying to get us caught up. This one's Fox 9 Minneapolis once again.
And thanks for joining us here on Fox 9 and Fox Local. I'm Randy Meyer.
And I'm Kelsey Carlson. We want to talk about the fires tonight. A pair of serious wildfires up north, the Camp House and Jenkins Creek fires, burning through a combined 2,700 acres right now. A dozen evacuation zones are in the code red go now stage.
You can see the wind starting to pick up. You can see how flat this cloud of smoke is. Not a lot of upward movement for it. It's really going right to left right now.
Now, a dozen evacuation zones are in the code red go now stage. And Fox 9's Rob Olson.
He's on top of the situation in the studio for us. Rob, these fires are not burning far from two harbors now.
No, and to give you an idea where these are, it is about an hour north of Duluth there and about 45 minutes or so west of Silver Bay. So that tells you where that is, in densely wooded, pretty remote area of cabin country. Let's show you the video that we've got in from Sky Fox 9 just a short time ago. And this shows you the extent not just of the flames, but of the smoke plume. Look at that. And this is from the combined two fires here of the Camp House fire and the Jenkins Creek fire. You can see some of the damage left behind here as they try to assess exactly what's happened. Now, as far as the Camp House fire, that began at 1 o'clock yesterday. They think that may have been from a campfire that wasn't put out entirely. They don't know for certain, but it's looking that way. The Jenkins Creek fire, it's unclear at this point, but they say there is a lot of fuel there on the ground. And of course, the low humidity and the winds that have been pushing it to the northeast. You see some of the aircraft there. They've had aircraft, both planes and helicopters, that were pre-staged by the DNR and the U.S. Forest Service around that area, including some at the Ely Airport yesterday. They posted a picture of one yesterday morning at the Ely Airport, ready to go.
I love how Fox 9 doesn't mention during this that Donald Trump has been cutting Forest Service employees and budgets.
And then, of course, a couple hours later, the fires burst out and they were at work. Now, this is watchduty.org. It's a nonprofit that really tracks fires, and this is very helpful. This is the Camp House fire here, which again began yesterday at 1 p.m. It is now at 1,250 acres, and the red is the evacuation zones for that fire. Up here, that's the Jenkins Creek fire. It has now grown larger than the one that started yesterday, and this one started around 11:30 this morning. It is at 1,500 acres, and these are the evacuation zones for that. These in the middle have just been added as these fires kind of grow together, but everything kind of moving off in that northeast direction at this point. We know that there have been 3 cabins and a garage that have burned, but that's only what they know of so far, because the sheriff said there's a lot of areas they can't get into yet.
Okay, gonna keep this moving. But yeah, Donald Trump has been cutting the budgets and firing workers from the National Forest Service who are supposed to be helping to fight this fire.
Tonight, the 2 largest wildfires in the United States continue to burn along Minnesota's North Shore. The Camp House fire has now burned more than 12,000 acres. That's about the size of Mankato. Meantime, the Jenkins Creek fire has burned close to 7,000 acres. There's also a smaller third fire known as the Munger-Shaw fire, which has burned some 2,000 acres. Altogether, they have now destroyed approximately 140 structures as well. Good evening. Thanks for joining us on Fox 9 and Fox Local. I'm Randy Meyer.
And I'm Kelsey Carlson. We have team coverage of the wildfires for you tonight with Ian Leonard and Bab Santos in studio. But we want to start with So-Young Kim, who made the trip up north to get a firsthand look at those conditions.
We're just outside Hugo's Bar here in Brimson. We're near the Camp House fire, which is the largest of those active fires. Let me give you a look at the situation here. This is where the road closure begins, and in the distance above, you can see the plumes of smoke from this active fire that continues to shift and grow. Communities in St. Louis County remain on high alert as multiple wildfires rage on. Minnesota.
As you can see, it's over 20,000 acres right now, if I'm doing the math right, that are at this time. And this video was from 2 days ago. And it has increased since then, I would point out.
Incident Command says teams are working around the clock, and any sign of containment may be days away.
We're, fighting with these constant, very high fire danger days, fire activity days.
The largest fire in the area has claimed dozens of structures, a really heartbreaking situation, but it's also bringing out the best in this community. The owner of Hugo's Bar tells me they've been keeping their doors open 24/7 for emergency crews or people displaced, and have received an outpouring of support from the community.
All kinds of local businesses are coming together and just donating. We got 2 pallets of water, a pallet of Gatorade, a truckload of ice is coming. I walked outside earlier and the septic company was here pumping my tank because they thought I could use it from all of the people and all the use, so they just did that for free to keep us going.
Causes of the fires are still under investigation. In Brimson, So-Young Kim, Fox 9.
Thanks, So-Young. All right, let's go to yesterday now. That video before this one suggested that only a few buildings had burned. This video from yesterday suggests that over 140 buildings have now burned in these freaking fires. 144 to be exact. She's at least 30.
Overnight wildfires continue to spread in northern Minnesota, and authorities are now saying that their first priority is saving both people and their properties.
Even though the fires exploded in size over the last 24 hours, containing them, they say, is secondary here. The 3 biggest fires are in St. Louis and Lake counties. Michelle Beck is at the live desk with new information coming in overnight. Hey, Michelle.
Well, hey guys, good morning to you. This right here is the website officials have directed me to for the latest updates. As you can see, the Camp House fire here alone has swallowed up nearly 12,000 acres. That's about 9 times the number I got from officials this time yesterday. The problem here is that none of it is contained. So it started Sunday has proven to be tough to fight, and the incident command system says it's due to erratic fire behavior. Late last night, the St. Louis County Sheriff said 144 structures are now destroyed. Besides the Camp House fire, 2 other fires are wreaking havoc in the same area. They're called Jenkins Creek, nearing 7,000 acres in size, and Munger Shaw, at least 1,000 acres. Officials say 200 people have been forced to evacuate. That includes Jeff Conklin, as you saw right there, and his 2 dogs.
Might have to deal with Red Cross and put these guys in a temporary shelter until we get access to go back into the house.
I just hope it gets under control.
Yeah, so over 140 buildings now destroyed at this point yesterday from these 3 fires burning in northern Minnesota. This is WCCO, CBS Minnesota from yesterday.
Three massive out-of-control fires continue to rage in northeastern Minnesota. Now, together, those fires have burned through 20,000 acres. They've displaced dozens of people, demolished more than 100 buildings. This is view from the firefighters battling the flames. You can see from the sky here. Now the Camp House fire, that one is the largest. This has scorched 12,000 acres. That's right near Brimson. Next is the Jenkins Creek fire. It's blazed through 6,800 acres. And then finally down there at the bottom, the Munger Shaw fire. That has burned through 1,300 acres.
The community is showing up each other big time, helping each other big time, especially in Brimson at Hugo's Bar. The bar is offering up snack food, coolers of drinks, and pizza for volunteers and displaced residents, all of which are donations. Owners tell us they've been open nonstop since the wildfire started, and they'll continue to remain a resource for neighbors.
Thankfully, people are pulling together to try and deal with this, but without the adequate, equipment and response right now, without enough, not enough, honestly, like this shit. Other states need to mobilize at this point.
We're keeping a close eye on those wildfires burning out of control in the Northland. Those fires are spreading north of Duluth. The Munger Shaw, Jenkins Creek, and Camp House fires have burned through more than 33,000 acres combined. The Jenkins fire is the one that's really exploded. It went from 6,800 acres last night to more than 20,000 acres this morning. WCCO's Adam Duxter shares the very latest.
That's right, Barrett, and that...
Now, I just for a moment of context here, I just want us to think about this. So, 3 days ago, it started off as a small fire, grew to 750 acres within 24 hours, and then not 24 hours, within a few hours, and then by the next day, the three fires had reached 20,000 acres. Now, 24 hours later, almost doubling in size again to 37,000 acres burned. It's insane.
Lack of containment, certainly not because of a lack of effort. Crews from the skies have dumped hundreds of thousands of gallons of water on those flames over the course of the last couple of days even, but that dry weather mixed with the high winds has proven to be an absolutely killer combo. The unfortunate thing as well, the weather today is much of the same.
Yeah, in fact, the wind looks even higher than it was previously. You can see it's moving even faster right to left, at least from what I can tell.
The unfortunate thing as well, the weather today is much of...
And by right to left, it's really actually going south to north, but I just meant in the video we're looking at right now.
Same. Got red flag warnings over nearly all of northern Minnesota. The governor urging everyone who lives in the area in the path of these three fires to seek shelter, to get to safety, to evacuate from where they are living. The state's also doing its best to keep people who don't live there away as well. Closing portions of the Superior National Forest, meaning anyone who's looking to get to a campsite or a trail or lake, those areas are all closed as of right now. The state also urging people not to come with a drone, not to come with a camera if they can help it, saying those folks, while they might have good intentions, are also putting themselves and those crews in danger. Still, though, the folks who live near some of these biggest fires, it has been all hands on deck for the community. Look how they're responding up north just yesterday.
There was a lady in this morning that found out her house, her whole property is gone. Gave her coffee, couldn't even choke up the words to say thank you for the coffee, like she's just bawling her eyes out.
We will sit with friends and listen to more stories and see where we can help. And even if it's just for somebody's shoulder to cry on. I am just so proud of our community, I really am.
And Barrett, while there are thousands of folks directly living in the path of those fires, there are countless others in the Twin Cities and the Twin Cities Metro who have their summer cabin or cottage up north and are now watching from afar today. It's the sole reason why we're here in Buffalo, as we're...
Okay, we are getting closer and closer to the current. Oh my god, it's a fucking tinderbox. Look at it. Oh god damn it. Yeah, I mean, this is a good point, Jerry. Satellite should have picked up the fire before it got huge. We also, I don't know if you remember, but Donald Trump started defunding the NOAA, who are the satellite people, the weather satellite people. Remember that? It's so sad, but it's true. I don't know if that's the reason. It's also in a pretty remote area, so I don't think there's a lot of fire hydrants in the area. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure I'm not. Leaving an aerial response pretty much being one of the only responses that I think they can probably do for now. But Donald Trump should be, mobilizing. But he doesn't give a shit about Minnesota. That's the world we live in, at least in the United States right now. If you're in the wrong state, you're probably not going to get help from Donald Trump. If you voted for Kamala in the 2024 election, you might be screwed for the next 4 years. Minnesota, California, New York. All these states that went blue, Donald Trump doesn't give a shit about you. There's my just horrible poem for you. Okay, that was DM Register from yesterday. Here's KSTP5 Eyewitness News, also from yesterday.
Fire crews in northern Minnesota are giving it all they have this evening, but after several days, 3 wildfires in St. Louis County are growing and are still 0% contained.
Look at this. They've combined.
People with homes and cabins seen.
They combined. The Camp House and the Jenkins Creek fire fucking combined. God damn it.
Come on!
This is fucking... Ugh. This is fucked.
Here in the red areas on this map have been told to evacuate. Yellow and orange are where people are being urged to be ready to get out as quickly as possible. The Camp House,
immediately,
Jenkins,
if not sooner,
and Munger Shaw fires have burned more than 33,000 acres altogether. And for reference, that's just a little smaller than the city of St. Paul. Look at the scorched earth. Now, the cause of all 3 fires is under investigation. Tonight, roads are closed, and the public's being asked to stay away so firefighters can work on saving people and property. Richard Reeve has been with first responders working to contain the flames, and he's live tonight in 2 harbors on the North Shore with the very latest for us. Rich?
Yeah, Kevin, as you've been saying, the phrase we've been hearing over and over is zero containment. That means these fires are still raging out of control. It is hoped the weather, rain possibly, and more people on the ground and in the air will make a difference with these fires.
3 fucking days in, and it's still at 0% containment.
Come on! The Camp House fire outside Brimson, nearly 15,000 acres, and it's heading north towards so-called wilderness areas. Here in All Township along Highway 547, a charred moonscape. We saw smoke and the smell of freshly burned ashen timber. The incident command here, federal, state, and local authorities have combined the Camp House fire and the Jenkins Creek fire, more than 20,000 acres itself, into one operation. About a mile from the Camp House fire, the owners of Hugo's Bar are collecting food and water donations for the firefighters working 12-hour shifts on the front lines. The owner says he went on a ride-along with a DNR officer and was horrified at what he saw.
Some unforeseen losses and hardships. Some houses are burned right to the ground, and it's breathtaking. You drive out there, it's like a war zone. It's unbelievable.
Even if Mother Nature doesn't favor us, I think we still got till at least tomorrow evening to decide whether we're staying or going. But we're pretty much prepped. We got all our essentials ready to go.
Yeah, that's Randy Bettinger. We spoke with him and his wife, Cindy. They've been packing up, getting ready to leave. As you said, Kevin, no official cause for this fire so far. About 140 buildings have been destroyed by these flames, and the battle is not over yet.
No, it is not.
Harbors, Richard Reeve, 5 Eyewitness
Let's
News.
go straight into this one. This is KARE 11 from 19 hours ago. 19 hours ago. We are catching up quickly.
Story we are following this morning, those massive wildfires in northern Minnesota.
And just within the past several hours, it appears there's finally some encouraging news here coming from authorities. The St. Louis County Sheriff saying the fires did not grow much in size yesterday like they did earlier this week, but still the Camp House fire, the Jenkins Creek fire, and the Munger Shaw fire have now burned a combined 35,000 acres. Michelle Beck is at the live desk with new information just coming in here. Michelle.
Well, guys, here are the 3 big fires in the St. Louis County area right now. And as you can tell by all these red zones, there's evacuations for all 3. And so again, right now, officials say the Jenkins Creek fire has grown to more than 20,000 acres. This is now the biggest among the 3. Changing weather is a concern for today, even for the smallest of the 3 fires, dubbed Munger Shaw, at least 1,600 acres wide. In fact, the sheriff says the weather is what prompted residents to request those evacuations. That's also connected to why officials today will be closely watching the Jenkins Creek fire. The sheriff explains in his late night post to social media.
It's become the largest of the 3 fires by far, and we are watching that. We'll be watching that closely tomorrow. There's concerns between 4 and 7 in particular, where winds may potentially be blowing that toward the Hoyt Lakes. That area is on alert and should be on alert for the winds tomorrow and how that can affect the direction of that fire.
So as for the Camp House fire, the incident command system says the blaze has spread across 15,000 acres. The commanders overseeing all 3 fires report 0% containment.
All right, this one is from 18 hours ago.
Try to put your most important things together, of course, and pretty soon you realize you can't take everything with you.
Yeah.
There's a lot of emotion.
We saw some smoke, and then when we come back home, then it was already going.
Heartbreak in northern Minnesota. Several wildfires burn and force evacuations. You just heard from Bert and Yvonne Highland. They say the Camp House fire grew out of control quickly, and it was near their home this past Sunday, a scary time for them and many of their neighbors. Authorities say the Jenkins Creek fire nearby broke out on Monday and actually outpaced the Camp House fire. So residents saying that it's been a scary stretch.
The sad part is that it's homes, it's cabins, it's recreational spots, it's campgrounds that people are not going to be able to use for years because there's no campground anymore.
Yeah, authorities say
Bye-bye campground.
They are still finding more properties that have been destroyed by these fires. The price.
Bye-bye campgrounds. All right, it's the last one from 17 hours ago, which the title says leaves it at 0% contained still.
Come on!
Residents in northern Minnesota are being forced to evacuate their homes.
It's all because of these wildfires. We know north of Duluth, they've been burning for at least 3 days and still at this point 0% contained. Meteorologist Cody Matz is in now with an update on that and how today's weather might factor into this. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning. The 2 largest wildfires in the entire country, called the Camp House fire and the Jenkins Creek fire, are now being referred to as the Brimson Complex. Now, this is done when support crews are that are attacking both fires because of their close close proximity to each other. In this case, those two fires are just now 6 miles apart. Now, together, they have burned more than 35,000 acres, or roughly 54 square miles, destroying over 100 homes and cabins in the process. Thankfully, the flames did not spread as much yesterday, courtesy of lighter breezes.
54 square miles. That is a 7 by 8 mile square, essentially. Give or take about 2 miles. Is well, of square mileage. Excuse me. Give or take 2 square miles on that figure there. I don't have time to get exact, but the 7 by 8 square. Just imagine a 7 miles by 8 miles just gone.
Higher humidity levels, but still more residents had to evacuate their homes. Incident Command tells us crews made some progress yesterday, and they hope to be able to announce at least some containment very soon. And that will obviously be helped by some of the upcoming weather. While it will be windy in southern Minnesota, the winds will be much lighter across portions of northern Minnesota, and some rain is expected. And despite severe weather, any moisture at this point is important. However, it takes a lot more rain than you think to actually completely squelch the fire, so it's not expected to completely put it out. Think of it like a campfire. You throw a bucket of water on like burning coals on a campfire. It doesn't go out entirely. It cinders, it smokes a little bit, but it will certainly help crews get things.
Let's hope it helps crews get things under control. Fingers crossed. Now, we didn't... I don't think we saw the video. Or we didn't... We might have skipped over that part of it, but there's suggestions that this was absolutely a human-caused fire, if I'm not mistaken about this. That's going to be it for us on the Minnesota fires, but wait, there's more. Let's go to Canada. Just north of Minnesota, in Manitoba. CTV News from yesterday. Wildfires burning across Manitoba.
That's hot.
Fire is a problem all across the province tonight, from as far north as the Paw to the southeastern corner, and one of the most popular camping and hiking areas along the Ontario border. Standing by live with more on the several other fires burning in Manitoba right now is CTV's Michelle Gerwing. Michelle, one of those fires is actually in Ontario, but it's forcing evacuations in the Whiteshell tonight.
Right. There is an out-of-control wildfire burning near Ingulph, Ontario, just across the border from West Hawk Lake and Caddy Lake. Now, those flames have eaten up about 8,000 hectares since it started yesterday. Now, Manitoba Parks has issued closure and evacuation notices for several areas in Whiteshell.
8,000 hectares is like 19, 20, I don't know, I can't remember the exact fucking, my brain just broke. I can't remember the exact, my brain is really broken. Conversion factor from hectares to acres, but I think it's like 2 point something acres per hectare. So that's, yeah, it's a fucking big ass fire too.
Has issued closure and evacuation notices for several areas in Whiteshell Provincial Park where there are trails, campers, and cottagers. Now, earlier today, we spoke to a homeowner on the south shore of West Hawk Lake who said the winds have been up and the fire seems to be growing. He says he's packed a bag because the area is bone dry and he may get evacuated.
Be careful, right? Don't throw cigarettes out of the car. And if you were thinking of setting off fireworks, even though it's supposed to be cooler, it is dry. And you're not even supposed to really have fireworks in the park anyway, but people do it a lot. And this year it's a really bad idea. So be careful out there, and hopefully we'll all get through this and we'll get some rain this weekend to help tamp it down a bit.
Now there's another fire burning near Wobegon Provincial Park that's just north of the White Shell. It has grown to 5,000 hectares in size. It's also claimed the iconic sign welcoming people to the area. Now farther south, a fire 1,000 hectares in size is burning in the arm of Piney. Evacuation orders have gone out for the towns of Carrick and St. Lob. Now the largest fire in Manitoba is still the one burning in the RM of Kelsey. It's about 40,000 hectares and is still considered out of control. But the RM's emergency coordinator says all of the people in their area have been given the okay to go home.
It's a mixed emotion. Happy to go home, but should we? And so feels a little bit better. The winds are really picking up today here from the west.
40,000 frickin' hectares. That is humongous. That is horrifying. I'm going to try and get more footage of that for you all later, but I have been so overwhelmed with everything else going on geopolitically that my coverage on environmental shit has been lacking lately, I feel. I do have one more on this White Shell fire they were just talking about. Here's CTV news from 9 hours ago.
Okay, for more on this, let's bring in Ken Pickering. He's the president of the White Shell Cottagers Association. Thanks so much for joining us on CTV News Channel. You were at White Shell Provincial Park earlier. How are things currently looking for the area?
Well, there's definitely struggles going on. I mean, right now the fires are most to the east near the border of Ontario, from what I understand. But cottagers in that area are definitely on high alert. Environment very smoky, and I know nighttime there's been a few photos circulating from people in the West Hawk Lake area there that can see the ominous orange glow, over the tree line. So very close and very scary for a lot of folks out there.
Yeah, so either for anything from those who live there or official updates, have you gotten any status of cottages at the moment?
Right now, the cottage.
By the way, I just did a quick calculation on that. 40,000 hectares is about 1,000 acres shy of 100,000 acres. This is bigger than the. I think this is bigger than the LA fire.
Damages in the White Shell. I haven't heard of any within our park. I think there might. No, I shouldn't say that. I think there may have been some up by Winnetoba, but I haven't confirmed those yet. But yeah, there's definitely. It's very, very close, and it's with the changing wind conditions and temperatures, it's a challenge for fire teams to get out there and deal with this.
Yeah, fire activity always unpredictable depending on the weather first and foremost. Now, do you have any idea specifically how long the park, campgrounds, or cottages might be closed or people will be forced out for?
Well, the park closure came into effect at technically 9 o'clock this morning. That's when all entrances off the main roadways into the park.
It's a fascinating question. Who the fuck wants to go visit a on fire forest? Anybody? When can people come visit the charred landscape?
Come on! Were blocked and no longer access into the park was started. That notice came out yesterday, and then people were needed to evacuate by 1 p.m. today. So I know that they will be busy trying to make sure that that's happened. I happened to be out there when the conservation officer approached. They were knocking door to door and asking people to leave. I was well aware of it. So yeah, they're making progress trying to get that happen. I know for campers, they've indicated that campgrounds in the White Shell will remain closed at least until May 21st. And those people that did have reservations, because it's the long weekend coming up, it's sort of our kickoff weekend to this. They'll be contacted by reservation services and handled that way.
Yeah, just quickly, a little bit of time left, but you mentioned the long weekend, of course, coming up this weekend. What's your message to cottagers or those looking for a getaway, not specifically in the area that's closed, but places nearby that might be affected? What's your message to them this weekend?
Well, I would strongly suggest, a lot of parts of Manitoba are, not conducive to, I'll say, campfires right now and those types of activities. So it might be one of those weekends where we just have to find something else to do.
It's not conducive. Not conducive to campfires right now. I mean, that couldn't have been more understated from this gentleman. Not a great time for campfires, he says. Jesus Christ. Oh my God.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
Yeah, not a great time for campfires. People, maybe hold off. Huh? What do you think? Jesus Christ. Oh boy, I needed that laugh. Okay, let's move on from Canada and go back south. First to 6 ABC Philadelphia from yesterday. Let's talk a little bit of infrastructure shit. What do you say while we're here talking environmental news? Transit. Public transit is a hugely important aspect for reducing fossil fuel use, and it's something that I like to throw in here in the environmental half rather than the regular U.S. coverage. But yeah, officials are warning SEPTA riders about the impacts of massive proposed budget cuts. Oh, good. We don't need trains anyways. I take it back.
You're working to get the word out now about the potential impact of SEPTA's funding crisis. Today they made a stop at a train station.
Why is it so
to warn
goddamn
commuters
quiet?
what will happen if SEPTA does not get the money it says it needs. Action News reporter Becca Hendrickson live now in Conshohocken this afternoon with the story. Becca.
Brian, what will happen is SEPTA will cut 45% of all of its services. That includes eliminating this regional rail line behind me altogether. This is the Paoli-Thorndale line. SEPTA says its most heavily used regional rail line. 15,000 riders every single day who need to find a new ride to work, school, wherever they need to go. As this SEPTA train blows its horn in warning, Montgomery County officials are putting out a warning of their own about the future of these trains.
I'm just hoping they resolve this, because so many people depend on them.
It is regional rail service and it is in jeopardy. SEPTA says it's facing a $213 million budget shortfall. And unless they find the funds, they could eliminate 5 lines, including Paoli-Thorndale.
I think it's outrageous.
A line Albert Orley has been taking his whole life.
When I was in kindergarten, I'd go to school.
Oh my God.
And take it.
This guy has been using this goddamn rail line since he was 5 years old. And I'm assuming he's somewhere in his late 60s, perhaps mid 70s. It's hard to say. I don't know how old he is. When you get a certain age, I have no idea how old you are. But yeah, you would assume decades and decades that this man has been riding this goddamn line.
Take it back from Villanova to Haverford and back.
It's not the only service being threatened. SEPTA says it would also cut service to the Manayunk-Norristown line in half.
You hope that somebody's going to step in and actually say, hey, you know what, the community, the region needs this access.
At the Conshohocken stop, the mayor and the county commissioner handed out flyers telling commuters about the impact. Starting in August, trains will operate every 2 hours instead of 1, and there will be no service after 9 p.m.
Regional rail is absolutely critical to Conshohocken. You see folks coming from Philadelphia, Manayunk, East Falls to work here, and then on the flip side, you're going to see our residents go down into Philadelphia.
SEPTA says it's trying and touted $91 million in revenue and savings in 2024.
Well, maybe we should tax the rich more so we can fund these things. Just an idea. we're not going to leave talking about transit, though. We're going to now move over to New Jersey, where the clock is ticking down. In fact, I don't even think that clock is done ticking, actually. I think it is now the day of the beginning of a transit strike in New Jersey. Here's Eyewitness News ABC 7, New York, from 15 hours ago. Whoopsies, I didn't mean to mute it. No, click there. Yes, thank you. He's 50, but SEPTA uses... Shut up. You shut up, okay.
A word of advice
No
to commuters from New Jersey: if you can stay home tomorrow, you probably should. I mean, no uncertain terms there. Unionized train engineers working for New Jersey Transit are set to go on strike 1 minute after midnight.
All right, and that's less than what, about 14 hours if I was doing math, and I don't wish to, before that happened, leaving hundreds of thousands, as you just mentioned, of daily riders essentially without a way to get where they need to go. The issues at hand.
Well,
pay. Unionized engineers say they are among the lowest paid in the nation.
Well, if all those people are not going to be able to take the train, maybe New Jersey should pay the workers what they deserve. Just an idea. Just spitballing.
On comparable railroads. New Jersey Transit says it needs to make sure any agreement is fiscally responsible, because we know Jersey Transit has had some money issues in the years.
Sure. So the big question is, what comes next? ABC News transportation correspondent Gio Benitez joins us from outside Newark Penn Station with the details.
Charlene, Pedro, Sam, good to see you guys, but we are talking about time running out for New Jersey Transit, because starting tonight at midnight, workers could walk out, and of course, you know what that means. That could halt all commuter trains. Now, this is a very big deal, of course, because we're talking about the third largest transit system in the nation. I don't need to tell you, you know that 350,000 commuters who work in both New Jersey and New York City use this, 1 million weekday trips. The state is already making plans to add more buses. And as you can imagine, this fight has a lot to do with pay. The union says its members earn an average salary of $113,000 a year. They want an average yearly salary of $170,000 a year. New Jersey Transit says the average salary is actually $135,000 a year, with the highest earners already making over $200,000 a year.
I do take Jersey Transit quite a lot, and I'm actually really bummed about everything that's happening, but I kind of understand, and we'll deal with it like we always do.
We take a lot of pride in what we do. But we also need to be able to put food on the table.
The conversations have been constructive, and we're all trying to work towards the same objective. They want to make a fair wage. I want to make sure it's fiscally responsible.
We're moving people. You know, if we mess up, there's consequences, sometimes dire consequences.
So a lot to negotiate there. And if this walkout happens, we're talking about the state's first transit strike in over 40 years. So since the night.
Wow. Well, there we go. That's it for the discussion of infrastructure for now, at least for today. We still have more to talk about in this goddamn environmental half. You know how we've been talking about how the EPA is, you know, allowing more forever chemicals into our drinking water and not releasing pollution reports because they don't believe in climate change. Lee Zeldin is literally a climate change denier. Don't forget, we've got other agencies that can go the wrong way. FEMA, for instance, is saying that they are not ready for hurricane season, which is literally on our doorstep right now. In a short period of time, in I think a week or something, a week or two, basically is officially the start of hurricane season, and FEMA saying they're not ready. Shocking. Who could have guessed Donald Trump would not be making sure FEMA is adequately prepared to protect America?
We have breaking news. A CNN exclusive, a new internal report says FEMA is, quote,
not ready for hurricane season, which is a problem because it starts in a little more than 2 weeks. The Disaster Relief Agency has lost roughly 30% of its full-time staff to layoffs and buyouts. Let's get right to Gabe Cohen, who's got this story. Gabe, what are you learning here?
Yeah, so John, look, we have been reporting about some of these concerns around hurricane preparations for weeks now, but this document that we've obtained is by far the clearest internal assessment that we have seen that really lays out these red flags that have been raised about the upcoming hurricane season amid all of this turmoil at the Disaster Relief Agency and the overhaul that's happening there at the hands of the Trump administration. There's a quote in this document, John, that I think really sums it up well. It says, "As FEMA transforms to a smaller footprint, the intent for this hurricane season is not well understood. Thus, FEMA is not ready." And what they're talking about there is this general uncertainty among top officials and all the way down to rank and file at FEMA about what the agency's mission is going to be once hurricane season starts, what storms they are going to deploy to, how much money is going to get out the door. They really don't.
Oh my God. I am losing my mind.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills!
Why should FEMA even have a goal of having a smaller footprint? You know, unless we're talking about carbon footprint, but that's not what we're talking about, obviously. It's just about FEMA doing less and the federal government funding it less so that the rich can pay less taxes. This is insane. Now they're weighing who's important, who's most important. Who do we save and who do we just leave to die?
And what has that meant recently? A lack of coordination with other agencies and state partners and a lack of training. Many of those sessions have been paused. Plus, there is the plummeting morale at the agency because remember, the Trump administration has been attacking FEMA for months now and vowing to eliminate the agency altogether. You mentioned that number, roughly 30% of permanent FEMA staff have left the agency. But what's critical is we are talking about some of the most senior and experienced leaders who have left, who really fill critical roles when storm season gets underway. They build the plans to get out there and help the American people. And that turmoil has meant in recent weeks that the agency isn't properly preparing for hurricane season. This document clearly says that preparations have been derailed this year, as it puts it, due to those issues, staffing, contracts, etc. There's a quote here. It says, "If an organization hears that it should be eliminated or abolished, the resources and cooperation are not there. The intent cannot be wind down and be ready to support the nation in a major response." So, John, what does all of that mean?
Yeah, no, those two things are completely at odds. It's a real paradoxical dichotomy, is it not? Let's wind down our agency, but also protect America. You can only do one.
For communities, for Americans, what they could face. Well, one official told me what Americans will see is a federal government that is either absent completely or, if present, sputtering to deliver response and recovery resources. And another told me, I can't think of a more adverse way to be heading into hurricane season. We are all on edge and we are not seeing hope. We're going in with no confidence that when decisions have to be made in limited time that impact saving lives, that those decisions will have support. So a lot there, John, and it is really startling stuff knowing that we are just a couple weeks away from the official start to the 2025 hurricane season.
Yeah. This is horrifying. And yeah, like you said, 2 weeks away. 2 weeks away. And ocean levels keep rising. And the oceans keep getting hotter. Does more water, warmer water, does that increase or decrease the power of storms? Oh, you're saying it increases it, so we're probably going to have even worse storms this year than we did last year. Huh. Fun. Okay. Speaking of storms, the mid-Atlantic has been getting slammed over the last couple of days. Let's go here. ABC News from 2 days ago. 15 million Americans on alert for flash flooding.
We begin tonight with breaking news. The evacuations at this hour, the emergency unfolding right now, a flash flood emergency in parts of the east and the mid-Atlantic. Take a look. Heavy rain up to 2 inches an hour, sending rushing water through Allegheny County. This is western Maryland right here. Video from an elementary school in Westernport, Maryland, showing cars and a dumpster being lifted up by the rushing waters, floating away. Children inside the school had to be rescued late today. Chief Meteorologist Ginger Z with the forecast and the images coming in right now as this system now pushes up the East Coast and into the Northeast. Ginger, leading us off.
Tonight, a flash flood emergency rapidly unfolding in the mid-Atlantic. Slow-moving storms dumping up to 2 inches of rain per hour in parts of Maryland. Southwest of Cumberland, this video from Westernport Elementary School shows cars, even a dumpster, bobbing in the water. Students inside had to be rescued. The same system flooding parts of Florida Monday, spawning this massive waterspout on a lake near Orlando. Meanwhile, in Minnesota, hotshot crews from as far away as Montana, Utah, and Tennessee coming in to help fight multiple major wildfires. North of Duluth,
I forgot that they did this. Whatever, we're gonna keep this going. Let's go over here. We have more coverage of this. We already talked those goddamn fires.
Water rescue crews from north central West Virginia have been dispatched to assist with severe flooding near Allegheny County, Maryland. The county's emergency services interim director told 12 News crews from Monongalia, Preston, and Mineral counties have been sent to the area of Westernport, which they say is approaching major flooding levels. Officials say as of 4 p.m. this afternoon that there were 11 active water rescues in that area. They also say boats and high water vehicles were evacuating around 100 people from Westernport Elementary School, and that 2 other area schools are now on lockdown. Just into the 12 newsroom earlier this evening, everyone from Westernport Elementary School had been evacuated safely. In West Virginia, Mineral County officials told 12 News that Kaiser has also been impacted by flooding, with multiple streets and hundreds of residents being evacuated. As a result, Governor Patrick Morrisey has activated the State Emergency Operations Center in that surrounding area.
All right, we're going to stay on this flooding. ABC News now from yesterday.
The severe weather, flash flood emergency in the east, wildfires in the Midwest. Ginger's both running and tracking it all this morning. Good morning, Ginger.
you know, the top end of the storm is going to bring us rain, but nothing like what they saw in western Maryland, parts of the Blue Ridge Mountains, the Potomac Highlands of West Virginia. That's where we still find flood warnings this morning, because even though majority of today will be dry there, they're getting heavy rain in pockets again by tonight. Just not what they need. The rivers and creeks are at the brink. Torrential rain leading to a flash flood emergency in western Maryland.
This is actually a road.
Up to 2 inches of rain per hour, forcing rivers and streams over their banks and into the streets.
Certain part of Main Street, there was probably 1.5 feet, 2 feet of water at one spot by the library. Was this a curb or something?
Roads overrun.
Look at this. This is crazy.
More than 200 students and staff evacuated from several schools as floodwaters rose.
It was chaos everywhere. Everyone trying to panic and get their kids.
Boats rescuing the stranded at an elementary school. You can see water approaching the second floor. This dumpster bobbing in the strong water. Road closures separating families for hours. As the Mid-Atlantic and Northeast battle heavy rain, 3 major wildfires raging in dry and hot Minnesota. Up to 150 buildings now destroyed.
I love how both of these videos go back to that fire. I mean, it's bad. We'll probably be talking about it through the weekend. So settle down. This is the last one on the floods, I think. Yes. Oh, this is unfortunate.
Next tonight here, the new storms coming tonight. Heavy rain expected yet again after deadly flash flooding already. The emergency playing out in parts of the east. The body of a 12-year-old Virginia boy swept away has now been found tonight. Lee Goldberg standing by with the forecast for the evening ahead. But first, Stephanie Ramos with the images coming in tonight.
Look at this. Tonight, millions on alert for dangerous flooding. Heavy rain moving up the East Coast after a deadly deluge swamped the mid-Atlantic. West of Charlottesville, first responders in Albemarle County, Virginia, desperately searched for 12-year-old Jordan Sims, who was swept away by floodwaters.
It was a raging river last night. I don't think I've ever seen a stream like that.
Sadly, they found his body just before 9 this morning. Western Maryland hit with more than 5 inches of rain Tuesday, rivers bursting out of their banks. First responders using boats to ferry families through the rapids. In Westernport, 200 students and adults rescued from the elementary school. Cars bobbing in the water, one of 3 schools that had to evacuate. This photo showing Dustin Nash carrying his 9-year-old daughter Aria out of harm's way through shoulder-deep floods.
Jesus
David, those
Christ.
showers and storms are pushing their way into the Northeast. There are flood warnings in effect, making for a rough commute home for millions. David.
Stephanie Ramos, Steph, thank you.
Well, at least one person died, a young boy. Ay. I said at the beginning of this year, I had a feeling this was going to be a rough fire and storm season. Oh my God. How are we doing on time? 7 hours. All right, let's do some space news. Let's do some space news, and then we'll move on to the regular Earth news, of which we've got at least a fair chunk of stuff to get through here. Certainly not a record amount of stuff to get through on that side, but plenty to talk about. Now, this is from yesterday, NBC News. If you've noticed any communications problems recently, cell phone, internet connectivity type stuff, it may have been affected, although not necessarily, by recent solar flares. There's been we are basically at the peak right now, like an 11-year cycle of solar activity, and that solar activity has been causing blackouts across Earth, specifically communications blackouts.
It's 94 million miles from Earth, a powerful light show on the surface of the sun. The bursts of radiation are the strongest solar flares so far this year, but issues flaring up back on Earth. Shortwave radio blackouts have been reported on 5 different continents. A NOAA forecaster says the flare today occurred as the sun was over the Middle East, adding to the disruptions.
So there's an 11-year solar cycle, and right now we're kind of at the peak of one of those cycles of activity.
Scientists say the geomagnetic storms are caused by massive flares of plasma from the sun, specifically sunspots.
The X-rays that are coming out of those flares are actually striking a layer of our Earth's atmosphere that we bounce radio waves off of. And it's actually deforming that layer and causing a lot of disruptions.
Smaller flares happen regularly, but when they get strong enough, they can light up the sky in the form of aurora borealis in select corners of the world.
This is actually so sick.
Sometimes outbursts, turning skies pink and green further south than usual, bringing a light show to lucky residents in places like Chicago, Pennsylvania, even as far as Alabama this same time last year. Scientists say the sun reached its solar maximum last year with its largest flare in October. When the Earth gets bombarded by streams of charged particles, the flares can also disrupt cell phone service, GPS, and satellite communications. They can even wipe out power grids. And in space, they can actually put spacecrafts and astronauts at risk. All of it causing a firestorm online.
As we just had a powerful X2.7 solar flare.
Oh my God.
Nobody's talking about what these solar...
Look at the crystal collection on this one. Jesus Christ. Oh boy.
Powerful X2.7 solar flare.
Nobody's talking about what these solar flares are really doing to your energy.
My energy?
As for that major blackout in Spain and Portugal a few
Like my aura, you mean? My aura is being affected by the solar flares? Huh. Okay.
weeks ago that grounded planes and disrupted hospital operations, Spain now launching an investigation. But so far, nothing to indicate solar flares are to blame, despite viral speculation. And at the center of all the activity in the last 24 hours, the sunspot known as AR4087, currently not directed at our planet, but rotating towards it, meaning the Earth might be out of the line of fire, but not for long.
Marissa Parra is joining us now. I mean, who knew, right? Could this thing get bigger? Like, could this explode more in the days to come?
Well, Hallie, let me explain it this way. So this, what we saw just now with AR4087, this was an extremely, and by the way, a rarely powerful storm. You can see the categories. This was the most strong type of solar flare. But here's the thing. This was not even Earth directed. So, Hallie, this rotation is going to continue so that AR4087 is Earth directed with the next coming days. So even if it's not as strong in the X category, Hallie, it could still have a major impact for us down here on Earth. That's tracking with.
So yeah, this was from, like I said, yesterday. And as this woman just said, over the next few days, we should probably expect further increased disruptions, potentially. Think about what you would need if you lost all electricity and prepare. I'm very prepared, actually, Jerry, of all people. Even when I'm not on the space station, although sometimes the space station is affected by these things quite drastically. I got quite a collection. I got quite a go bag. I have been sort of, what do you call it? Sort of focused on these sorts of disastrous events for a long time. I've got a solar panel, like a portable solar panel, a portable lithium phosphate battery, like a big ass one, like one that a small child literally couldn't pick up. Very big one. I've also got some really cool shit too. I got a camp stove that when you burn things in it, it generates electricity. I got an entire go bag full of all sorts of goodies. I'm very much a prepare yourself type of guy. Okay. Is GSL a doomer? Lightly. Like I want not doom, right? There's a section of doomers who like want the doom to happen. I do not want the doom to happen, but let's just call it doom prepared-ish, right? Slightly doom prepared. Not as prepared as I'd like to be, honestly. I'd like to be more prepared. But, you know, I do think preparedness is good. It also just eases the mind a little bit, knowing that you have some backup, some level of preparedness. All right, to the Earth news. Let's start in Uruguay, South America, where one of the most based presidents, in my opinion, has unfortunately died. R.I.P. Jose Mujica. Al Jazeera English from 2 days ago. Uruguay's former president, world's humblest leader, Dies at 89 years old. Solar-powered radio. Smart. That's a smart buy. That's a smart buy. I'm sorry. I shouldn't apologize, but that gets me excited.
He was a former guerrilla fighter and Uruguay's president from 2010 to 2015. To many in his country and around the world, he was unique. José Pepe Mujica was once called the world's humblest head of state, due to his austere lifestyle. We met him on a farm just outside the capital Montevideo in 2022, where he explained his political views.
In our democracies, we elect a president, and it's like we're choosing a king with a court, with a red carpet and a big house, servants. A politician should live like the majority of its people, and not like the privileged minority.
Mujica was born in 1935. His father was a small farmer who went bankrupt. In the 1960s, he joined the Tupamaros movement, an armed political group inspired in the Cuban Revolution. As a Tupamaro, Mujica was shot 6 times in a confrontation with security forces. Later, while a prisoner, he and more than 100 other guerrillas who escaped prison by digging a tunnel to a nearby house. He was reapprehended again in 1972 and remained in prison for a total of 13 years, spending much of his time in solitary confinement.
Concentration in wealth actually caused inequality. This is outrageous, but changing it wasn't that easy. We thought it was possible, and we lived in that era. Many old people say that young people do not believe in anything. No, young people have nothing to fall in love with. We were convinced. We were ready to risk our lives.
Mujica was a congressman, a senator, and the Minister of Agriculture before winning the presidency in 2010. As president, he worked to unify Latin America. He legalized marijuana and implemented a process that allowed Uruguay to become one of the leaders of renewable energy around the world.
Based as fuck.
Experts already warned what is going to happen to the world. But the problem is political, and we don't have the strength to counter the interest to make it stop. The economy is stronger than political decisions. We have to ask ourselves whether mankind is an animal that goes against its own interests, because the ecological barbarity that has been done. Now we know what happened, and we keep on doing it.
Mujica left office with a relatively healthy economy and social stability that bigger neighboring countries could only dream of. In 2024, he played an active role in the campaign to elect Uruguay's new center-left president, Yamandu Orsi, who was seen by many as his political heir. Pepe, as people called him, will be remembered for practicing what he preached. A farmer and a simple man who believed the world could be a better place.
I fucking love that guy. And it makes me real sad that he's passed away. Did so many good things for Uruguay. A place that had plenty of reasons to not thrive, and he did a whole lot to you know, in his limited capacity to make it thrive. I just want to, while we were talking about his, I just want to go to this story. This is from 10 years ago, but I don't know if anybody heard about this. I don't know if anybody's even familiar with with Jose, but check this story out from BBC. This is from 2015.
The top job often comes with a top car. For the US president, it's a Cadillac known as the Beast. For the British Prime Minister, it's a Jaguar XJ Sentinel. And Germany's Chancellor goes for a BMW. Custom-built, armoured and luxurious. Perhaps not the words you'd use for the president of Uruguay's vehicle. This, a 1987 VW Beetle. But Jose Mujica says an Arab sheikh has now offered him $1 million for the car. It's an offer that's amused people in the South American country.
At first I thought it was funny to offer so much money for a Beetle. I do not think he needs it, but if he wants to sell it and the car is on sale, let him take advantage of it.
The car became a symbol of the leader's austere lifestyle. When he became president in 2010, he said it was all he owned. Even the rundown farm he lives on was in his wife's name. Some think his car could fetch even more if it went to auction.
Auctioning that car would mean a large sum of money. As I said, that car could be worth more than 10 trucks.
I think it says a lot about him. One, his you know, lack of concern about ostentatious stuff, but I think it's even less. That's less important than what it says. I think about who he, like, how he was viewed in this country. I mean, this guy drove himself around in a VW from like whatever, from like 50 years ago, or I don't know what year that was. I don't actually know the year make of that, or the year of this VW, but it's definitely one of the older ones. And like, it's clearly not an armored car. I mean, I think it really shows just how popular he was in Uruguay. You know, he could just drive himself around in a completely unarmored VW. Just look at him. He's R.I.P. Jose. Okay. Now, let's go across the pond to the UK, where Rachel Reeves is taking a victory lap. Shadow Chancellor Rachel Reeves. The UK economy apparently grew unexpectedly, according to Channel 4 News from 14 hours ago.
Something to smile about at last. The Chancellor finally able to boast a bit on the economy.
Great, excellent. All right, brilliant. Very good. Nice opportunity.
And despite the trade wars and market meltdowns, British growth actually outperforming expectations. Do you see today's figures as a rebuke to your critics? Or, like many economists, do you worry that this isn't going to last?
The numbers today are very welcome. The economy grew by 0.7% in just the first 3 months of this year. Strong growth across services, manufacturing, business, investment. We're set to be the fastest growing economy in the G7 in the first 3 months of this year. But there is absolutely still more to do. Many families are still struggling with the cost of living, which is why I'm singularly focused on making working people better off.
Are we going to continue this streak of economic good news? You were talking about being the fastest economy in the G7. Will that last for the rest of the year?
I know that our economy has got huge strengths and huge potential. I'm at Rolls-Royce in Derby today, one of Britain's iconic brands, a sign of our engineering brilliance, but where there's also huge opportunities for the future in energy, investment, in aircraft, and also in defence, where this government is putting in more money, and there's more opportunities for export orders as well. So I'm confident about the future.
Last year's growth petered away pretty fast, but the first 3 months of 2025 saw GDP supersized to 0.7%. Leading the charge, transport and aerospace, where a 0.3% contraction swung to a 0.4% gain. Every 7 seconds, a Rolls-Royce engine like this one is taking off or landing somewhere in the world. The scale of these engines are huge. It's the kind of thing that the Chancellor wants to fuel the UK economy. And in the first 3 months of 2025, GDP has finally taken off. The question for Britain is whether these numbers will fly all year.
Channel 4 with the puns. Jesus Christ. Wait, why is it lagging? Been seeing like a couple instances of like intermittent lag, and it'll go back to being real smooth right after it, but it's really bugging me. You thought I said Chancellor of the UK? Well, Shadow Chancellor, Labour's Shadow Chancellor. At least I think that's what it's called. But it's not clear if this growth will stay around. And whether or not Labour will actually be able to deliver on making things better for working people, like was just claimed by Rachel. But, you know, I guess we'll have to wait and see. Now, we're not going to leave the UK quite yet. Let's go to Owen Jones real quick. This video is from about 20 hours ago. Let's talk about Israel and as it relates to the UK.
The tide is turning against Israel. What does that even mean, you may ask, given Israel has wiped Gaza from the face of the earth, exterminating countless numbers. It is prosecuting a relentless pogrom against the Palestinian people in the West Bank. It has devastated so much of southern Lebanon. It's occupying and attacking Syria with impunity. Well, we could go on. Let's see the latest evidence here in Britain. When we're discussing the tide turning against Israel and its genocide against the Palestinian people, we mean the establishment is beginning to turn, because the polling has consistently shown that the British people opposed Israel's onslaught from the start. 12 days after the 7th of October, 58% of British voters said there should be definitely an immediate ceasefire. Another 18% said there probably should. 5% said that.
So 76%. I'm doing that math right, which I am. 76% of Brits were in favor of an immediate ceasefire. What did he say? 12 days after? Yeah, October 19th, 2023. We are now May 16th of 2025, and finally, the establishment is perhaps changing its tune. Only took a little over a year and a half.
Probably shouldn't be a ceasefire, and 3% said that
that's what I like to call government responsiveness.
Definitely should not be. That was the position of the British government, and it is the same number who incidentally think the earth is flat. Since then, polling has shown Brits think Israel is committing war crimes by a huge margin.
Okay, that analogy is fucking hilarious. Oh, Owen.
Said there probably should be a ceasefire, and 3% said there definitely should not be. That was the position of the British government, and it is the same number who incidentally think the earth is flat. Since then, polling has shown Brits think Israel is committing war crimes by a huge margin, as well as supporting a total arms embargo on Israel, and also majority support for the arrest of Israeli leader Benjamin Netanyahu for war crimes and crimes against humanity. Now, it's important to note this because we're not giving the British establishment any kudos for playing catch-up with where the British people were at a very long time ago. Let's start by listening to Alistair Campbell. He's the former spin doctor to Tony Blair on his...
What the fuck is QDOS? Oh my god, I just realized what he said. It's... Oh god. God damn you. God damn you, Brits, with your strange pronunciations. I think, am I wrong in thinking, I know we got at least one UK chatter in here. Is kudos? That's kudos, right? We call it kudos. Kudos. Is that what?
Podcast with the former Tory MP, Rory Stewart.
You see the pictures yesterday of people queuing for the limited food that was there, and it was children screaming and climbing over each other with these little pans to try and get some food into it. And I just feel that the international order has sort of given up. When was the last time we heard an international, like we have in Ukraine now, Macron Starmer come together, push Europe? When was the last time we had any sense of that happening? We had it a little bit when Trump came in, but it seems just to have faded away. I mean, I saw a picture yesterday of a girl, a young girl, who was holding her phone and showing a picture of herself a few months ago as this sort of lively, vibrant young girl. Now,
that's horrifying.
Ribs.
She looks like a fucking skeleton.
Feels...
This is disgusting. This is horrifying. This is fucking horrifying. This image is disgusting. But I'm not going to look away, and neither should you. I just want to do something real quick. Now, some would call what I'm about to do anti-Semitic, or as Mitch McConnell would call it,
anti-Semitogen.
Anti-Semitogen. But let's do this I just want to do this real quick. It's a pretty famous photo from inside. I think this was Auschwitz. I could be wrong about which camp this was. Whoopsies. People want to continue not calling this a genocide. Look at this. Just saying. I mean, of course, it's not actually anti-Semitic, but you get what I'm saying. The Zionists. But seriously, I mean, what else? I mean, there is no other comparison in my mind to make here. This girl looks like she's... I don't even want to say it.
Young girl. Now, ribs coming through the skin. Part of me feels that we've been too fair, actually, because we have constantly tried to put both sides. But I just think this is now beyond the pale. I think it's utterly unacceptable. And yet we seem to be accepting it.
It's an interesting concession here that Alistair Campbell believes they've been too fair on the podcast because he says they've constantly tried to put both sides. This both-sidism is, of course, a big part of the problem. It is the erasure of the dynamics at play. What are those dynamics? Well, it is Israel occupying Palestine, not the other way around. It is Israel which has repeatedly ethnically cleansed Palestinians, not least when Israel was founded in the first place. It is Israel which is stealing the land and colonizing the land of Palestinians in the West Bank. It is Israel which has always slaughtered, by far, the most people, by a very big margin. It's Israel which has mass arrested and incarcerated so much of the Palestinian male population in particular, as well as subjecting them for decades to torture and sexual abuse. It is Israel which subjected Gaza to a protracted siege before the 7th of October. It is Israel which is armed to the teeth and backed by the world's only superpower and its Western allies. It is Israel which has wiped Gaza off the face of the earth. It is Israel which has subjected the West Bank to never-ending pogroms since the 7th of October, as well as unleashing hell against the Lebanese people and occupying Syria and repeatedly attacking it without any provocation. We could go on. There is the constant erasure of dynamics. So I hope Alistair Campbell has learned that lesson about dynamics, who has power and who does not. Now, Alistair Campbell draws attention to Israel's deliberate starvation of the Palestinian people. That intensified, of course, with the total siege imposed from the beginning of March, but it has been a recurring feature of Israeli policy since the 7th of October. Indeed, it represents the core of the arrest warrants issued by the International Criminal Court against Netanyahu and his former Defense Minister Yoav Gallant last year.
Yes, indeed. It's pretty horrifying that it's taking people so long to realize what's going on or to accept what's to accept the reality of what's going on the ground in Gaza. It's pretty despicable, if you ask me, how long it's taken. And it's not like everyone's accepted it yet, but... I want to say it's good to see people shifting, but I'm like, I don't know, I'm just like run out of something inside of me. It's getting harder and harder to take the small W's up there. All right. We're going to talk Turkey in a second, and I don't mean what you think I mean. We're going to go to Turkey in a second. But before we do that, I figured we'd check out this video real quick. So, apparently, Marco Rubio is heading to the Vatican. I don't know why, but let's go here.
Don't worry about it, little Marco. Gentlemen.
Can you speak to the outlook of the American Pope? Can you speak to the outlook of the American Pope, how important this visit is, and what's your read on Pope Leo so far as a practicing Catholic?
You can tell what story John's working on.
I got 12 years of Catholic education. I'm interested.
Yeah, I don't, listen, guys, I mean, maybe I just analyze this different. I'll tell you I'm a Roman Catholic. I believe that the Pope is a successor of Peter, appointed through apostolic succession and the intervention of the Holy Spirit through the cardinals. And the one thing I can tell you is that the only institution that was around 2,000 years ago that's still around is the Catholic Church, the universal church, and I have faith in that system. We've had very good popes, we've had bad popes, but we still have a church, and I think it speaks to the strength of the church and to the validity of it. And as a Roman Catholic, I believe it's because the Pope, the Bishop of Rome, is the inheritor of the power that was left to Peter by Jesus himself and has been passed down through the generations. No other human institution would have been able to survive the ups and downs the church has faced. What's kept it is that he's the rock, and upon that rock he built.
Yeah, Jesus directly gave the, yeah, okay.
Jesus, I say that.
Okay, Marco. Now, one thing I want to point out. You know, there's a discussion going on in the Supreme Court right now about getting rid of birthright citizenship in the United States. And Marco Rubio, I don't know if you know this, Marco Rubio was a recipient. He is a DACA recipient. So if we cancel birthright citizenship, I think we're going to be sending Marco Rubio back to Cuba. Maybe not during this administration. But I think before we reinstate birthright citizenship, we send Marco Rubio back to Cuba. Just an idea. Fucking hate this guy. Hey, Afroponics, haven't seen you in a while. Good to see you. Thank you for the super chat. Very generous. Love you and miss you as well. Very thoughtful. All right, while we're in Turkey, talking Pope stuff, we should probably talk about what's actually going on in Turkey, that being ceasefire talks, peace talks between Ukraine and Russia. Here's France 24 from, wait a second, what time is it? Okay, no, we're good. We can do this. I think we can get through Turkey before we move to a break. Another break. A fifth break? Yeah. Fourth break? Fourth break. Cubans probably don't want him either. That's what I was counting on, actually. That's a good point. I don't know if we can deport him to Cuba without them accepting it. Actually, I do know. We can't. God damn it. This is ruining my plan.
After keeping everybody waiting for a long...
Just saying, if we're going to get rid of birthright citizenship, Marco is a DACA baby. Little Marco.
Wait, don't worry about it, little Marco. Gentlemen.
After keeping everybody waiting for a long time as to whether or not Vladimir Putin might go to Turkey, has announced a delegation for these talks that is not even at the level of the foreign minister. It will be the deputy foreign minister and an advisor to Putin. The Ukrainians haven't responded in saying...
One thing I'm noticing, I don't know if this is real or if I'm just imagining it, but I think the longer the streams go, the more laggy it's been getting lately. And I have no explanation for why that would be the case. It doesn't even make sense. Nothing about it makes any sense, actually.
Who they would send to meet those people in Istanbul. Volodymyr Zelensky, the president, has made it very clear that he thinks he should meet only with Vladimir Putin at the presidential level, and people I've been speaking to in Kiev this morning absolutely agree with that. They think it would be demeaning to Ukraine for Volodymyr Zelensky to meet with anyone at a lower level. Earlier, Mr. Zelensky's chief of staff, Andriy Yermak, actually said that the Ukrainian delegation would only meet with a lower level Russian delegation, not including Putin, if a ceasefire had already been announced. The expectation here now is that they will probably meet anyway, even if a ceasefire is not yet announced, but at what level, we don't know. One man I spoke to this morning said very clearly that they should match the Russians level for level and not allow them to get away with any trying to suggest that the Ukrainians are being forced into this meeting and sending people who are at a higher level than the Russian delegation. But who is in Turkey at the moment for Ukraine? Well, the foreign minister, Andriy Sybiga, certainly is there, and he has met this morning with his French, German and British counterparts. He also met with the US Secretary of State, Marco Rubio. Volodymyr Zelensky is also in Turkey, but not in Istanbul. And Sybiga is in Antalya, of course, because there's the informal NATO foreign ministers meeting there. Volodymyr Zelensky is in Ankara, the capital. The talks with Russia are supposed to be taking place in Istanbul, if they take place at all, the largest city in Turkey. Expectations in Ukraine are low, but what people are saying pretty consistently, in terms of those I've spoken to this morning anyway, is that they don't really expect anything to come out of this, but they still hope that something might.
I want to talk more.
All right, we're gonna let's see. We're gonna stick with this. Let's go to the Associated Press. Donald Trump had some stuff to say about these peace talks in Turkey.
Raise, it could be a total of $3.5–4 trillion. This just in this. No, I didn't anticipate. I actually said, why would he go if I'm not going? Because I wasn't going to go. I wasn't planning to go. I would go, but I wasn't planning to go. And I said, I don't think he's going to go if I don't go. And that turned out to be right. But we have people there. Marco, as you know, is doing a fantastic job. Marco's there, Secretary of State, and.
Wow, Donald Trump putting a lot of pressure on Vladimir Putin. Why would he go if I wasn't going? I wasn't planning on going, and of course that's why he's not going, so couldn't expect Putin to go there without me. He's such a fucking narcissist.
Marco, as you know, is doing a fantastic job. Marco's there, Secretary of State, and we have people there, but I didn't think it was possible for Putin to go if I'm not.
It's absolutely possible for Putin to go without you.
No. So we're going to see.
It's fucking idiotic to suggest that Putin can't go somewhere without Donald Trump. What is Donald Trump Putin's daddy? Is that your son, Donald Trump? Huh? Is that your son? Your son Vladimir can't go anywhere without you? Is that what the case is? Aw, so cute. Volodymyr Zelensky had some stuff to say about all of this. Here's Reuters from 20 hours ago.
The level of the Russian delegation is not known officially to me, but from what we see, it looks more like it's on a decorative level. We will think about what we do next, what our next steps will be after the talks with President Erdogan. I think we will have a couple of hours for important talks, for very important decisions.
Oh god, I'm starting to really get upset right now. Oh, it's actually not lagging that bad. It looks fine. What am I talking about?
We need to understand what kind of level the Russian delegation is, and what mandate they have, and whether they can make any decisions. Because we all know who makes decisions in Russia.
Do you have a message for Vladimir Putin?
I'm here. I think this is very clear message. All the best. Thank you very much.
Yeah, Vladimir Zelensky is there. That's absolutely true. Whether or not that's gonna get Putin to come, I honestly don't think it is. If anything, I don't think Putin really wants to meet up with Vladimir Zelensky. Okay. Let's keep going through some of these videos. The situation in Turkey. Whoa, why did we just do this? What the fuck?
Diplomacy is in full swing in Turkey. In the southern city of Antalya, NATO foreign ministers have converged for an informal meeting. On the agenda, ramping up defence spending and whether they can achieve the US demand of increasing investment by 5% of gross domestic product over the next 7 years. A task essential to the strength of the alliance, according to the US Secretary of State.
The purpose of NATO is to prevent wars through its strength, and that's why we want to see it grow stronger, spending levels among all partners that allow everyone to be stronger and makes the alliance stronger.
Marco Rubio met with NATO chief Mark Rutte ahead of the meeting, where both express unity that more investment is needed to deal with the threats of the 21st century.
We also have to ramp up the defense industry, because with only money we are not there. We also need the defense industrial output to make sure that we can fight off any threat to NATO territory.
But the big topic of the day was ending the war between Russia and Ukraine, as simultaneously direct talks between Kyiv and Moscow were set to take place in Istanbul for the first time in 3 years. It is a moment Turkey's foreign minister hailed as a new window of opportunity, while France's foreign minister was speaking of backup plans.
We are also preparing massive sanctions to compel Vladimir Putin to initiate his peace negotiations if he continues to evade them.
Yeah. All right, let's go. What do I have left here on Turkey? Couple more. Here's CNN from 17 hours ago. Hey, do not play. Do not play. What are we doing here? What the fuck?
Optimism of an outcome was quelled when the Kremlin announced.
Here we go. We did it.
After we understood the level of the Russian delegation, and we saw that unfortunately they are not serious about real negotiations, at least we're not seeing yet those real decision makers among those present, although I must remind you that it was the Russians who suggested direct negotiations, and with President Trump's support, President Trump said the leaders should meet. But in respect to President Trump, despite the low level of the Russian delegation, and with respect to the high level of the Turkish delegation, and President Erdogan, and having the desire to attempt to reach at least the first steps towards de-escalation and to ending the war, I decided to send our delegation to Istanbul, but not all the heads of the intelligence services and the chief of the general staff will not be there, but the Minister of Defense will head the delegation, and he will have professionals in their midst, including the military and intelligence professionals. Now, of course, the minister's counterparty will not be there. The minister's counterpart will not be in the Russian delegation. But given the Russian, Turkish and Ukrainian presence, our defense minister is among the negotiators. And Rustem Umerov also speaks Turkish, English, Russian and Ukrainian. So our team in Istanbul will be well represented. The number one point on the agenda is a ceasefire, and I still believe that Russia is still not being serious about these meetings. It does not want to end the war, but we hope that they will demonstrate something during the meeting. We spoke with the President of Turkey. Tomorrow morning, we will join a summit of the European political community in Tirana, Albania. This meeting was...
Now, some suggest that Zelensky here, and I think I mean, I do follow the logic, although I'm not sure it's going to work out. Some are suggesting that Volodymyr Zelensky has come to Turkey to put pressure on Vladimir Putin and to essentially kind of attempt to show Donald Trump who is and who is not serious about peace talks, although Donald Trump doesn't seem to see it the same way. I mean, you listen to that statement he made while in Doha. He seems to think, you know, that Putin had no reason to come anyway. Now, I don't know if he actually believes that or not. I mean, I do think he actually kind of does. You know, he is a fucking narcissist. But I do see how this would at least demonstrate to anybody paying attention about who is and who is not serious about peace in this situation. We're still seeing a tiny bit like it's fine, but I'm gonna get through it. All right, we have to take another break because we've gone 8 frickin' hours. Just blew through the old 4th break, so we gotta pause. But don't worry, we'll be right back with the final and 5th half of the show after these brief space messages. That's loud. Well, I hope everybody's been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. Hit that bell icon too so you don't miss any of these beautiful spacecasts. While you're at it, do also consider contributing to the Galactic News Network. We've got a whole bunch of ways for you to do just that. YouTube, Twitch. But right now I am attempting to direct people to either Cash App, PayPal, or Patreon, 3 places where we get paid immediately, if not sooner. A tiny fraction, as opposed to a massive portion is taken away from those donations by the aforementioned companies, rather than YouTube or Twitch taking those big 30% cuts. The reason why I'm directing people to those three things is not only because we get that money immediately, if not sooner, but because right now we would have to wait for YouTube payments, and unfortunately, last month we did not stream nearly enough due to technical difficulties, which I'm sure you probably all remember. Thankfully, things are generally back to working decently well, but unfortunately, as June looms, we are going to be super short on bills right now. Somewhere in the realm of about $300, and my Earth bills are going to come due, and we're not going to be able to pay them. So, consider contributing, or maybe upping your Patreon membership, where you can get all sorts of sweet benefits. Just ideas for you to think about. Anyway, chat, enjoy this short space break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. everybody knows what that sound means. It means it's time for us to get back to the stream. The final and fifth half. Let's see. Where do we start off? Let's start off talking about Syria. Current leader of Syria, al-Shara, was in Saudi Arabia at the same time as Donald Trump. Now let's get into what sort of vibes there were between Donald Trump and the new leader of Syria, starting with the Associated Press from yesterday.
We saw a really historic moment at the tail end of President Donald Trump's trip to Saudi Arabia. That was when Trump met with Syria's interim president, Ahmed al-Shad, and the two men talked with Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, and Turkey's president also dialed in to this meeting. And the focus of the meeting for the Syrians as well as President Trump were sanctions. Now, Syria has been sanctioned by the United States all the way back to 1979, when the U.S. first declared Syria a state sponsor of terrorism. And in the time since, there have been a lot of sanctions that have been imposed on Syria, particularly after the start of its grueling civil war that began in the Arab Spring in 2011. Now, these sanctions have a major effect on Syria. For instance, Syrians can't use major credit cards. Their banking system is locked out from other international banks, and it's really just stressed an economy that was already socialist for decades prior to that and didn't really have outside links to the rest of the world. Now, sanctions relief is going to take time, and unwinding this stuff takes a lot of effort from both lawyers as well as governments to try to determine how best to open up Syria to the wider world. And international businesses are going to have to make a decision as well whether or not Syria is ready and safe for them to make investments into. The fact that Trump is discussing this really shows just the hope that Syrians have that they can be sort of put back into the international order. Already overnight, we have seen Syrians go out in the streets, waving flags, lighting off fireworks, in the hopes that their country could rejoin the rest of the world and could see the investment that it so desperately needs after that long war.
Actually, I'm gonna stay right here. What's the next video we have? CNN. Okay, the lag is starting to get unbearable for me. I don't know if it's just me or... I know I'm not imagining it. It's fucking frozen right now. Son of a bitch. Why is this happening just randomly? Like, we've definitely made huge improvements.
Trump met with another world leader
from the end of
Syria's
April.
Interim president.
But this is bugging
a day
me.
after Trump announced the U.S. is going to lift sanctions on Syria. It obviously just underwent.
I spent over a week trying to fix this shit, and the fact that it's causing me any problems right now is really pissing me off. We've done so much trying to solve this situation. And at this point, I just don't want to ever see... I just don't ever want to see lag ever again. Just never again.
A massive political upheaval with Assad deposed 6 months ago. The new president, Ahmed al-Shara, I'm sure I'm botching the pronunciation there, he's a former jihadist who until recently had a $10 million U.S. bounty on his head.
Yeah, used to fight for Al-Qaeda as well, Jake, when you look at his background. And the president referenced that when we were speaking with him. And this was before he left to come here to Doha. This is earlier when we were still in Saudi Arabia. The president sat down with him behind closed doors. Press was not part of that room, but the Saudi crown prince was there. The Turkish president was on the phone for this conversation, as it was essentially a meet and greet between the two of them, though they did have a conversation about several critical issues between the two of them. And press was not in there, but when we later saw President Trump, we asked him what were his takeaways initially after he became the first U.S. president to sit down with a Syrian leader in 25 years, and this is what he told me.
How did you find the Syrian president?
Are we missing an emotional support character? Oh my god, look at that. We just gray circled again. Dude, I'm almost ready to end the stream. So I can spend the rest of the day trying to solve this. Because this is unacceptable. This is unacceptable. I shouldn't get so upset, but I am. I am upset. I might save the Middle East for tomorrow, people. Are people gonna be upset if I do that? It's really bugging me. It's really bugging me right now. It's so bad. The latency is out of control. Why is it getting... This is something I've noticed on multiple streams now. Like, we get past like 8 hours and suddenly, not even past 8 hours, but like whatever. We get late, like deep into the stream, and all of a sudden I start seeing lag. It's just getting worse and worse and worse, and I have no explanation for why. But it's like somehow it is in fact getting worse and worse and worse. Fucking hell. I'm going to test something. I hate to do this to you right now, but since we're already streaming, I'm going to give you two free emotional support characters tomorrow. Well, maybe not actually, if this works, but I'm sorry, I need a test. So I'm just going to take away the emotional support. I'm sorry. You don't really need it for this part. You'll be fine.
How rude.
I know, it is rude. She's right. It's very, very rude. But I just want to do a little testy test. Okay? Is that so wrong? Is that so wrong of me? I'm gonna get rid of your emotional support and see if that solves this. If it does, I'm gonna be pissed off because I felt like I did a bunch of... Might have to shrink your emotional support characters even more. I spend so much goddamn time doing... I really don't want to redo it and make these images even smaller. But I might have to. Try turbo mode. Oh, yeah. Turbo. That'll solve it. All right. Testing. 1, 2, 3. Take 2.
President. This is a day after Trump announced the U.S. is going to lift sanctions on Syria. It obviously just underwent a massive political upheaval with Assad deposed 6 months ago. The new president, Ahmed al-Shara, I'm sure I'm botching the pronunciation there, he's a former jihadist who until recently had a $10 million U.S. bounty on his head.
Yeah, used to fight for Al-Qaeda as well, Jake, when you look at his background. And the president referenced that when we were speaking with him. And this was before he left to come here to Doha. This is earlier when we were still in Saudi Arabia. The president sat down with him behind closed doors. Press was not part of that room, but the Saudi crown prince was there. The Turkish president was on the phone for this conversation, as it was essentially a meet and greet between the two of them, though they did have a conversation about several critical issues between the two of them. And press was not in there, but when we later saw President Trump, we asked him what were his takeaways initially after he became the first U.S. president to sit down with a Syrian leader in 25 years, and this is what he told me.
How did you find the Syrian president?
Right. I think very good. Young, attractive guy, tough guy.
Young, attractive, tough. Very strong past in Al-Qaeda. Very I love that. Oh my god, it is not lagging now. God damn it. It is the emotional support. No, is that what it is? Actually, this all lines up. The lag is getting worse. The lag keeps getting worse later and later in the stream. And of course, the later it gets, the more emotional support we get. Which means that, oh my god. No. No. God damn it. I mean, I'm glad I maybe just figured something out just now, but it's pissing me off a little bit. Not gonna lie. Not gonna do it.
Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
Okay. Very strong, very young and handsome, very attractive. I thought maybe we could have something special. Aww. So cute.
Tough guy. You know, strong pass, very strong pass fighter. But he's got a real shot at pulling it together.
Obviously, strong pass. Jake is putting it lightly there when you look at Ahmed al-Shara's background here. But what the White House is how they're viewing this is they're not trying to kind of gloss over that, but they're saying they do believe this is a chance to kind of provide this economic lifeline to Syria by lifting these sanctions. Something that I should note has actually earned the president bipartisan praise. People like Senator Chris Murphy, who I spoke to last night, said that they believe this is a step in the right direction. But you heard the president there essentially saying that they're
Is it just me? I'm just noticing it, but does Caitlin Collins have, like, the lady version of Mangione, like Luigi's eyebrows? Free Luigi! Like, very... I don't know. This is not important.
Going to give Syria time to get the country on the right track. One thing he made clear to us, Jake, is that he does want to see Syria normalize relations with Israel, as he's been trying to build on the Abraham Accords. But he essentially made clear to us that that is further down the road, and that essentially this is going to be the starting point with these two leaders. And it was notable that obviously Erdogan and the Crown Prince were all part of this. It was the Crown Prince who was urging President Trump behind the scenes before this trip to lift those sanctions on Syria.
Caitlin Collins in Qatar, thanks so much. Look out for Caitlin in just a few hours on her show, The Source. It's an excellent show. It airs weeknights at 9 p.m. Eastern, only here on CNN. Thanks, Caitlin. Safe travel. CNN's Becky Anderson is also in Qatar. And Becky, you sat down with the Prime Minister of Qatar today. What did he have to say about this very controversial offer of a $400 million jet being offered to President Trump by Qatar?
Well, it was a wide-ranging interview, I have to say. We talked about Syria, we talked about the ongoing Gaza talks here. There is an Israeli delegation here, along with Steve Witkoff and Adam Berler, the chief U.S. hostage negotiator.
I'm not sure the emotional support characters were the problem with the lag. It's back to lagging again, goddammit. It was good for a second, now it's not working. Son of a bitch. Oh, it's pissing me off. Really bugging me. I have no idea what the culprit of this is then. That's good. Alright, I think we're gonna end it on Syria. I wish I could say that I felt like continuing the stream was prudent, but it is not prudent at this juncture.
Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
I'll give you an after stream, don't worry. I'll give you an extra long after stream just because of this obvious inconvenience. But, you know, at least we did a test just now midstream. All the other ones are working fine. I still have no idea what's wrong with this goddamn. Like, why playing video is causing us so much problems right now. I'm gonna have to do more testing today. I'm just not gonna sleep ever again. Okay, chat. I'll just never sleep. I'm just gonna give up on sleeping. I'm gonna mainline no doze or something. You're gonna ask Nightbot to solve our lag problems? Hey, Nightbot, give us some answers. Could be caused by a variety of factors, including insufficient bandwidth, CPU overload, poor network conditions, high viewer counts. High viewer counts? What? High viewer counts? We do not have a high viewer count right now. 40 viewers, 35, whatever it is. I still owe you 2 emotional sparkers. Okay. Okay, I hear you. I hear you loud and clear, Jerry. I'll do my best. Oh, this is really bugging me, though. God damn it. Oh, it's no bueno. Oh, God damn it. It's all fine. Well, we've kind of gotten through another stream chat. It was pretty long and also difficult, but thankfully we had each other to get through it. That's gonna be it for me tonight. Till I see you next. You stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. Can't forget this. These are your galactic patrons. Gabby, Goth Dogs, Aaron W, Schmegley, PV, Midi, Afroponics, Gnarl by Nature, Interplanet Janet, Godcat, Robot Cat, Disco Wolf, Callie Braiding, Sammy, Geodragon, The Anti-Corporatist, Obsessive Audio, Moanoap, Skelts, Selena, Nadia, Joki, Mrs. Jen, Omega Star, Sasha G, Pitchforks Dragon, Vincent Morales, Donald James X. Whoa, what the fuck just happened? Evan from Portland, Magaggles, Lovely Pariah, Mish, Becky, and Daredevil. That's right, all these people have helped produce the show which your eyes and ears just got done enjoying. You can too for just a few dollars a month on Patreon. Engage. And 3, 2, 1. What I don't understand is why all of these screens are working perfectly fine, but whenever we go to the video, causes problems. There's plenty of information on all these screens. I couldn't do the math on the top of my head. I have no idea what all these file sizes are, but there's got to be a massive amount of information on this screen. And yet, we're totally fine here. This is French, this is Portuguese. I think it's Portuguese. Can't quite tell.
yellow sun. And way off in the distance, those lovely little white clouds.
Get a drink, have a good time now. Welcome to paradise, paradise.
Você me vê sorrindo à toa. Se 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 você me vê sorrindo à toa.
Yeah.
fire.